Frickin' OBS doing its thing.
And as you know, at the end of the last
last
LP, we got our little pet.
Oh yeah, we did do that. Oh, I do see the game. Hello everybody, and welcome to part 6 of Bug Fables.
I never keep track of the parts.
I am terrible at figuring that out, so you just have to take my word for it.
Part something of Bug Fables.
I should probably just start doing that. Parts A, B, C, D. Be easier to keep track.
I don't think it's easier to keep track of the alphabet. I feel like it's the same. It'd be the same.
Anyway, everybody, welcome back to the Balancing Act. We kind of have a couple of topics to go over. One of us is still cooking, so we're gonna have to do a quick abandoned ship, and I'll have to generate something. And from what I understand, because I have not been paying attention to it, we might be able to talk for a couple of minutes about this apparently being the launch week for Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes, it came out Thursday at midnight, so beginning Friday. My roommate's been playing it non-stop.
I have seen one thing about it, and I think it's kind of interesting because it's a B-tier YouTuber saying how Tears of the Kingdom is a failure. So I'm wondering what the audience reaction to it's gonna be when everything's said and done. But that was a surprising first jab at the old review scene. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. I'm probably going to play the game myself in about probably around 4 months from now, to be honest. Because it's going to be like the last thing on my backlog. I'm planning to have a PS5 before that game comes to my table.
I was going to say, I'm not planning to play Tears of the Kingdom at all. I just think I'm disinterested at this point in Legend of Zelda. If it's fun for you, good job, great, whatever. I don't know if it's for me anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably still be disappointed if Nintendo takes the insane excessive BOT dubs and says that, well, the franchise is that now, and I'm like, what? And Nintendo, are you insane? You know that Zelda was tight linear game design through dungeons and puzzles, right? You're gonna throw all that away for directionless nonsense?
I'll say kind of, because there are a lot of the older Legend of Zelda games you still can do stuff in whatever order. So,
yeah, but it's kind of like
semi-linear.
Yeah, but it's kind of like Pokemon, where it's there is linearity to it, but there's still there's kind of like a nudge by the game optimal path sort of thing.
I guess, yeah.
It's like, yeah, you could do whatever, but hey, how about you go do this first, pretty please?
Yeah, anyway, our last duelist person is right here.
Oh, you're the shy person.
Yeah, the assistant to the one scientist that lets us refight bosses.
God, I would not have thought of this lady. But that makes perfect sense.
I'm glad I googled it.
Now I'm pissed. I am the secret double lord of cards.
Because she's the best person in the land, but if we defeat her in cards, we get to
hey you, shut up.
We get
I'm
significantly
thinking
cheaper
over here.
passage. If we beat her, we get significant cheaper passage to
oh yeah, Metal Island. Because she's like,
which is why we're doing this.
She's like, hey bitch, give him the keys to Duelist Kingdom. Okay, so do we have a strat? Because we had 3 strats before, and I don't think we really settled on one.
Well, we have a bunch of new cards now, though, because we fought a bunch of new shit last time.
Oh yeah, did we actually beat Mother Chomper or just see her?
No, we beat it.
I do not remember that, because I remember Mother Chomper was hard, and we were like, hey, can we actually beat this thing?
Yeah, at the very end of the stream, I was like, I'm certain we can do it now. And I went there, and I died once, and then I retooled my strat, and then we won.
Okay, I'm gonna, in between our talking points, I'm gonna try and fill out my questionnaire too, because the problem was I said last week I was gonna make time for thinking about this, and guess what happened? I did not make the fucking time, so I kind of had to generate it as much I can in the last hour, which I was able to half do, and I've almost finished, but a couple have really screwed with me. I mean,
gotcha.
What this is,
I think I'm gonna put Mother Chomper as the head card.
If we have a bunch
it counts as a chomper, so it automatically has 2 strength and 2 lifesteal.
Yeah, if you have like a bunch of Chomper cards, I think that'd probably be a good idea.
So, like, in my opinion, it's better than Zommoth, because Zommoth counts as a fungi, so it is +2, but it doesn't have any other effects. So this is a better version of that. And then, let's see here. I remember a couple of these were...
Oh yeah, if you're wondering how Kabu became a card, Mind Control, he became a boss, so he also got a trading card.
As an optional side quest, this person ended up mind controlling him, and then we had to fight him.
That was completely ridiculous, and like, they probably should put that more on the optimal path, because that was hilarious.
That was a cool time.
It's like, hey, you finished my quest, thank you. Now fucking die! Ah! It's like, what?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one of... I think we did Monsu... Which ones did we do last time? Do you remember? We did...
I know we...
Doom Scorpion. Didn't we do Doom Scorpion because it's just a play it and you win that turn, but it's like a late game card?
Well, it is right? 7, that's true. I don't know if we've ever used it. I do know that we used Monsieur Scarlet, but I don't know what the hell we put with her. Or wait, that's a Mister. Yeah, Monsieur is...
androgynous character, but Monsieur does mean Mister, but the character is kind of a gender non-conforming person, so
well,
I don't remember what pronouns the game used for them.
Well, the game already gave us a pronoun, it's right there.
Well, Mister is not a pronoun, it's a title. For example, there's a king of Poland who is a woman, but her title was king, because she demanded that title. So, like, my point is titles don't necessarily mean gender. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what ones we did.
Trying to think about two things at the same time. This is too hard. YouTuber's life is hard.
Let's put Kabu in because he's cheap and has he's a cheap card. And then
let's put in a
tap with Pierce 3, so that helps.
Yeah, let's put in a more late game card then if we're banking on his early.
And then let's put Doom Scorpion as the other one, and then
we got tons of fucking cards to pick from.
And then we need Chompers.
And there's a Chomper, and there's a bigger Chomper.
Let's throw a bunch of Chompers in.
Oh. Oh, we also get a free Chomper on... Yeah, put those guys in. Like a couple of those guys.
I want to put the Numbnails still in.
Yeah, Numbnails are just, like, good for any deck.
It literally cancels one of their cards, so it's just automatically good.
I'm wondering if this is gonna be, like, chaotic, where the final lady's just gonna have shit we've never seen before, and we have to have, like, a super good strat to, like, overcome it.
Potentially. I mean, so...
Anybody out there remember Chaotic, the TV show? I do.
I'm semi-tempted just to put the Zombeetle in there because it's a big...
You want a beef boy.
Thing. But at the same time, I kind of just want another Numb.
Yeah.
So we'll do that.
Honestly, I think...
We'll try this. If we lose, we can retool the deck.
I think that... Oh, this is a good starting...
It's a wash, but that's still fine. I'd rather take a wash than a loss.
Yeah, I remember that, like, I think the third guy really dunked on us that one time where we, like, completely failed. Okay,
right,
so...
we beat it this turn.
Yeah, they didn't throw anything at us.
Well, they did the same thing we did, where it was gonna rely on
Shit! It's got a boss card! No! At least I think that's a boss card. Oh, she got hosed.
She has a machine deck, it looks like, is what she's running.
Okay, so we got Kabu.
5?
Yeah. God damn it.
Let's throw Kabu in this Chomper, I think.
Yeah, the problem is that we only have even numbers, so we, like, 2s are gonna be... Unless you want to, like, gamble and throw the 4 down. I forget what... Ah, shit, she got it. Beaten by a coin flip.
Oh yeah, but now we can just throw down...
I would say throw, like, 2 guys down in the Numbnail. Seems like a good place to go.
Yeah, it might be true. Let's see here.
Unless you want to go for the 6, because that's a big number.
Well... I think I'm gonna do...
This is kind of like Pokemon, we're just, like, guessing.
I think I'm gonna do this, because it knocks out one of her cards. The Numbnail will knock out one of her cards.
Yeah, which means we win, because she has nothing...
Down...
Oh,
no, she numbed one of our cards, so it's a wash.
Fuck! Okay, Let's smush her face in.
See, we have an odd number. Just the wild chomper.
just that guy. The 2 that we put in. Okay. Oh, come on, we got this. Yeah, we smashed her face in. I mean, we got the upper hand here. We got tons of points. Unless she starts pulling out, like, some really beef boys. I think our boss is probably gonna fuck us.
Yeah, just... Yeah, sadly it did. Alright, let's see here. What do we got?
We got our boss! Now. Fuck you.
And this heals us too, so we can do this. And then just play...
Yeah, she's got normal cards. We got this. Well, apparently that's all we got.
Hold on. I think I want to play this one, and then I think we still might win.
Yeah, you probably should have played that card.
I should have, but whatever.
I should have pushed you to play that card. It's like, well, what are we going to do with the extra points? It's not like we get them back. Hopefully this works out for... Oh, hell yeah, it worked. Eat it! You died. Okay, bitch. That's 3-on-1. You got this? We got the ultimate cards right here. Oh no, she can summon an Obama honey. And she's got 2 of them. No! Ah, she beat the fuck out of us with her great cards.
Yeah, she got lucky with a dice roll. I wouldn't call that great. I'd call that...
Well, eat this! Damn it! Mathed!
Wait. What do you mean, damn it, we won?
We got all the math! No! I actually have no idea, lady. We beat you, like, super bad. No, the third guy was stronger than her.
I mean, I think we had a really good deck. This time. The doctor's gonna make fun of me later. Yep. That was funny.
Oh yeah, we got the 4 suits.
Now we can go to the Masters tournament on Metal Island.
Woot. Well, yeah, he respects us now, so he's like, hey, you get the actual rate of travel.
Yeah, instead of 300, I think it costs like 50 now? Which we still only have 2 right now, so...
Yeah, because he spent all our money on stuff. What did we even buy? The pet?
Well, some of it was to get the ribbon that Chompy's wearing. Other thing was for badges, I want to say. So, I'm gonna go...
You gonna go stare at chicken?
That's actually probably coming up here pretty quick. 5 minutes.
Ah, crap. I'm gonna have to think of a topic for in the next 5 minutes. And be by myself.
I'm gonna check our... quest log.
We do have plenty of quests.
So this one takes us to Metal Island. What one's this one? Oh, yeah, okay, so that
Yeah, we need to find a way to get into that mountain.
No, we found it. We happened across it towards the end of last, when we were playing. Because I had to go into the desert for something, and then, while I was in the desert, I happened across where it is.
It was in Sunset Inn. Meet me at Defiant Root's secret place.
That's right. We have the thing he wants, we just need to find out where Defiant Root's secret place is, which we're currently in Defiant Root.
Okay, she wants a mask. The residential area, the Ant Kingdom?
Yeah, so that one should be easy. And then this one is, they're looking for a golden paradise. You may know the place. I think it's where Venus is.
God, I do not remember who Venus even is. The
god plant, because it's a Venus.
Oh, yeah, I remember suggesting that. I just don't remember that was its name. Because I was like, it's a paradise. Is it literally heaven? Who's this NPC?
Yeah. Because, you know, the name is...
Oh, she's just a nice person. Here's indifferent guy. We don't have names because we don't actually do anything as NPCs.
Oh, they have names. I'm almost positive they have names. But the problem is I don't know where Defiant Root's secret found it. It's gotta be this.
Or it's just the secret murder shop. Hey, I'm an assassin. What's up? I'm also
Yeah,
a pair.
this is the guy we need to give it to him.
Or it's someone who happens to look exactly like him. Have you found my shoe? You found this bed bug? Wait, seriously, dude? You're a creeper?
Yeah, he lost the Mathiva doll.
Creeper.
But look, he gave us an item that permanently increases someone's HP by 1.
Yeah, that's gonna be super helpful. Although, to be fair, I mean, stats are stats. Now, what the fuck are you? Are you the fortune teller? Yeah, you're exactly the fortune teller. You know, it's kind of a shame when you can see, like, exact analogs of the original game stuff in their inspired stuff.
This isn't the fortune teller. Is the person who tells us where to find the crystal berries, right?
No, there's a fortune teller that does, like, hey, I'll enchant you so that I, like, randomly come to help you in battles.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Well, it's kind of exactly in the same place here as it is in Paper Mario. It's, like, in an alley behind a building.
Gotcha. Once you're charmed, there's a random chance my magic will activate in a battle.
Yep.
Depending on when it activates, different effects will happen. Granting a boost of power when attacking or increasing your toughness. Well, I don't have the money to afford you, so it's whatever right now.
You probably shouldn't even do it unless you can pay for the 40. Which is a lot of fucking money, dude. God damn, you are a scam. Well,
Okay,
you're actually not,
one?
but you're an analog of other scams. A realistic person. Do we have anything else to do here besides the mountain? Because I feel like we have something else to do.
I'll check in a second. Let's see here.
I'm surprised I lost track considering we only have like 5 quests.
We only have 5 quests that aren't the bounties. Or
Okay,
the book.
The lost books. That one's in Metal Island, that one's in the mountain.
Metal Island, or this one's in the Bee Kingdom, so we can go do that one. This one's in the residential area.
Of
This
Ant
one
Kingdom.
we think that one's in the golden area. So
Oh yeah, that one's in the sky. So yeah, I guess we're kind of done here.
I was gonna say we can either go do the one in the Bee Kingdom because we're here.
I mean, we are literally here. Might as well go do it.
Right. So that one, we already started that one actually, I think, because I needed like a couple berries, and so I think I started doing it before we ended last stream. And then I got said berries and we were good. But essentially it was, we have to go to the factory, and it was, there's like robots that are broken and we need to like fight them to fix them or something.
Oh, I do remember
like,
that.
Ask them to reboot.
Because we did like one of the robots, and it was like really tough for some reason.
Well, they only take 1 damage no matter how much damage you do to them was the thing. We did 2 of them actually, but I think there was 3 total and we just never found the other one.
And the explosives have gone off.
They might tell us. There are
Cheddar
3
Smack
broken
has
members in the
exploded.
area. Trust me, one. Well, look and you'll know which ones are broke. Okay, so we found them when we go. It was in here.
We did fix one of you dorks.
Yeah, the one that operates the tram was never broken, but this one right here was broken. There was one back here that was broken. Like right here.
This
Not
is
there
a pretty...
anymore, but there was one right here that was broken.
This is a pretty big map, so we're probably gonna have to be here a while to find this stuff.
Then,
oh yeah, did you put the badge on that, you know, gets us out of these battles?
I likely do not currently have it on.
Because we switched out our badge setup, like, a lot. I think probably for the Mother Chomper deal.
Yeah, we did. Because V now does crazy damage but can't use abilities. Is like part of that whole strat.
I love how that guy was like, eh. Just completely doesn't give a shit. Kabu is our tank, because we have tank abilities. Yeah, I mean, we got a strat going and half of the game's over. So the other half's gonna be a fucking cakewalk.
Yeah, my new strat, the new strat I used to beat Mother Chomper is significantly better than
We do have
Okay,
two.
I have floating points. So I can put Bug Me Not on it.
Yeah, we have
which is
2
the
more
one
points.
we need.
And now we have 1 point.
Mighty Power! Alright.
Totally gonna use that. I mean, at least we get money for defeating that guy. That was pointless.
What do I want to throw away here? Probably the Numb Dart. I don't think we need that.
Yeah, that'd probably be my idea too.
Anyway, I'm gonna go grab my food out of the oven.
Okay.
So let me go do that quick.
I can tell my...
It shouldn't take long because I'm not going to eat it or anything. We're just taking it out of the oven, and then I'm going to check the temperature, and then after I do that, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I can tell my interesting Elden Ring story, at least.
Sounds good. I'm still here because I have the wireless headset and all, so...
Well, during my last session, or a couple of sessions ago, I was cleaning up the caves because I really wanted to do everything and anything that Elden Ring had to offer because, I'm kind of at the point where I've kind of overpowered the game, so I'm just kind of having fun at this point. Just fucking destroying everything in my path. I got to one of the caves. It's called the Ruin-Strewn Precipice, which I think is its gimmick is that it's kind of on the side of a cliff high up in the air. And I got about halfway through it, and the thing you have to remember is that my PC's like hardware is about 6 years old, so it's getting on a bit, and it's actually struggling to run Elden Ring at high specs. But I did want to run it at that graphics setting because I think Elden Ring deserves it, not having the drops, even though I don't think dropping the specs would really harm the game in general. It's just kind of nice. So what ended up happening is I got to the elevator, like I think halfway through the level, and I got up there, and this is kind of how fucked up being a fan of this series has made me. So that I got up there, and the entire level was invisible. I got up there, and the only thing I could see were the enemies and the props. So, like, the rocks they're mining up there, the enemies are up there, and the notes and the items. Like, the entire land of the level was invisible. So when I got up there, I was like, wow, an invisible level. That's really weird from software, but okay, I guess I'm dealing with this now. So what ended up happening is I played through the level. It's pretty small at that portion, so I think it only took about like 5 minutes, and then I ended up falling off the edge because I couldn't figure out where the land was because it was all invisible. And when I tried to reload in, the game would not load into that part of the level. I've actually read online that it seems like a couple other people had problems with this location too. So I'm thinking that for whatever reason, just this random, like, tiny dungeon has problems. It's not a huge thing, but I think it's consistent amongst a small group of people. So what I ended up doing is I did a fresh install of the game. I eventually got it to load back in because I put it on low specs just to kind of force load it in. And that's when I realized the level was not supposed to be invisible. It just, every time I loaded in, it wrong loaded, and it just, like, made all of the land invisible, which wasn't a thing that it was supposed to do. And I was like, that's when I realized that it's like, it was really fucked up of our, like, collective idea of what From Software games are, that I thought that was a legitimate gimmick that they put into one of their dungeons and not a fucking mistake. So, after I realized that and laughed, I went to the dungeon, used it to clean the floor of the arena, and immediately left because I really didn't want to be in there as long as I needed to in case it fucking glitched out again. So that was a very funny day in my playthrough. Was the invisible ruin precipice glitch. Oh, that was hilarious. Because, I mean, the game just... My computer cannot run it, like, properly at high graphics. I mean, it runs it usually fine, but there's, like, long load times. It'll freeze. It will have problems returning to desktop. It's just having issues.
Gotcha. Do you happen to know what the name of that zone was? Because my roommate really loves Elden Ring, and I kind of want to tell him this story because that's kind of fucking funny.
It was the Ruin-Strewn Precipice. It was one of the random caves. I think it's my brain is saying it's in Limgrave, but I'm thinking that might be wrong. It might be in Altus instead. I know
it's called the The rune what precipice?
The ruin strewn precipice. It's like
Ruin
strewn about.
Okay.
It's a word, trust me.
Yeah, no, I know the word. I'm just trying to memorize the name of it so I don't forget it in like 3 hours when I finally get to tell him, because he's gonna be up to like 4 a.m. playing fucking Legend of Zelda.
But yeah, like I came into that area and it was like, wow, this is an interesting gimmick and not, you know, a fucking problem. Because essentially what happened was what happened when we entered the Void world in our Pokemon Snap playthrough was essentially what happened. But the interesting thing about it was that the glitch was consistent, because I loaded into that area 3 times, and every time it did that.
That is kind of funny. Alright, I'm looking around for the last broken guy.
Oh, did we do 2 of them? I thought we only did 1.
Yeah, we did 2.
This might take a while then, considering the level goes into the sky. Oh no, Robot. Bye, Robot. Yeah, I'm still thinking of ideas of what to finish out my questionnaire with, and unsurprisingly, I'm still struggling with it.
What's this questionnaire? Oh, hey, we found it.
Oh yeah, it's just literally right there. Oh, it's only got 5 HP. This is gonna be real quick.
We one-rounded it, by the way.
Well, yeah, because it like get out of the battle and was like, hey, I'm fixed now.
Yeah, well, so we're gonna one-round it because it takes every attack is gonna do only 1 damage, but we have 5 attacks because V gets 2 attacks, Cobb gets 1, Leaf gets 1, and then Chomper gets 1. Or Chompy gets 1.
Wow, and a whole 5 XP for the effort.
I mean, it's not like these enemies are that hard. That's all of them, a bit disappointing and easy.
Wasn't this like a 3-star quest or something?
No, I don't think that was a 3-star one. I think it was a 2-star.
Well, you just killed everyone. Congratulations.
I thought maybe we'd land. I thought we'd maybe land on like a safe space below.
I mean, the additional problem is I really did.
Damn it.
The additional problem is I didn't want to like put multiple entries from the same series on the questionnaire, because I wanted it to be more kind of all over the place, because I thought that was more interesting.
Gotcha.
I think I might just give up and put
I'm mad.
The one
that shouldn't have happened.
Yep. Well, you figured it out. I mean, we're here 30 seconds later, but I mean, 30 seconds doesn't mean all that much in an RPG.
Fair enough. Alright, let's take the tram back.
I mean, at least they did the correct thing and put proper shortcuts everywhere to old dungeons.
I mean, this dungeon had a shortcut because of how... This is like the biggest dungeon we've been in the entire game so far. Maybe the, like, Leaf extra dungeon we did might have been, bigger, I'm not sure.
No, I got the perfect
wait, I didn't talk to the right person. They're still in the factory, the person we need to talk to.
I got the fucking perfect place to put on my last entry, so I think I can actually finish it.
There you go.
I'm gonna take another look at it and see if I want to change anything, because of a couple of my answers I was not super confident in, because like I said, I only spent like an hour on it. Let's see.
We got a second power exchange medal.
Oh, what the hell does that do?
It lowers their defense by 1, but increases their attack by 1.
You really want to go to -2?
No, I'd probably put it on someone else. Because, yeah, I believe right now... Oh, no one has Power Exchange on right now. Yeah, because she doesn't have Power Exchange on, because instead she has Berserk on.
I'm gonna need that note for later. I'll put it on another note. Because I have plenty of note things. Okay, maybe that one. I might give that one a second thought, too. Okay, so back to the old game. What quest are we gonna hit next?
I'm not sure here.
Apparently we're gonna be fighting a sponge cake.
I think that's a picture for the location, but,
We're gonna fight the mountain. And we're gonna die! No! Don't worry, we'll hopefully be starting that today. Unless we want to go be the master of the best. The best that ever was.
let's see here.
We're gonna go Duelist City and destroy everything.
Yeah, I think that's what we might do, but I think we need money first.
Oh yeah, we're broke. Fuck.
Because we still need some money to...
Unfortunately, we can't sell back all those bandages. Oh yeah, this is V's terrible sister.
I can't believe we missed that.
Well, I mean, we were kind of dealing with the story.
Right there. It was literally sitting right there, but yeah.
Yeah, but we were like, it was probably late into like part 4, and
Fair enough.
we were dealing with like, hey V, your sister was such a fucking bitch. Holy shit.
Yeah, so we have okay, so we have another bad book. I went and looked where all the bad books were, because I was like, there's like a very small number of bad books, but like we haven't found any since like the very beginning of the game. So I'm like, where are they? And I'm like, I can't believe we missed that one. The other one's in chapter, like later in the chapter we're currently in, when it's in a place we'll get to. But let's take a look here.
Yep.
I kind of want to do Seedling King because I think we can beat him.
We
I think
probably
our strat is strong enough to beat Seedling King.
we probably can. Okay, so we got
Or Wanted, by the way, is gonna take us to fight the Tidal Worm. I looked that up. I looked up online because I was like, wasn't the mountain like when we like heard about it for the first time? Wasn't the mountain like considered the super dangerous like place? And it was told that like you have to be really strong to get through it. And then so like I was like, what's there that made them say that? And I went and looked, and I'm like, oh, okay. At the very top of the mountain, where the ore is supposed to be, is a hidden boss that we might have to fight. I don't actually know 100% for sure if it's required of us to fight it, but we very well might. Oh, while we're here, we should look for the Golden Paradise thing.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's better.
The problem is like Venus's area I don't think is gold anymore. Like once we get up to where Venus is.
No, it probably isn't.
Cause like.
But I have no other idea of what the hell he's talking about.
Yeah, it's not gold when we get up here.
You want me to do the old Googles?
No.
Oh.
Well, I don't think
I got the
we don't
perfect
need to
answer for
Google
that question.
Right now. We had some discussion topics from last time.
Yeah, you sent over
that I did.
Well, it wasn't
I
from.
Sent over 2 things now.
It wasn't from.
One I sent.
Well, it wasn't from last time, but I don't really have a lot to say on say on the Cap God thing, because like the only thing I really have to say about it is like, hold on, buddy, hold on. Like, still they put microtransactions in both of those games in the background. Okay, so they're not perfect. They're a lot better, but they ain't fucking God, dude. They ain't perfect. Calm down. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of the bit. Is like, I mean, from 10 years ago, yeah, they're doing a hell of a lot better. They're. I mean, how would you want to describe it? They're being consumer friendly, at least. I'll give them that for the most part.
I was gonna say, as far as companies go right now, Capcom is probably like every single one of their games is basically like a banger. Like, it comes out and like it's super well reviewed. Everybody loves it. Like, very few games in recent years for them have done like suboptimal. The only one being like the Resident Evil 3 remake, which was like a little lackluster, but not like terrible.
I would say it's very confusing that one wasn't as well done as it was, because they had the team there. Like, they obviously
seem weird. I will agree.
Like, they obviously knew how to go back, look at a game, and be like, okay, let's drag this into the future with a bunch of improvements. Because the weird thing is that Resident Evil 3 had stuff in the original that was interesting that they didn't bring forward to the new one. And I was like, why would you leave that behind? That was interesting, and, it kind of made Resident Evil 3 what it was. I mean, they could have done, like, you can't really do the CG cutscenes, but I think the thing you could do is maybe, like, spend, like, a huge amount of money making, like, cinematic grade cutscenes to make it, like, over the top of the game itself, to kind of recreate that same idea of the past, where it's like, the PSX can't do the cutscenes because it just can't, so we computer generate all that shit, and it looks way better than the game itself. At least in my opinion.
Ah, fuck.
So, yeah, it was like, I mean, Resident Evil 3 wasn't a long game, but I would say it's probably kind of standard length. And it's probably like a good, like, 6-8 hour deal. So, when people said, like, the game is, like, oddly short, I was like, really? I mean, they added stuff to it. There's more game to it, if they kept everything. So it's just it's a very weird situation.
That's the only game they've done recently that, like, has been, like, less than, like, everybody's, like, applauding it, right? Every other game they've done is basically, like, a huge seller. It's well applauded. Everybody's loving it. Like, and, so, as Maximilian Dude in the video that I sent to you says, and I don't know if you actually watched it or not.
I didn't really have time to watch it. I just saw it, like, an hour ago.
Okay. But yeah, as he mentions, he kind of like goes over the timeline of like when Capcom started becoming, Crapcom, like when it went from being as big as it was back in the early days of, in the 90s and stuff, to when it started, the downfall of it, and then where, when it hit rock bottom, and then when it like started to rise up. Resident Evil 7's like the beginning of like, hey, this game, they put out a game and it wasn't bad? What? Like, that was like the time when like we were all surprised that a game came out by Capcom and it didn't suck, was Resident Evil 7.
I think the main thing, because I would agree with you, that's probably the sentiment that people had, and I think it's probably the Nintendo Switch thing that happened, was that people were like, after Resident Evil 6, they were like, holy fucking shit, they don't know what the hell they're doing. Resident Evil 7's coming out, it's like, how bad is it gonna be? Oh no, And it's like, it's completely, like, I mean, it was a ripoff of what was good at the time. It was obviously cribbing off of Outlast's success, but it's like completely fucking different. They threw everything in the fucking garbage and just started over. And honestly, I think in between Resident Evil 6 and Resident Evil 7, I think they released, like, I think at the very least they released Revelations 2. I could be wrong, But it's like they had a bit of a distance between both of them. But I think that this was the big break, is like, this cannot be like that other game. That other game was complete trash. And it's like, it wasn't, and everyone liked it. It was like, wow, I can't believe they actually did that. They made a good game. It's like,
right.
No fucking around.
And not only, like, so the examples you brought up were all Resident Evil, but like during the time it's, you know, prior Resident Evil 7, everything else, that not even just the Resident Evil stuff, but other things were also like bad, right? There's like a really bad Dead Rising game that I remember they made, or not Dead Rising, what's the name of it? The one where you play as Frank.
Dead Rising didn't survive, I don't think, because I think they did Dead Rising 4, and that just like drove the fucking series into the ground, like, very legitimately, because I think they like scrapped all plans of things in the future for the series. Again,
it could have been.
I could be wrong, and maybe in like a couple of years they're gonna be like, okay, we're gonna take another crack at this.
No, I mean, I don't think they're going to, but my point is there's a lot of really bad games. Oh, I misspoke. There's another flop of a game that came out. I can't remember the exact years that everything came out. But I think this game came out after Resident Evil 7. So Resident Evil 7 come out, and we're like, you know, for the first time in a long time, Capcom made a good game. Like, it's essentially what happened, because like everything Capcom was putting out was like problematic for years at this point. And Resident Evil 7 comes out, it's a good game. I do not recall if Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite is after that, or like when in the timeline it is. Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite was a really bad game. However, we now know that a lot of the problems with it were because Marvel didn't want to play ball, and like Marvel wanted to control a bunch of shit and stuff.
Yeah, it wasn't a good partnership at that point, which is kind of a shame, since they put out a few games before then and they were doing fine.
Yeah.
And,
so what ended up?
Well, probably a lot more than fine.
Yeah, the Marvel Cinematic Universe was gigantic. Marvel, you know, back when Marvel and Capcom first teamed up, Marvel was like a struggling company. Like, Marvel almost went under. Back when like Marvel vs. Capcom came, like the first one came out.
Was that like before or after the bankruptcy?
It was around the time of the bankruptcy, right? Like the first like Marvel and Capcom crossing paths were, which was you know, X-Men Children of the Atom, like those fighting games where you play as the X-Men, and then that eventually became Street Fighter versus the X-Men, and then from Street Fighter versus the X-Men we got the Marvel vs. Capcom series. But like what ended up happening later, you know, once Marvel blew up and became like the big powerhouse that it is today and is owned by Disney and everything, yeah, Marvel wanted, there's a lot of stuff, and a lot of Marvel Infinite's problems are like, you can see that like the Marvel Cinematic Universe is influencing the game. So like all the X-Men aren't there. Why? Because at the time Disney didn't own the X-Men yet. Like, they didn't own the film rights to the X-Men, I should say. They did have the video game rights for the X-Men. That wasn't the problem. You know, so a lot of people back in the time that Marvel Infinite came out, they thought, well, they don't have the rights to the X-Men. No. The thing that with Fox is that Fox owned the movie rights to the X-Men. And so by putting X-Men characters in this game, you are advertising for Fox's movies. Because if this game does well and people are like, whoa, Wolverine's so cool in this game, if they see a movie that's going to have Wolverine in it, they're going to go want to see that movie, right? So Marvel, you know, which was owned by Disney, like in its entirety other than these couple film rights, removed all those characters. And you got to remember, the Capcom Versus series with Marvel started with X-Men stuff. So like,
yeah, I mean, the X-Men
series care a lot about the X-Men.
Yeah, because the X-Men were usually there in the early days.
Yeah, and so the X-Men not being there was like the big like uh-oh moment. You know, when we found out X-Men characters weren't going to be in it, and then there was like an interview where one of the people said like, you know, what are characters? Characters are just functions, right? So like people liked Magneto because he could do this in the old game. Well, there's a character that can do that in you know that game, and it's like no, that's not true. So yeah, Marvel vs. Infinite flopped. So that was somewhere in there. But I want to say things started getting really good for Capcom, and Maximilian brings it up in the video. Monster Hunter World. which I don't think you played much of the Monster Hunter series, if I recall.
No, but I will say that I'm very surprised where Monster Hunter went, because I think in the early days, I don't think anyone, like, they were successful enough, but I don't think anyone thought that this was going to be like a tentpole thing. Like, they keep putting it out because people, like the niche idea of it. And then just somewhere along the line, or like, I don't remember, like 2014 or 20, I wouldn't probably say 2012, but like between
2017, 2018.
Yeah, I don't remember how late in the game it was, but at some point it's like a game came out and it like fucking exploded. It was like everyone was on it. It was like, holy shit, this is great, and everyone was like fucking getting in on this and getting into the niche of it.
Yeah, that was Monster Hunter World. So Monster Hunter World came out, and it blew up. Like, everybody was playing Monster Hunter World. I remember when Monster Hunter World came out, like, everybody I knew was talking about it, or basically everybody I knew. And like, that's when I played Monster Hunter for the first time, was Monster Hunter World, and I was like, holy shit, this game's super fun. Fucking riding on giant monsters, beating the shit out of them. This shit's cool, right? And yeah, that game is the start of Capcom being like super great. Like, and like everything they're doing being like pretty much 10 out of 10s or like 9 out of 10s, like high, regarded games. Like, these games are really fun. And like, it started with the Monster Hunter World, and that game, it sold just absurd number of copies. And then, after that we get, let's see here. Street Fighter starts to get a little better at that time, because like the fighting games were like the thing that took the longest to catch up. Because like we haven't had like a good fighting game from Marvel until next month.
Was that
Street Fighter 6 comes out, and it's amazing because at this point we know like almost everything about it, and people have played like large portions of it, or like there's been demos, there's been betas. Next weekend's an open beta for everybody, and like everybody's applauding it. Everybody's super happy with it.
Was that around the time that they were finally getting to the point of fixing Street Fighter 5?
Yes. So right around the time that like Monster Hunter World comes out, and like suddenly like every time they release games, it's a really big, like huge, great game. The Resident Evil 2 remake comes out. Yes, they start fixing Street Fighter, and Street Fighter starts to get to a better and healthier place. Where it's not as bad as it was upon release. Street Fighter 5 was on the release, and yeah, I would, and then now like Resident Evil 4 came out. It was huge. Like, basically every game, with the exception of, as we said, the third Resident Evil remake, which was not like bad, but like lackluster to a lot of people. And then
I think
Capcom Infinite, which was a flop.
Yeah, I think the thing about Resident Evil 3, and I held the same opinion. I'm not gonna play the Resident Evil 3 remake, or maybe if I think of like a good reason for it. I think I agreed with the reason, is like people were like, what? I thought this was gonna be a lot better than what it ended up being. Is like, because I had like really good memories of Resident Evil 3. It had like a very surprisingly strong story and a couple really hard-hitting moments, but it was like it came in, and the first thing that I asked is like, are they gonna be keeping the cutscene decision making? And they said no, and I was like, what, really? You're not gonna keep that? And that was the first like fucking like warning bell that came out of my head. It was like, okay, you're not keeping the iconic thing that was in the original. And then people were like, saying the game's short, there's not as much as they thought was gonna be in it. And it was like, wow, I'm amazed that they misfired on this, since it seemed like such an easy project to get done.
Well, and especially because Resident Evil 2 remake was like so good, it was almost Game of the Year, I think. I don't remember if it won Game of the Year, if it was just nominated that year. So like, I don't remember.
Is our quarry this way, or is that where the Seedling King is?
This is where the Seedling King is.
Yeah, you got it there.
Do that first.
Give me a minute.
The Seedling King's back here, but
Oh my god, he's got a mustache. And he's got a theme tune. He's also being carried by 4 people. This guy's totally the Goomba King. He just needs 74. Ow.
Yeah, the other one had like 80 something. I'm pretty sure the fucking like the Broodmother.
These are big numbers. Ah. Wait, did Kabu seriously just give you the strat to beat this guy? He's like, have me attack the tiny ones, and you guys go for the kill.
I did this wrong, but whatever. Because I'm gonna break them out.
Oh wait, I already changed my answer on that one. I don't need to change it again. Okay, so he doesn't really attack, he just summons people.
Yeah.
So are the people he's already at 57. Wow, this is gonna be really easy. Okay, so his like carriers are not targets, so we don't actually have to worry about them.
No, his carriers aren't target, but he summons ads.
You're probably better off just hitting the main guy with a special attack for Leaf. Because I don't think the ads are really going to be doing all that much unless there's eventually going to be like 6 of them in the field. Well, especially if you freeze one and take up a slot. Wow, Chomper can do 3 damage. That is crazy. We just get 3 free damage every turn.
Well, so I believe the ribbon she has right now makes her deal 1 more damage, is like what it does.
Good old Chompy.
It's not worth freezing the boss because Chompy will just break the boss out of the ice before the boss's turn.
Oh crap, what are we gonna do with Leaf then? It's the ultimate question. Oh crap, he's going into rage mode. And doing 3 damage!
Attacking, but he's not summoning enemies, so... Ow. That's whatever. Oh, he has 2 turns now.
That might be a problem. Like, a little problem.
Not really. Like, he was at 70-some, and in like 2 rounds, we dropped him to 30. Or like 2.5 rounds, we dropped him to 30. So I'm not really concerned.
Okay, pull out our special move that gives V more attacks. Nope, unfortunately he's gonna be doing that thing where he summons and, well, I mean, he gets 2 attacks, so really?
It did 1 damage to everybody for the most part, so that's not that bad.
Really? And dude, that was 1 damage to everyone. That was pathetic. Dude, we're at like level 12. You need to do a bit better than that. Well, I'll give it another 10 minutes of thought. But I think I'm about...
Chompy missed because I hit the wrong button.
I think I'm about ready for us to discuss our bingo cards. Unless you want to finish your bingo card. I'm not sure if yours is done.
I mean, I sent you mine, yeah.
Yeah, but it looked like you had a couple of slots that were empty, so I'm not sure if you were...
No, I think I wrote that I was going to explain why those were empty. Anyway, boss is dead this turn, so we're fine.
Do we have to hand this in to somebody?
What? The what thing?
Do we have to take,
this? I don't think so.
Okay, you're gonna have to kill... you're gonna have to kill that incredibly dangerous ad first. Really, only 23. It's kind of a shame. That's kind of when I was going through and cleaning up my Elden Ring shit. I went through like 12 dungeons in a row before I could actually level up because I was so absurdly over-leveled. It was kind of a shame. I was putting in all that quote-unquote work, and I wasn't really getting anything. But I will tell you, Elden Ring is another example of the one thing that From Software just can't do is like roguelike dungeons. They're just not good at it, and honestly, they should stop. Because it's like...
Wait, is there a roguelike dungeon in that game?
No, but the Catacomb Caves are essentially the Chalice dungeons again, because they use a lot of the same rooms and a lot of the same architecture. It's like, I can very obviously see the same problems. It's like, because the whole thing about every catacombs you go into is that you have to get to the end of the dungeon, you have to pull a lever, and that opens up the boss door at the beginning of the dungeon. And yeah, it's not randomly generated at all. It's all designed, but every one of them is so similar to everything else that it's like it's got all the same problems. They're all very dull. They don't have good bosses. They repeat a lot of shit. Did we solve this guy's ant problem?
No, we have to go to the bandit hideout where we were earlier and beat all with him.
Oh
That's
god,
what
I
we
don't.
need to do for his quest. It's in the desert.
Oh,
it's not
yeah,
very
yeah,
far
yeah.
into the desert, but
Yeah, god, that was like 3 parts ago. I can't really remember a lot about it. I know there was
we
like
can just
some.
go there. It's not very far from here.
I know there was like
'cause
some.
It's very early in the desert.
The boss was like some sort of like honorable samurai who was like, "Hey dudes, they beat me fair and square or something. Don't kill them."
Yeah, that's what happened once we beat them.
Well, I mean, it was good on him for doing that, but you know, we could have probably beat up those guys too. We're gonna get it.
We might as well go there because if to go to Metal Island we have to go this way and we have to walk past the entrance to the desert, which is right here, and it's not that far into the desert, so it's like it's really not that far out of the way. I'm gonna spend that because I'm assuming in the fighting the bandits thing we're going to get enough money to get our way to Metal Island because I believe it's gonna be 50 now to get to Metal Island, and we're at like 40 something. So as long as we don't like horribly like as long as we don't gain like no money, we'll have the money because the bandit hideout's literally right here.
Oh yeah, it is that cave key cave.
So bandit stole his friend's mask, so like somewhere in the dungeon is gonna be the mask. It's not back here.
Okay,
There's a book back here.
An unprepared moth was near sand. He had money. The bandits are poor. They have hobbies. We didn't kill them. He decided to leave.
So my guess is at the end of this quest we have to fight that trusted advisor.
And his trusted advisor is going to somehow be 3 times as strong as him. Yo, dude, can you, like, sense where your mask is so we don't have to go everywhere? Can you even talk? Dude, are you even, like, intelligent? Can we, I can't think of a joke for this.
We won't have to fight any of the random ads because...
Yeah, we don't even have to do the stealth anymore.
How much does a leaf heal for? 4. Okay, we can leave the egg then.
Hey man, it's 1 more. Sorry, that's business for you.
I think this way is the shortcut back to the desert town. Yeah, this is the shortcut back to the desert town. Because we dig under. We got in the bandit cave is where we got the dig ability, and if you dig under that, you go back to it's the well of the desert town. I don't. Oh, this might be it because
I have karate. I mean, we can just walk into them and they'll die. Have you seen our have you seen our Venus flytrap as a pet?
Aren't those the ones that fought the boss?
These punks. One of them knows magic, like legit magic. I've got a knife. This seems a bit unfair. He's in the background. What's he doing? Also, that guy has 9 HP. Like, this is gonna be the easiest thing ever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what's gonna happen is we're gonna have to fight like a series of these guys.
We have to call in the bros.
Also, I'm stupid, and I'm gonna get mad here in a second.
I
forgot to. I don't think I have the badge that makes it so they can't steal from us to quit.
Yeah, you probably don't. So you're gonna have to kill these boys quickly.
Beautiful.
I'm glad you're here, buddy. Also, you're probably just gonna have to learn how to dodge. Do a double dodge. You gotta learn the double dodge. Oh yeah, I remember where I heard that before. God, that was forever ago. Yeah, Chompy can finish him. Chompy just bit his entire face off. Really? Pebble Toss? Dude, that's a shitty ability and you fucking know it. I mean, wasn't this like a 3-star quest?
Yeah, so my guess is it's gonna be a series of fights back to back with like no reprieve, but we have that badge equipped that's gonna give us a bit of reprieve between fights. Because my guess is there's gonna be a cutscene, but then more bandits are gonna come and fight us.
He's being completely useless. That's what he's doing. Is that a mask? It looks like fins. What the fuck is Yofi? That's an incredibly ridiculous name.
No, it wasn't.
Did we have to, like, do, like, a multiple phase thing to even get here? Is that the deal?
I mean, maybe the idea is that you have to fight your way here. Like, you have to fight all these dudes. But we're high enough level that these guys don't aggro us. Maybe it's been a long time since we got that quest, too. That could be another thing.
I don't think it was that early on.
Well, we've been doing side quests for, like...
Yeah, I mean,
two episodes now, and...
Yeah,
so,
like, all of last part was just side quests.
Yeah, so, like, and like a large portion of today, in fact, maybe all of today, might again be side quests, just because I'm trying to get some of that stuff done, and I would rather do the side content to get side rewards that I can use in the main story, rather than just do the main story and then never get to use my side rewards, you know?
Well, I mean, at the very least, we can do this, like, build up side quests again for a couple chapters and make some progress. I don't know, I think we could actually, like, tackle some of Chapter 5 unless you want to go to, like, Duelist Kingdom, like, right now.
We are gonna go to Duelist Kingdom. That is something I do want to do today.
Okay, well, I guess we're doing side stuff again today. Hello, everybody. Welcome to LP Bug Fables.
We're gonna do everything we can in Bug Fables. It's a pretty fun game. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I kind of wish it had more bits, like a bit more, comedy moments, I guess. I mean, it's got some witticisms here and there, but kind of wish it had more. It was a bit sillier. Here's my friend. He's a stick man. He's a living stick man.
He's a leaf bug.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, there's bugs that look like leaves. You've never seen a leaf bug? I've seen leaf bugs in real life.
I mean,
there's also a walking stick.
Yeah, I've seen a stick bug before, and that's really weird.
There is a leaf bug. Look it up. It is a thing.
I might actually do that. Hello, here's your disguise. Now it'll be impossible to find this guy. I mean, just look at him.
You did 0 damage.
You were completely useless. The only reason you didn't die was because you were in the background. I just have to humor him. Because he's my brother? Or best friend? Also, he keeps trying to get himself killed? You should just let us do it. Damn it, it's upside down. This is a fucking useless badge. Really? 20 bucks?
It gets us to Metal Island.
V is a terrible liar.
What's the new badge do?
Invisibility? Oh, it's just less targeted. We could give... Well...
So no, I did have the badge that makes it so we don't get our money stolen.
Welp.
Equipped. I did have it equipped.
Okay, now let's put on the hard mode badge and get our ass kicked.
You know something I found out about this game that we won't be doing, but I'm going to talk about?
Is it the anti-hero path?
No. But there is, on, like, the start screen, what's this badge do?
2 TP every 2 turns.
That's worth getting, but...
I mean, it's $50.
It would cost my, Metal Island money, so we'll buy it later. Because right now it's time to duel.
Back when Yu-Gi-Oh was good. Or at least iconic.
I was gonna say, I say back when it was iconic. Because the Yu-Gi-Oh anime is still pretty, it's been pretty fine. Like, I watched most of the anime up through Zexal. I liked it.
I dropped out after 5Ds. I think around the Cthulhu monster arc.
Gotcha. 5Ds is fun because, like...
motorcycles are cool.
Yeah, because motorcycles are cool. You're basically it. 90 berries? Damn it.
Go work your fucking day job. I'm tired of looking at pores. Me and my beard are gonna be here and constantly complain about you on Reddit. Fuck you. Okay, so what are we gonna do to earn $20?
Go turn in the bounty for the speed guy and see what that gets us, I guess.
It's gonna get us a badge we can't sell. Fuck.
I think we can sell badges, but I don't know if I want to, just because, like, you never know when you're gonna feel like you need a badge, and they are limited. Like, there isn't an infinite number of them.
Well, fuck it. I'm not thinking of any ideas, so I'm ready to start on the fucking bingo card.
Sure. Do you want to send it to me on Discord so I can look at it, too, when you're talking, or...?
Well, currently it's on an Excel spreadsheet. I can send that.
Oh, never mind.
But it's not a bunch of PNGs.
Yeah, so you didn't do what I did, where you just slapped,
No, because
I'll pull up mine then, and then...
Like I said, I had to freaking think fast, so it was like, I couldn't really prep things. But I could send it to you. Right here.
Pick a block on the card, and we'll just start with a block on the card.
Well, I was just gonna start top left to bottom right.
Sure, but then we start at favorite game of all time, so I don't know if that's what you wanted to do.
I mean, it's a good starting point. I mean, it's the thing is we can kind of do these in any order because like these are just like a bunch of like favorite games for a bunch of weird reasons.
Fair enough. Some of them are least favorite games, by the way.
A couple of them that I actually had problems with were like, here's a game that's like you kinda like. It's like it's not that. I think that'll probably work. It's probably the. God damn it. I'm hoping that this will still well, I can check if it's going to capture correctly.
Are you putting it up on stream or what?
Well, kinda. Just wanted to see if I have to move the thing. It looks like it's not going to work. I mean, right now it's not going to be showing anything because apparently the friggin' game needs to be active for it to fucking work.
Well, I'm currently just walking around town, so it's not like they're missing anything super important.
You know what? Fuck it. I can print this and it'll be faster than trying to figure out like a whole setup for this bullshit. Fit sheet on one page, print. Okay, let's get back to the game.
Hey, remember that medal that I was like, hey, we should buy that?
You just got it for free?
We just got it for beating the Seedling King. And 50 berries.
Okay, so...
How much TP is that?
So since you're playing the game and I'm looking at the bingo card, I'm going to tell you which is which, and hopefully you'll remember what your bingo card is.
Yeah, I have it pulled up on my other monitor.
Yeah, I could never justify buying a second monitor because the only thing I would... Basically, the only reason I would use it is, like, for streaming. And I'm like, I don't really want to put money into streaming just because I'm not getting much out of it. Which, you know, is fair, but, you know, I have to consider my purchases. But my favorite game, it's been my favorite game for quite a while, and I will say, for all these picks, we clearly haven't played every game that's ever existed, so this is best by my current standards of things that I've played. It's not objectively best.
I'll add another part to that. Sometimes you play something really good, but then, like, it's been a decade and you just don't remember that it was super good, so that, like, that might not... Like, because a lot of my stuff is stuff I played, like, more recently, or stuff that's, like, stuck with me forever. There's probably things out there that if I would replay them, I'd be like, oh yeah, this game is fucking amazing, and I just forgot. Hey, look, a lore book.
Fuck, I thought I wrote these down.
But yeah, so we're gonna start with favorite game of all time?
Yes, it's been my...
I actually know yours. Isn't yours Metal Gear Acid?
No, that's subjectively one of my favorite ones.
Gotcha.
More objectively, it's been my best game for a long time, and it's for personal reasons. It is still Bowser's Inside Story.
Oh yeah. I think you told me that.
And that is because I have a deep history with Mario. I've played most of the games. I'm never going to say I played everything of a franchise because I exclude a lot of things. And in Mario's case, I exclude more than usual because I don't really consider looking at sports games and the party games. And I'm pretty sure most of the educational stuff I didn't bother looking at. But to really get the most out of that game, I think you kind of need to be a fan of the series because it's got in-jokes. It jokes on the franchise sometimes, but like it's just amazing comedy and like some actual unique battle mechanics that are really interesting and make for some really high octane moments. It's one of those games that's, like, legitimately a 10 out of 10 for me. Well, a near 10 out of 10. But it's, like, so close to being absolutely perfect. Which, for an RPG, a game of an RPG's length is really fucking hard to do.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I know, I haven't never played that game. The only, Mario and Luigi, like, game I've played is Partners in Time, and I never even beat it. But I do know that Bowser's Inside Story is apparently a super amazing game because my roommate plays a lot more video games than I do and like has a better memory of keeping track of like what's amazing and like, you know, his things stick with him longer than they do with me. So like I might not remember why something's super good or like remember things I've played and like a lot of stuff I can't even tell you everything I've played or like large portions even of what I've played. Like most games that I play are kind of once I'm done with them, I don't really remember. Like after a couple of months, I probably can't tell you much about them.
That was the
okay. Like Bowser's Inside Story is on his top 10 as well. Like I think it says like number 4 or 5 for him.
Okay, I wrote this in for that answer, so I have to write it down. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget because unfortunately, this game is kind of forgettable. But it was the best answer for that question. Oh, cool! Yeah, we're finally going to Metal Island.
Yeah, we're heading to Middle Island for the first time.
So, what is your answer? The one game that you managed to finish.
So, my favorite game of all time is still Mass Effect 3. It actually changed, I should say, from Mass Effect 2 to Mass Effect 3 upon our replay of it, I think. Or my last replay of it, it might have been.
That is a very interesting choice.
So... It used to be Mass Effect 2, but I realized that, like, the story of Mass Effect 2 is, like, a lot of it is just, like, in-between stuff. And, like, Mass Effect 3 is, like, this culmination where it all comes together and, like, everyone's there. Like, all the people that were cool across all 3 games are there. And, like, story-wise, it's really cool. And, like, there's some things that I feel like, people don't like I know a lot of people don't like the PTSD kid and like what that all symbolizes.
Oh yeah, that was a drag.
That's the thing they like struggle to like piece together what that symbolizes and stuff. But I feel like over time I've come to like like, yeah, no, I get what they're trying to do with that, and that's fine. But like the big build up to it, and like, I know another thing people don't like is that like, and spoilers, if you haven't watched our playthrough of it, go watch it. But big spoiler for the ending of Mass Effect 3. It boils down to like how you're gonna save the universe, and it's like one of three things, three options of how you can save the universe. But no matter which option you pick, with like a debatable interpretation of one of the three, Shepard is going to die. So your player character is going to die. But I think that's a fitting end, like to Shepard. And we'll see now, because they are making a Mass Effect 4. I don't have much hope in it, just because BioWare isn't what it used to be, and it's owned by EA and all that jazz. So, yeah. But no, Mass Effect 3, it was just this huge, big emotional like payoff for me. And the Citadel DLC to this day is like, mwah, 10 out of 10. Like, all the characters that I love from that series are there, and you're like celebrating just the characters of that game in that DLC. So, yeah, Mass Effect 3.
I mean,
for now.
I discussed this at the end of our LP. It's probably not the actual end. I don't know if we did the DLC after the fact or like right before the end mission. But I think
we did it right before.
I think we discussed it before, because this was like the big part of the LP. It was like the one thing that everyone kind of banged on BioWare for. And the first thing that we kind of mentioned was like at the beginning, like baseline, there was only 2 options. You had to do extra stuff to get the third one, and I think the third one was like kind of the better option, at least for I don't know if we both picked it or I just picked it.
Yes, we both picked the third option. But yes, so the system has a thing where it's based on how much side content you do affects like how well the final battle goes to save the universe, to save the galaxy. And because of that, if you don't do like in the original version of the game, if you don't do like literally everything, you do not get the third option. Eventually, because the DLC adds stuff you can get, you don't have to do everything come the current release of the game to get the third option.
Yeah, but
and you also had to play the multiplayer back in the original, because the multiplayer gave like an amplifier to your score. So you had to do everything and then like play some of the multiplayer to like get that bonus to get the third option, which I did have to do my first run of the game.
So the other thing that we discussed was like, it's okay that Mass Effect eventually wanted to go into like, these very like kind of like god level changing the universe stuff. I'm okay with that. I think the problem with what they were doing was that it didn't transition well into that, because this is kind of like very high level sci-fi, and I think before then they were doing kind of regular sci-fi, and we need 400 of something, and apparently that's really expensive.
400 berries.
That is
to buy this thing we need for a side quest.
God, that is gonna be a lot. Wait, is this V's request? Is this where it's going?
Yeah, I believe so. This is the thing we need for V's request.
Okay, so we'll have to think about that and bank some stuff. So
apparently this one's on sale. It normally starts at 600.
We're poor. Can we just murder hobo you to get it? I mean, we're kind of getting there, buddy. So how about we just hold up your store and get it? So yeah, I think that I understand why people were. I mean, it wasn't as bad as what people said, because people were like getting really hyperbolic about it. But I can understand why people had problems with it, because it's got issues. I like the ending, but I think it could have been blended better with the game itself to kind of like up to this moment, and like start like kind of seeding throughout the game of like, hey, this is gonna, he's gonna decide the fate of all of the galaxy here. Like, he's gonna maybe like actually upping the Jesus like an analogy a little more.
Mm-hmm.
Even though, like you discussed before, he is essentially basically Jesus anyway.
Yeah. I wrote a whole paper on it for college.
Because on this channel we get deep into it. This better be the best item ever.
Well, so she somehow managed to pay for it because she had 400 berries, apparently.
Oh, she just spent her entire, like, princelessly...
Yeah, so now we're getting the how she had that much.
I stole it from you guys. I guess that's why this was a 1-star quest. I still have like 600 berries left over. I was just mad that she took all my money. Oh, is this to actually, like, fix her sisterly relationship?
Yeah, this is the quest to fix her sisterly relationship. So this is the one where we, like, her sister wanted something, and we ran into the person who had that, and they wanted something, and so it's a long train of items, and this was the last one, was on Metal Island. So, like, the difficulty of this was we had to get to Metal Island, which cost a lot of money, and so I did the whole duelist side quest to make it cheaper so that we could do this side quest. It was, like, the whole reason why I wanted to go to Metal Island in the first place. That's how it started us on the duelist, like, become master duelers. Now I'm in it for the dueling, but, you know, while we're here, we're gonna grab the item for this.
Well, yeah, if the guy's literally right there.
Yeah.
So, speaking of story, that is actually our next square, is best story subjectively. Or objectively, I don't know what you picked.
I did it subjectively. All of this is subjectively. It's all, you know, nothing's objective. This is all just my opinion.
But,
yours might be different.
I'll flip. I mean, I try to be, like, objective, subjective. Like, I'm trying to find, like, the best legit thing. It's not like, I mean, some of these are my favorite sort of things for, like, personal reasons, but it's like, I am trying to, like, pick, like, the best thing that I can think of. But, I don't think this should be a surprise. I have discussed this many, many times, and it does occupy my thoughts oddly a lot, and I had to spread this out across the list because I did want to put them eventually somewhere. Best story is the one that we mentioned earlier. It is still Metal Gear Acid, because the reason why I love that game's story, it is the best thing about that game, because the gameplay is such a drag that it is a fucking, like, I think objectively it's probably like a 6.5 out of 10. But it is the most insane story that I have yet seen. It really gets like at points like a true atmosphere of paranoia for me, because it's like I legitimately go through it and I'm like, I had no idea what was gonna come next, because it was just throwing so much shit at the wall all the time. It's like I couldn't get a grasp of what was even happening, to the point that they ended up, like, pulling together a plot line where our protagonist was turning into the villain, and he, like, didn't know it. And it was like he was drawn back there to finish the thing that he'd started, that he had to have complete amnesia about. And it was just, like, completely ridiculous, and one of the most interesting stories I have yet seen. 'Cause, like, every moment, every, like, chapter was like a WTF moment. What the hell are you talking about? So, I mean, I've thought about it many, many times. I actually originally planned to do, like, a really long, like, Redux review about it way back. It's just I didn't really find the time to do it. And I think kind of our LP of the game kind of speaks for itself. We went through the whole game kind of in depth, so I think that kind of speaks for what I wanted to say about it. So yeah, that is my favorite video game story.
Gotcha. So my favorite story from a video game is Dragon Age 2, actually. So you might think that it's Mass Effect 3, but I think Mass Effect 3 is great because across all 3 games. Like, you need to play all 3 to get why Mass Effect 3 is great. Like, it's part of the trilogy. Dragon Age 2 is a standalone game. It references events that happen in Dragon Age 1, or Dragon Age Origins, which is what the first game's called. But you don't play as the same person as you played in Dragon Age Origins, because across all the Dragon Age games, you don't play as the same person. Albeit Inquisition does have a lot of callbacks and, like, characters coming back from across the series, but Dragon Age 2 doesn't have as many. Like, there's characters who show up, and, like, if you know them, you know them. If you don't know them, you don't have to know them. But Dragon Age 2's story, and we'll one day probably play it on this channel, is a super interesting an amazing story, in my opinion, of like the story of a city and the story of one person's impact on that city, or like the story of that one person in tandem to that city. So it's about Hawk, like the player characters, just like your Shepard and Mass Effect. Here, your last name is Hawk, first name whatever the fuck you want it to be. And you end up, because of the events that are happening in Dragon Age Origins, you end up at the beginning of the game having to flee your country, and you end up as a refugee in the city of Kirkwall. And you essentially, throughout the years that you're in Kirkwall, because the story spans years, rise through the ranks and get a better life for yourself and all this other stuff. Meanwhile, other shit is going on in the city, and you're witnesses to all these events in the city, and that stuff kind of like, I don't want to spoil things, but eventually like culminates in like big shit in the end. And
you probably shouldn't spoil things if we're gonna consider them in the future.
It's a really cool game. All the characters in it are like great. There's a fun narrative to it because the entire game is actually being told by one of the NPCs in the game. The entire game is being told from that NPC to another person. So it's a recount of the events. And that eventually pays off because those two talking is actually the start of Inquisition. So when you comes Inquisition, they didn't forget about the fact that those two are talking. Because at the start of Inquisition, those two characters both show up and they're like, yeah, we were just over there like going over like what happened in Dragon Age 2. So like it's this fun narrative because like what happens is every now and again between like chapters and stuff, you cut back to them in the interrogation room where like the one person's being interrogated, and they play coy or they have fun moments, and they're just a really fun character. They're my favorite character across all of the Dragon Age series. But yeah, we'll have to get to that game one day. But 10 out of 10, like I wasn't expecting it to be as amazing as a story as it was, especially because like I have friends who didn't seem to get elements of the story, so they like jokingly made fun of the story, like an element of the story. And I think it's because they failed to like grasp the actual like what's being said there. But I don't want to go into that because that spoils stuff. However, another thing though, Dragon Age 2 is like the black sheep of the Dragon Age series. And it's because a lot of the resources in Dragon Age 2 are reused. Like that's the biggest complaint I remember seeing, is that a lot of the resources across, not reused from previous games, but like essentially there's like the same map and like different hallways will have collapsed rocks blocking your way, but you'll go through like this same essentially dungeon a million times. They have like 4 or 5 of those, and they just kind of keep reusing it, and it's supposed to be a different place, but the map is the same. And yeah, that's not as good, which is part of the reason why it's not my favorite game of all time, but the story itself is super good. So just like, Metal Gear Acid having some gameplay elements that don't resonate, and especially with fans of that particular series, Dragon Age 2's game, like, I think the gameplay is fine, like the abilities and stuff, but like some of the level design and stuff isn't all that amazing. And yeah, we'll have to eventually play that game. Anyway, yeah, we can move on to favorite art style, and you start first, and then this is one of the ones I have blank for the people who can't see mine. And so we'll get to why that's blank, but I'm just prefacing that I'm not going to bring up a game in this one.
Okay. Well, you can start playing the game again. Now, if you've been keeping up with my output, you might consider this one to be kind of locked in, because I did mention how great this looked, and if this game was released again today, I think it would exactly fit, because basically everyone's still obsessed with pixel art. So kind of oddly enough, that leads us to games from like 20 years ago, and now like retrospectively looking amazing. Okay, so this is going to be us getting the side path. But I am not going to pick Super Castlevania 4, even though it is a definite second pick. Because my actual pick, I have thought about this a little bit. I think it's a little bit better. It's got a better variety, and they put a bit more resources behind it. I'm going to be picking Symphony of the Night, because it's kind of It's kind of that team's magnum opus, really. Because I would say subjectively, Aria of Sorrow is still the better Castlevania game because it has the obviously more interesting plot point. But I think Aria of Sorrow, for whatever you think about it, was kind of more not planned to be great. I think it just accidentally, like, when it was released, when the time that the developers had to work on it, it just kind of accidentally became the best Castlevania game ever. I don't think they really planned on it being, like, the big event that it ended up being. But Symphony of the Night was, like, the big fucking game. It was, like, this was the opportunity developers had to finally flex into Metroidvania. They put tons of fucking effort behind it to make it work. And it just has some of the best fucking pixel art you'll ever see. Like, from the monster designs. Like, the backgrounds are amazing to the point that the people who made the game drew, like, in a video game, legitimate portrait art on some of the backgrounds. It is incredible for a fucking PlayStation game, and it still looks, to this day, utterly amazing. Like, it would take a true, like, development team to outdo them. And, again, for the game that they were just starting to actually do Metroidvania, that was the game that broke them into that genre. It is utterly incredible. It is a Metroid Prime level, like, everything coming together to work out. And it just shows. It's absolutely stellar stuff.
Gotcha. Okay, so mine is blank for this, and part of the reason for that is, to me, a lot of games don't have, like, an art style that, like a lot of the games I've played in my life, I'd just be like, it's just better graphics than, like, you know, the years before it. Like, a lot of them, like the Paper Mario series is, like, probably one of the only ones that I can, like, in my brain that immediately comes to my mind. I'm like, yes, that's a unique art style. Like, they're going for a distinct art style. Otherwise, it's just like, is it cartoon, anime, or, like, normal? And or realistic. I'll say that instead of normal, because normal makes the other ones sound like they're not normal. But, like, is it trying to be cartoony? Is it trying to be anime-y? Or is it trying to be, like, look like real life as close as possible? And I just kind of feel like over time we just get better quality of that because the graphics go up. So, like, a lot of the times I can't think of too many games that have, quote-unquote, they're going for a unique art style that I've played. And, like, this is part of my, you know, fallible memory, right? I'm sure there were games I played that had really cool art styles. In fact, there are some on this list that have really good art styles. It's just, like, there's nothing that, like, meshed in a way that, like, my brain said, yes, this is super cool art style. Like, Paper Mario's neat, but I wouldn't call it, like, my favorite art style. There probably is something better. But, yeah, so I don't have anything. Maybe one day there'll be something that fills the spot, but, yeah. So let's move on to the next category, which is not a favorite game. It's the I'll finish it someday categories. So it's something that intrigued us enough that, like, we know we have to come back to it.
Well, considering that you just came to the table with a bunch of excuses about why you couldn't pick anything, why don't we flip flop and you put on
Go first.
That one?
Okay, so my game I'll finish one day is Amori, which is an indie game on Steam. It's really dark, like, trigger warnings for anybody who might want to go play it. It deals with a lot of really dark and emotional like, stuff, and it was recommended to me by a friend. It's got a, like, what's the game Ness is from? Mother?
Earthbound.
It's got, like, a Earthbound, yeah, Mother Earthbound series. It's got, like, an Earthbound Mother thing, like, going, so, like, but it deals with, like, a lot of it's, like, psychological like, stuff, as you play as this kid named Amori, who I never finished the game, so I don't know what's wrong, but, like, clearly something horrible has happened to this kid, and I don't know what it is, and I need to go back to it, because, like, my friend stumbled across this, he played it, and it's, like, in his top 10 games of all time. From what I played of it, it was super cool. Like, I was really enjoying it. I just don't remember what happened. I think I got busy with something in my life, and I never got back to it. And I've had other friends now who have played it, and, like, all of them think it's amazing. There's great music in it. There's really cool hidden shit in it. So, like, one thing is, if you know me, I'm the kind of guy who runs around a lot in video games trying to find everything that's like hidden behind every corner. Like I'm the guy that's like, if there's a hallway that I can walk down, I'm gonna walk all the way down to the end of it. If there's nothing there, I'll just turn around and walk back. Other people aren't that. So like, I ended up finding a hidden boss in that game because I just interacted with everything I could, or if something looked like maybe I could interact with it, I'd try. And there was something my friend didn't even know you could interact with that I ended up interacting with and finding a hidden boss, and that was really cool. That was like a fun experience where like, because he was watching me play, because he wanted to see
then
my
that boss
reactions.
flattened me into the dirt, and I got sad.
I beat it, but it was pretty cool. And yeah, the game's got like a JRPG style. You got different party members, and yeah, it's a very interesting game, and it's all this like scribbly hand drawn like art style, so like it looks like it's from like a children's like coloring book kind of. And the main character Omori has no color, so like everything else has color to it, but Omori doesn't have color to him. Like he's just black and white, and that speaks to like his emotional state, and like whatever's happened to him. And I have to go back and I have to finish this game because it was really fun. It was really cool.
Yes.
So I'm assuming you don't have anything for this because you had me go first, but we can pass it on to you unless you have anything.
No,
to say
I have now finished all of the blanks. I have
Okay.
all 20 whatever. I have 20 plus answers.
Gotcha.
But this was actually you know me, I'm the opposite of you. I thought that you would have more interesting of the time of this question because you are the captain of not finishing things.
I mean,
but
I could put a lot of stuff in that category. That's definitely true. I just chose this one above all else.
But I knew, like, this is one of the easy ones for me because I knew the answer to this one immediately when I saw the question, because it was the one game that I put down for the odd reason that it was so good that I didn't want to finish it. I just wanted to leave it, probably not permanently unfinished, but like unfinished for a long time because it was too good. I never wanted it to end, which is insane. But
This is a very interesting thing.
But my answer for this was Chrono Trigger, because I got to what sounded like it was leading into the final battle, and I was like, I think this was like a long time ago when I was working like a job where I could actually play games during work time, because the boss of that job just did not give a shit. So I put that one down because that's when I was emulating DS games and I really needed something to do. I always heard that Chrono Trigger was one of the better games. It was incredibly fantastic. The time travel aspects, the variety of stuff they have you do, the vibrant characters, it was just incredible. And I'll probably find the time one of these days. Honestly, I probably still have the old save, to be honest, on this computer. Or maybe somewhere else, I don't know. Because I probably would have brought up my laptop with me back in the day. But yeah, I knew what my answer was going to be to that question immediately, because I had literally an exact answer for it.
Gotcha. So we found a hidden boss, by the way, now.
Oh, can you defeat someone who can throw cards at your face? Who can summon people via the power of holograms?
We might want to pause the conversation here while we focus on the fight.
Well, I mean, yours is next, so, I mean, it's kind of dependent on you going next.
Personal impact. Next is big personal impact, like another blank spot for me.
Really? I mean,
yeah.
I had a hard time picking that one, I'll be honest, and my answer's kind of a bullshit. Well, everyone says it, that one, but to be honest, it's the correct answer. But I mean, it was hard for me to pick one, but I managed it. Because personal impact is kind of hard. Because it has to be like something like a really meaningful. Oh,
what's she doing? Everybody's attack is down.
Her gimmick is that she just random.
She has a roulette, yeah.
So this has nothing to do with the Duelist Kingdom stuff that we actually came here to do.
No, this is just a hidden boss I found.
Well, I mean, she is annoyed. We dug into her bedroom, and her bedroom also just has a giant hole in it for no reason. Oh, wait, no, there was a giant hole behind the painting.
So what happened was we found a hole, we dug into it, and then we dug so deep we crashed into her room? So I think we made that hole when we came in, is what I think happened.
Well, Kabu, you are a fucker. Congratulations, look at the consequences of your actions. I mean, that did do 4 damage, even though naturally it does 3 damage.
What's that do? Oh, that's a lot of damage.
I have no idea what just happened.
She hit us with a thing that did 5 damage. Because that's what she rolled on the thing.
Okay.
So I'm gonna heal Kabu up.
Yeah, I mean, even our tank needs the healer. As per the obvious fucking... the obvious fucking Memorpager joke. What the hell is the healer doing? I don't know if that's worth using. I mean, that's gonna take up Leaf's turn. But then again, like, Leaf's freezing ability doesn't seem to be doing all that much right now. Considering...
I mean...
Chomper.
Yeah. Chompy ends up doing, like, 1 more damage because of it, but it doesn't steal their turn, which used to be the big deal with it.
Oh, she gets 2 turns.
So, my guess is that actually... Ow. So she rolls the dice, and then whatever she gets on the dice is how much damage... That's a heal, it looks like.
Great.
That is hard to time when the block is going to be. Holy butts.
Well, you've had plenty of hard times timing these dodges. I mean, considering it usually does, like, between 1 and 2, that was a pretty heavy hit for Kabu.
Yeah, I might switch to having Kabu use abilities, because we're getting mana back every 2 turns. So there is, like, it makes, like, abilities not cost much, but I think it might be worth more than the freeze? I don't know.
Well, for being an optional...
It'll heal him, because if he does more damage, he'll heal. What's that? Everybody poisoned?
Yeah.
That's not that bad.
Oh, I can definitely see what the hell you were talking about. That has a weird hitbox to it. Like, you have to hit dodge, like, right when it hits the ground.
Oh, we can't use skills while we're poisoned. Okay, interesting.
That's not one of our badges, right? We don't have we don't have the poison strat badges on.
No, but it's, it must be a thing poison does. Poison makes you can't use abilities. We don't very often get poisoned, so...
No. So we never realized this utterly paralyzing special edition. Special
feature. What's she gonna do this time? Everybody's asleep. That's fine, because sleep heals us.
Yeah, but look at how much damage Kabu is taking. Also, how he's the only one who can attack. What the hell is...
That's fine.
Oh, we need Leaf to do Frozen Drill, don't we? I'm surprised you can still pick it, to be honest.
I don't want to do one that's all enemies.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Do a pep talk for the guys who are asleep. You guys are sleeping so well, we're gonna fucking kill the shit out of our pillows. I mean, at least Chompy's here and completely immune from everything.
We're gonna heal 5, that's fine.
Yeah, it's not a lot. God, she has such powerful gambit abilities. It's insane. Because she just...
Yeah, we still beat her, though.
Yeah, I mean, she's gonna die, but goddamn, that was 8 damage in a turn. It was on our wizard. This is pretty unfair for us to do, is like, we broke into someone's house and then destroyed her.
Hotel room.
And then we beat her up for no reason. Well, apparently we didn't beat her up all that badly. Maybe the canon reason is that it's all mental battles. We're just imagining how we kill each other.
Oh yeah, she's the person who originally taught us how to play the game.
And then we beat her up. That's amazing. I love it.
Like, unlock? Can we, like, rest in her bed or something? No.
We guys just get out of my fucking house. Room?
It's not her house, it's her...
House
her
room.
So what happens if I redig down there?
Well, I mean, we made 20 XP, so that's... maybe there's a joke about it.
Yeah, maybe she fights us again? She's like, fuck you guys, stop breaking my room.
Why am I can't believe you're this disrespectful towards me. Guys, I told you to fuck off. Why are you back 20 seconds later?
No, it just brings us back to the room. So,
oh.
we can go back to her room, but we can't go through it this way. So we can always go back to her room by crashing through the floor. That's funny.
No, you can't talk to religious lady. Stop trying to, I don't know,
And I talked to
break
everybody
her
in this room
shins.
except for the guy on stage, because I seen the guy on stage is going to start the card tournament.
Okay, so now we have to defeat the Elite Four with no, like, prep.
Yeah.
Okay, the Elite Three.
3 battles with the same deck, no changing in between.
That's kind of bullshit game. I mean, come on. That's like you have to go for a general strat instead of, like, specializing. You have sponsors, but you're not doing a show? How the fuck does that work? Holy shit, 25 bucks.
Well, let's see how good we do. We had to pay 25 to get in.
Well, hopefully you can build the best general deck you've got. Wait.
I mean, the decks we build don't target our opponents most of the time. It's just a strat that's really good for us. Here's the tournament.
Oh yeah, that would make 3. That's very confusing math, but whatever. I don't have time to figure out the equation.
So a lot of the characters in this tournament, by the way, have their names taken from referencing Yu-Gi-Oh characters from the original first season of Yu-Gi-Oh. So Serene is clearly Serena, Joey Wheeler's younger sister.
The first reference?
Well, it just happens to be. I want to say this is probably randomized. Like the tournament block is probably randomized. Yeah, she's got the eyes closed because Serena's got the eye thing. Like she's blind or something. That's why Joey enters Duelist Kingdom in the first season.
I don't think she. I mean, she was blind, but it wasn't like a permanent. She's not like actually blind. She's got like cancer.
Well, yeah.
Or a cancer substitute.
It was from an accident, if I recall correctly. So it's not cancer because I think it was from a car accident. But
and because Yu-Gi-Oh takes place in America, he needed $100,000 to pay for her medication.
It doesn't take place in America.
America.
In season 3, I believe they go to America, or like the American equivalent.
We go to a Capcom's version of America.
So they take place. Yeah, I don't remember if it's called America, but essentially season 3 they go to America. But the first season, which is Duelist Kingdom, Joey enters Duelist Kingdom even though he wasn't technically invited by like Yugi.
Yeah, I think he just kind of somehow he somehow bullshit his way to getting on the boat.
Yeah, so all of Yugi's friends hit on the boat, but like the thing with Duelist Kingdom is you needed these stars. I think I think he gets in because of something with Weevil or Rex. No, because he doesn't fight them until
Weevil threw like Yugi's deck away because it was too good.
Yeah, that's off the boat, and that's how Exodia gets lost. But anyway, you started with star chips in Duelist Kingdom, and you had to get so many star chips, and everybody started with a certain number. Yugi gave half of his stars that he started with to Joey, and that's how Joey gets his start.
Which was a huge mistake, because Joey turned out to be a terrible duelist.
Yeah, and Joey ends up getting the prize, and getting the money that he needs at the end, because like depending on if you win, there's certain prize cards, and like every player was given like one copy of all the prize cards, and so Yugi gave the copy of the money prize card to Joey.
Yeah, because Yugi wasn't in it for the money; he was in it for his grandpa.
Yeah, he was in it to save his grandpa, who Pegasus kidnapped the soul of.
He got the ringed very hard, because it was literally the ring.
All right, let's look at because we have some new stuff.
Okay, so he just does Empower 2 seedlings. Which, I mean, if we're gonna be doing that, we might as well just do our Chomper. Or never mind.
Oh, because is the Chomper boss 4?
No, Chomper does more though.
Yeah, you're right. Mother Chomper is. But I was like, does it cost 4? I thought Seedling King might be cheaper, but you're not right. It's not.
It's just a straight upgrade.
And we have a new person in the form of her.
That might. I don't know if that's worth it with randomness. I mean, it might.
It's a boss card, and it turns into any boss card.
No, it says mini boss card.
What's it? Oh, so it turns into one of these.
And some of them are pretty good.
How much does she cost for?
Fort.
I don't know. I think it might be worth more than Kabu, because Kabu didn't really feel like it did anything for
I don't even think we
time.
played Kabu. Maybe we played him once.
We played it once. Otherwise, Monstrous. We're gonna put Monstrous Scarlet, and that's 3 for 3. Plus, if you happen to have like in the later game, they get another effect. That's pretty good. And then we'll put in Dune Scorpion just because it's huge, and then
it'll actually combo with our other card if we get them together, and it's like really late game somehow.
But yeah, so the thing with the seedling guy is we have more options because like this is a seedling, this is a seedling, this is a seedling, this is a seedling.
Yeah. We got like one more option.
Which is also true of the fungus boss. If we use the fungus boss, we have a lot more options. Like this is a fungus, this is a fungus, this is a fungus, this is a fungus, this is a fungus. So like and this is a fungus.
It might be a good backup strat.
But, yeah, if we lose the tournament and have to re-enter it, but for now we'll do this.
The fucked up thing is that we're gonna probably have to pay that goddamn entrance fee every time.
I wouldn't be surprised. You were correct.
Because this game's fucked up.
I think what might be worth putting the last card in. We'll put another Chomper and another Chomper Brood in. There we go.
Well, we got beefy boys. It might work out. I don't know how tough this is gonna be. Especially since we can't play anything.
Our first turn's a wash.
Oh,
they also didn't play anything.
Wow.
So it ended up being a wash. All right.
The game was taking pity on us. I mean, 3 attack. That's pretty good.
3 beats.
3.
3 to tie 3. So
3 totally beats 3. It's math.
Well, it was a coin toss originally. Okay, so we're just gonna play one of those. And
we destroyed them.
Beat it because max is 3 if they win the coin toss.
And they totally did. So she's got insane luck on her side.
She's running the same deck we are, kind of thing. Not gonna lie.
Okay, just throw all nums at her to confuse her. It's like we got nums for days.
We have to play something with attack. We still lost, sadly.
Yeah, we lost. Unfortunately, we don't have the luck.
If we won the coin toss, we would have won that round, but we didn't.
Oh, cool. We can play Dune Scorpion next turn.
Yeah, next turn. But this turn we're going to do that.
Might as well. That'd probably work out. Hopefully it... Oh, it doesn't affect bosses?
It doesn't... Yeah, you can't numb bosses, and you can't numb the green cards, I don't think.
Poo.
Alright.
Hey, how do you like this card? It's got big numbers. Jesus, how is she so good at getting those?
Yeah, she keeps winning all the coin tosses, which is dumb.
You see how we balance the game? Is that we just give her all the RNG stuff. Yeah, just throw 2 chompers at her. Or numb it. I mean, we got a numb card in there.
Nah, I don't think we need the numb, because this is going to be an absurd amount of power.
Oh, she did the same thing we did!
We beat that, though. And we healed 2 because of it, so we're back at full health now.
Hey, bitch, you're fucking cheating off our strats. Well, eat this.
See, this is what we're going to do this turn, though.
We're going to do 9 things. Oh, she's using Paishi? Oh, we wrecked her.
Because I numbed her.
Ah.
I numbed her 1 card, so
I can't believe we only beat that by 1. I don't think this is going to be a good round, but whatever.
Well, so 3, 7... 8, 9. We have 9 damage, and if we win, we heal 1, which we can't. I don't know if we can heal over the 6, but
I don't know if that's gonna count on her, but I guess we'll find out.
We lost by 1, which is annoying because they got defense that lowered our attack. Well, we can just do.
Yeah, it looks like that's
Scorpion.
Oh, she did the same thing.
Doom Scorpion, but she had Doom Scorpion plus a card she could play. We didn't have plus a card we could play.
Fuck. Ah, crap. We're tapped out at 10. We're gonna have to think of, like, strats.
We're good. Her boss doesn't work very powerfully if it,
Oh, we already won.
That. If she plays just her boss isn't very strong, so we won. We're moving on in the tournament.
Unfortunately, you still have cancer, lady. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe, like...
So the next person's clearly Yugi. Because they have the crazy colored hair. I'm guessing.
Yep, that's Yugi.
That's Yugi.
Hey, Boogie. His name is Boogie.
He's also really tall for Grandpa.
Come on.
Alright.
Yugi didn't have a hat.
This is gonna be a tough fight.
Oh, crap. He's got Exodia.
Part of his hair is a hat.
His hair is totally a hat. Or at least it's got, like, a rim on it.
Okay, we won.
But, dude... Like, come on! You can't hurry the cards that bullshit. What are you doing? His boss card is gonna destroy us.
No, we tied, but whatever.
What the fuck kind of deck are you using? Right, did you get Joey's deck somehow? Oh, he's
Oh,
using
we're trading
bees.
everything, Lauren.
God damn it. He's calling our bullshit so easy. How? Oh, we got this.
We won because that bot doesn't do anything.
Why does it say, what the hell does bots 6 mean?
I think if you have 6 bots, you heal 1. I don't remember.
or
I
like-
have to look up the effects.
Yeah, do like Numbnail Brute. Oh, we
No,
tied.
we tied.
Fuck.
Because it numbs the first card they played, so it doesn't numb the best card they played, which sucks.
And they know how to play their... Oh, hell yeah.
No.
Eat your
Once.
face! Pierce doesn't work. Boogie, why are you so bad?
Yeah, we're wiping the floor with Boogie.
We haven't even gotten hurt yet. Ah, shit, she's using our card. And it's still lost!
Yeah, it lost because they didn't have the buffs for it.
Yugi, did you steal Joey's deck? Maybe? I don't know. We should play Scarlet, though. Failed. 1. Oh, we still got it.
Yeah, we beat it by 1.
But that was
a watch. We literally beat him every single round.
we hosed the shit out of him.
Yugi sucked.
Okay, so they're not gonna do Joey because obviously the other last one's gonna be Kaiba.
Well, my guess is once again it's randomized, so there's probably is a Joey we can fight. It's just we didn't get
Who the hell is in?
Joey.
Is that supposed to be Tristan? No, it's Kaiba.
Yeah, Kage has to be Kaiba. Or Kage, I don't know.
It kind of sounds more like that.
You will face true despair. Oh wait, is it?
Who's that guy from Duelist Kingdom who's like the fucked up
Bandit.
guy?
Well, it might be Bandit Keith when he's mind controlled.
Possibly.
I don't know. I might look up who this one's supposed to be, because that didn't sound like Kaiba.
No, it doesn't. It sounds like Edgy Boy, but I can't remember Edgy Boy's name.
What, Bakura?
Yeah, that is his name.
All right, well we won the first
Oh, he's
round.
using zombies. That's why he's edgy. It's because secretly he's a zombie. Okay, play Dune Scorpion. Cheat.
Oh, it's a tie again.
We tied our mini boss. How?
Yeah, well, because
Numbers? What do they mean? What the fuck?
we still won.
It's like, here, I'm just gonna throw out cards all over the place. Oh
yeah, that's
no!
what Spider does.
I can't follow this bullshit. There's too much cards everywhere.
Okay, so we're gonna do this round.
Oh,
And we
you
won,
totally-
We numbed it.
Yep.
I was like, I need to play the numb because I don't know if I can play enough power to beat what they might play.
I mean, you would've tied anyway. So I think you.
So do we win? So this is the turn. This turn. If this beats, we don't even get to play Dune Scorpion.
Come on! Ah!
Alright, oh wait, no, there's still one more round. We'll end it with Dune Scorpion.
Yeah, we gotta play
Alright.
Dude Scorpion. Heart of the cards.
Holy hell, this is a lot of shit. Oh, we still beat him. Alright.
We killed the shit out of
Had
him.
they got both of their coin tosses, I think we would have tied.
I love how he fucking played like 4 cards. He's like, I got the ultimate combo here. We played 1 card and hosed the shit out of him.
I don't know who that was supposed to be.
We fucking opposited him and destroyed the shit out of him. Hey, Carmina was in the tournament. It's just a trophy. Okay, we got 100. Holy shit. That's actually like the first quest where we actually got paid properly.
So, hold on. What if I enter the quest and win it again? Do we get another 150?
I mean, we already
If he
won the
said come back
trophy.
again. Yeah, I don't think we can get the trophy again or the crystal berry, but we might be able to get the money over and over again. I'm gonna try one more time. We're gonna use the exact same deck because that deck was doing really well.
I'm amazed. Like rounds 2 and 3, we completely flattened them.
Yeah, we're against a different person this time first, so.
I don't know if the game's gonna know that.
Janet.
Who the fuck is
Who's
Janet?
Janet?
I mean, it kind of looks like it should be Tristan, but it's not even
I don't know,
close.
Janet might be just not a Yu-Gi-Oh reference. There might be some in here that aren't Yu-Gi-Oh references. Yes, we're just gonna reuse the same deck. Okay.
Do you think Janet's gonna kill us? Like, rip our face off?
Not right now so far.
Why is the first round the hard one? You know when you play the Elite Four nowadays and the fucking first person you fight absolutely wrecks your shit? and like the other 3 are easy.
So I'm just gonna. Oh, we washed. They literally played nothing that did damage, and I didn't want to play anything. I couldn't play anything that did damage, so I wanted to save my nums.
Yeah, might as well.
Anyway, we ended up washing anyway, and this time we won. All right. Cool.
Cheddar, how are you so good at this game?
I don't know. Part of the cards, clearly.
Unfortunately, Boogie couldn't do that either.
Man, they played a boss.
Yeah, but the boss didn't do
beat,
anything.
they didn't combo the boss with other stuff.
Fuck. My not combo didn't work. How am I gonna get him next time? The problem is that's not... Well, now it's gonna do something.
It's 6. This beats 3. 6 beats 3.
What does that
I
card
see if
do?
We can heal over. We can't heal over.
Oh yeah, it does that. It needs robots to work.
Dude, Scorpion!
Dude, Scorpion wins! The power of odd numbers.
The power of a card worth 7 that we always play on the turn. We always happen to have it on the turn we can play it exactly the same.
That too, that's amazing. Yeah, just play the...
Watch this. Watch this.
Okay, never mind.
Just gonna numb 2 of their
Oh
cards.
my god, it worked!
You don't get cards.
Fuck you!
Alright, first round of the tournament.
Although,
over.
I think you probably still would have won on the 8 power.
Yeah, I would have won on the 8 power too, but I wanted to screen them with numbs.
You just want to play your combos and look cool. Which is fair enough in Magic Land.
Oh, we're up against Yugi again.
Hey.
We're either gonna fight Serena again, or they're gonna lose, and we're gonna fight whoever they're up against. Anyway, we already fought Bug Guy and Boogie,
Yeah, Boogie.
Sucked, so.
Boogie's bringing the power of friendship, even though he has no friends.
Although we do have a bad starting hand for this.
Yeah,
so...
just throw that again. That'll probably work. Or throw nothing.
Well, I don't want to waste the num. Although I guess I could have thrown the num and it would have been a wash. But
I mean, you can throw our mini boss. It may.
There, we beat him this round.
Why is Boogie so terrible? Come
No.
on, dude. Like, seriously. Dude, like, I'm starting to feel sorry for you. This is like.
We'll just throw that again.
Well,
No,
you
we
tied.
washed. I'm fine with washing on that.
This is like somehow like some like shitty 11-year-old making it all the way to the Elite Four, and like the Elite Four is just like pantsing the shit out of that kid in like the first round. I feel bad. I feel bad for that analogy guy, because that's what's happening right now. Like, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, and this is the first time we don't have Dune Scorpion. Fuck you, deck. How dare you not heart the cards me? I just feel so bad. He's so terrible. His combos are bullshit. He doesn't know what the hell he's playing. He's probably just picking cards at random.
Oh wow.
I mean,
This is a scary turn.
that is a big number, and it
Yeah,
it did actually get us.
It got us because of he rolled the coin and got it for the defense.
Well, oh wow.
Yeah, he beat us by 1.
Okay,
He's burning through a lot of his cards here, so we got that going.
well, we're
for
kind
us.
of doing the same thing.
Now we are.
Oh, we're not gonna fucking win this.
We might. We tied.
Damn. We're kind of just top decking right now. We got like basically nothing. He also has nothing because that was really shitty. But goddamn, we're actually like bottom of the wire here.
He still won.
Jesus, that was close.
All right, now we're
Oh,
top
he had
decking,
he had one thing in the. We can play all of these cards though.
Yeah.
No, our summon didn't work.
Yeah, had we got the summon, we would have won.
Okay, this is our last round. We got Dune Scorpion. Dune Scorpion, save us. Please. Yes! Oh my god, I can't believe we actually pulled that one out.
Right, that was some bad RNG on our part eventually.
Now Boogie has to go back home and reflect on how he wasn't able to save his grandfather from the VHS tape.
We never fought this guy, so...
Who the hell is Johnny?
Joey. Joey's Johnny.
Oh.
That's very clear to me. Joey has to be Johnny.
Yeah, that's one way to call it.
You better hurry. My deck's unpredictable. Yeah, that's true, Joey, because your deck is a bunch of random cards slapped together.
Well, to be fair, he started out with, what, like 20 cards and just a Red Eyes Black Dragon?
He didn't even start with Red Eyes Black Dragon. He wins it against Rex.
Damn, Rex. You had a good card like that? Oh, it's probably got all coin effects or something. Something stupid like that.
That could be. Joey has a lot of that crap in his deck, like, in the show.
Yeah, he has all the dice cards.
Oh, we beat him.
If Paishi, numb. Paishi's not even here. Stupid. That's not unpredictable, you just forgot to play the other half of your combo. Johnny, what are you doing? Johnny, this is not why I sponsor you. And we're not gonna win this.
No.
I mean, to be fair, he had one good card in his deck.
And it's his boss.
The Watcher's pretty good.
I mean, yeah, but it's his boss card. So it's like our Chomper Queen.
Ah, shit, we should have played.
I played them in the wrong order. I forgot I need to play them in a specific order in case numb shit comes up.
Ugh. Okay, we got him. Because
Dune Scorpion literally never released. I don't think we ever lost around with Dune Scorpion.
I think we tied once with him. I remember he wasn't, like, perfect. I just can't remember what he lost against. Oh, we got this.
We wash.
Ah, damn it. I forgot he has one. Fuck. The Watcher is too good. Wait.
Just do that and see how it goes.
What?
Oh, we didn't get our coin toss. So
why the hell did we keep... That's so fucked up.
I should have played Mansoor. If I played him, I think we would have won.
Come on.
Well, we have this.
Yeah.
This is pretty powerful.
I mean, we'll get something back on it, hopefully.
We beat him.
Damn.
That's what we got out of it.
What did we get out of it? We destroyed him.
We beat Joey.
Joey, you're garbage. Yeah, Joey does playtest his deck, but apparently he's too stupid to realize that his deck is garbage. He's like, if I get this with this third card, that's how I win.
Every time we win, we get 150 berries.
And apparently it's not hard to win this.
Yeah, it doesn't seem so hard.
I mean, didn't you kind of just pull that out of your ass? That strat?
Basically. I mean, I just built a deck I thought was decent, and it turns out to be really good so far. I'm gonna do it one more time, then we're gonna be, like, fucking set on money, because I'm just gonna throw, like, most of it in the bank.
Yeah, and we'll spend a couple chapters not spending any money.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, we're rich fuckers, so we can play this, like, 5 times.
Yeah, I'm willing to lose. Well, we can always come back here. If we have 25, we can always come back here. Try it again. Yeah, this deck has been tried and trusted. It's won the tournament twice for us.
Well, we have a numb card.
I'm gonna play that and call it a wash, and I wasted it because he didn't have anything to play. Okay.
Apparently, Boogie has anticipated how dumb that move was.
This is all I can play, so we're gonna rely on luck, and we didn't get it.
Literally, luck has never worked out for us.
Not normally, no.
Honestly, I think this game is, like, it's probably goddamn, like, cheating the coin tosses.
It might.
Wait, at this point, like, I remember I said this about, I think it was, like, Binding Stone, like, the game after, the Fire Emblem game after Blazing Sword. It was, like, I thought the RNG on that game in particular was very iffy. Because I remember I said this to myself, it's like, I'm kind of losing a lot more than I thought I would.
Well, we healed ourselves back to full, and he lost the round.
Hey,
so.
look at who's on the deck.
And we win this round, because Dune Spider can be played. Or Dune Scorpion.
Hey, have you seen this Red Eyes Black Scorpion? It's pretty cool.
Our Red Eyes Black Scorpion. That actually literally is Red Eyes. It is black and has red eyes, so you're right. It is Red Eyes Black Scorpion.
It's almost surprising that Johnny didn't play that card. Because apparently whoever...
Wow, that washed.
Yeah, I'm surprised that happened. I mean, we're up to 9, so we got lots of options. Oh, come on, we washed? Seriously?
We washed because he got the coin toss on his defense card.
Ugh. Game, you are a cruel bastard.
Well, he can't numb our cards, so... because they're boss cards.
And we wrecked the shit out of his play. I mean, he's got, like, he's top decking right now, so we have, like... Oh, you got this.
This is a wash. No, it's a wash, because he numbed my own
Fuck!
that does damage.
Damn. I can't believe his top deck actually worked. Damn, we're up. I guess we're just doing the same fucking thing.
Yeah, but he got Heart of the Card, so he beat us. So he got his coin toss.
I am seriously gonna beat up the judge over this.
If he gets the coin toss, he beats us. That's so dumb. He keeps getting all the coin tosses.
Yeah, he's won like fucking 3 of them in a row.
Alright, we won this one though.
Like, we actually have to play for skill. He's literally just playing on luck. Come on. Oh, now he numbed one of our cards. Fuck.
Which causes it to be a wash.
No, he beat us straight up. Okay, let's numb him and fuck him. Fuck.
He's gonna play his boss though. Like I know he is going to.
Yes, but
might
we
be able to
no.
because we numbed. Yes, we did because we numbed. We did beat him because we numbed.
Okay, now let's take that coin that the judge has and I don't know. Just look at the other side of it. Yugi, you're cheating! What the fuck? This coin has 2 heads.
So the one person we've never fought is that person in the lower right-hand corner who lost, so...
I don't even remember what his deck was made out of. Zombies?
Yeah, his deck was zombies.
Okay, we got this card. It's kind of a shame how many...
Though. I'm willing to play it to make it a wash, so there's that.
Okay, eat this umbrella guy.
It's a wash again, but I'm willing to do it. I'd rather have the first couple rounds be washes than losses, so...
Okay, what's your plan? We got options here.
We beat them. That's what we do.
I mean, that is what we do, because apparently in the Elite Four tournament of this stupid card game, they bring the dumbest fuckers they can find to it.
And he's just gonna play his boss, which we wash with, because that's all he played.
Damn it. I can't believe his Empower gave him 2 attack.
He does have a different, different boss than last time, I think, though.
Unfortunately, he is playing smart, so, we gotta play smarter.
We tied.
This round is going nowhere.
Yeah, that's 6 versus our 7, so we won.
The fucking power of odd numbers. It's brutal, man. It's brutal. Okay, play 2 numb cards. I don't know. Oh, damn it, that didn't do anything.
Yeah, because we can't numb the orange cards.
Well, I'm sorry, my idea didn't work out. You might be better... No, never mind.
We still lost, and he's gonna heal 1 now.
Fuck. He beat us using our own strat of odd numbers.
We're at the point where we're top decking. We didn't numb anything again, so...
Yeah, and he has defense.
He won. We might drop out of the tournament here, boys.
Shite. Unless we can get, like, some real good shit.
Okay, well, we won this round.
Okay, we're tied up, so we have a chance. But at this point, we got, like, nothing. Okay, we put in a chomper. We got this.
We didn't have to. We could have just played Dune, Scorpion, and
Okay, we gotta... Oh, shit, we still only have 3 cards. Okay, have you seen our stuff that can beat odd numbers?
Yeah, but ours is 10, so we beat him with that.
It's 3 against 2. This is hard. Come on. Yeah, math destroys. And round 14 is when it gets serious. Hey, look at that.
We won that because of a coin toss.
Oh, we actually won a coin toss for once.
Yeah, we won a coin toss that summoned another guy that increased our power enough to win.
No, you have to lose another 4 times. Oh, we're actually going against Carmina, the person that we beat up earlier. She's gonna be super pissed at us. This is the time when she actually kills us at the thing she's actually good at.
Right?
She's so pissed. Wait, she didn't even play a card!
She probably had nothing that cost 2.
Carmina! What are you doing? Carmina! Seriously? Bitch, did you stack your deck with only, like, high-cost shit? Is your entire deck made of Obama honeys? Lady, you've lost 3 in a row! I swear to God, if you fuck this up again, I'm gonna not sponsor you anymore.
That's a wash because she won her coin toss. Because defense minuses our attack, so it became 2 zeros.
How about fuck you, lady? Unfortunately, we don't have any chompers to play with that card.
Yeah, not that we can pay, but right there.
Carmina, you are terrible!
Yeah, Carmina's not winning this very well.
Come on. Oh, poo.
She tied with Dune Scorpion.
She's the first one that managed to beat our power card.
No, Dune Scorpion lost one other round.
Dune Scorpion used to be invincible, now look at you. Your 3 middle cards might be a good idea.
Hold on. My computer... No, so my strat is this. So...
That does look pretty good.
That is... 6 plus a num, is what that is.
And she played nothing.
She played a single card.
Wow, we completely destroyed her.
And we get more money now.
We ripped her
money!
We ripped her head off. It was only a good game because you played like garbage. That was like beating a 6-year-old at Pokemon.
Alright.
Well, we won 3 tournaments in a row. We are now the ultimate Pokemon master.
Let's see.
Well, she doesn't play the game, though. Leaf does.
Alright. I wanted to see if, like, doing this would maybe say their names.
We did. She was, like, our first battle.
I know, but my point is, I just walked up to the first one I saw, but because we don't know which one this one is.
It's gotta be Kaiba.
Okay, this is Kaiba. This is the Kaiba.
Yep. Yep, that's definitely Kaiba.
Yeah, this is Kaiba. Okay, we just never got to fight Kaiba.
Oh, I want to hose that character, but I don't want to play the fucking tournament 4th time. Dude.
He reminded me of Bandit Keith during, like, not the first season, but the second season. So the second season, Bandit Keith, like, shows up wearing a thing like that and is, like, all mind-controlled and evil.
What, is she like the secret super boss of cards?
Maybe. I don't know. There's no place to take a seat, so. So, I guess not.
Cabo doesn't mac on the ladies very well. Hey, here's our, like, super fan.
Nah, he's just mentioning that he's from the same hometown as Kabu.
Come on, let's get some groupies. Game, give us some sex cards.
There might be people around that are gonna give us stuff now that we won.
She's just a bored rich person?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you either get here because you're a good duelist and you can get here cheaper, or you get here because you got money. Because we didn't have the money to get here until we won this tournament twice. Then we had the money we could have got here originally.
Well, I mean,
this is where we can come to farm money.
Apparently very easily.
Right.
So, look forward to part 7 in a couple of weeks when we get on and Cheddar surprisingly has $2,000. I don't even know
Right? I just come here like when we're not playing the game, like off stream, and I just grind money by playing the card tournament over and over and over again. If I did that though, personally, like if I was gonna grind it, I would want to like have more variable cards. So I think part of what made that potentially so easy is I think their cards are limited by what cards we have. Because they never played a card that we didn't see. Like, I was expecting, because that's, like, the big card tournament, that when we went there, we were going to, like, have to face people whose cards are, like...
Yeah, from the future.
Yeah, like, parts of the game we haven't gotten to yet.
Yeah, because they would be literally doing the chaotic thing, where it's like, the gimmick is that the gym leader in chaotic has, like, super rare stuff from areas that only they can get to.
Yeah, so I was expecting to see super cool cards we've never came across. So instead, they just had cards we had.
I will say this, for anyone who's, like, wondering why I'm mentioning it so many times. If you were a fan of the Pokemon TV show, give Chaotic a spin. I would say it does, kind of the Pokemon thing a bit more interestingly. It has a bit more to it. A bit less, I won't really say filler time, but, you know... in-betweeny episodes.
Because if I...
So what's the whole plan here? Are we gonna go back into our quest log?
I want to equip the other TP core.
Unfortunately, you do not have the points.
Yeah, sadly right now we do not.
You'll have to get rid of Spiky Bod.
I'll get rid of Spiky Bod, and I'll get rid of... I don't think we're going to fight thieves anytime soon, so I'm going to take the thief one off, and that gives us 5. And then... Oh, this was only 3, never mind.
I mean, not unless they start getting us upgrading EX bandits.
Well, I didn't have to take it off, because the TP core only cost 3. I thought for some reason my brain thought it said it would cost 5, so...
I mean, there is a 6 cost badge, so that's pretty fair.
Yeah, we'll eventually get... Well, the 6 cost badge is what is making these attacks do tons of damage.
The snail died again.
Where do we need to go right now?
We were either going to go to Chapter 5 or side quest.
Alright, let's take a look at what other side quests we have left.
Why the hell is there so much flavor text?
Oh, we can do V's thing now.
Oh yeah, V just wants to go home.
Okay, so hold on. We have to...
V's got the doll, so we can go back.
Okay. Paying out of pocket, V acquired...
Who the hell is Anne?
Choice. You can now trade with Anne. Well, so... To get the paint, we'll need to find a nice cloth in Defiant Root. Okay, so Anne's the person that has the item in Defiant Root. So if we go to Defiant Root, which I'm gonna just run up to the...
Okay, so we're gonna be doing one small favor backwards now.
Yeah, so we're gonna be doing it backwards now.
Well, when you want to get back to the old podcast topic, you just
oh yeah,
pick when you want to do that.
So we were on Big Personal Impact, which for me, I don't know. There wasn't a game in my brain that like, I'm like, yeah, that personally impacted me. Like, games are fun, but I don't think any game was like life-changing for me. Like maybe Pokemon as like a series, or like Pokemon Silver because it was like my first Pokemon game, because like that's just my favorite thing ever is Pokemon. But other than that, I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember who it is that has the...
Well, I think that's a fair thing to pick, and essentially I picked the exact same thing that you stated, because yeah, I was having a hard time with Personal Impact because I couldn't really think of a game that had like a message that really stuck with me, and unfortunately there wasn't a single game that like started my idea to get on YouTube in the first place. The first one I ever did just kind of just kind of because it sounded interesting at the time, was Metal Gear Solid. And I wouldn't say that game was like... I wouldn't say that game was like super like the thing that got me to do videos in the first place. So what I decided to pick was essentially the same thing. Was the most impactful game I could think of was the first game I ever played. And for me, this is why I say it's a bullshit answer, was because it was Super Mario Brothers. And I think my parents just got a NES in the house kind of for a lark. It was just I think they probably considered it like a toy they thought I would be kind of interested in. And I will say that's probably the biggest personal impact, was because that was the start of me, like, getting an appreciation for video games at that young age. And what essentially was the first steps that led us all the way here, and watching this wonderful stream today on a Saturday. So yeah, not a super interesting answer, because I'm sure that's the answer a lot of people would give, but that's the one I've got.
Oh, hold on.
Was there another
a person she has the cloth we need, but before that we have to give the toy to someone in the Ant Kingdom for an Ant Kingdom souvenir. Sadly, the quest doesn't state who that person was.
Well, it's Anne. Don't you remember who Anne is?
No, that was Anne, the person I was just talking to. So like,
what?
So let me read the quest very specifically here.
Yeah, because I thought that.
So, paying out of her pocket, V acquired this requested toy. She can now trade with. Oh, it is Anne. Okay, we'll trade with Anne.
Was Anne the person that we got the doll from in the first place?
Well, so okay. From the start is blah blah. Scared V heads to the art gallery to see her sister. Things didn't go as planned. The two sisters remain in a fight. Maybe some red paint made in the golden sediment will help calm the tension. So we went to the golden sediment to get red paint. To get the paint, though, we needed to find cloth in Defiant Rip. To get the cloth in Defiant Rip, we needed to get an Ant Kingdom souvenir. So Anne's the person with the Ant Kingdom souvenir. The person I just came to talk to in Defiant Root is the person who has the cloth. Because they said I'd give you, when I talked to them, they said I'd give you the cloth when you got me, whatever it was. So I'm like, oh shit, they're not the right person.
Well,
so yeah, we have to find out. Anne is...
Yeah, I mean, the Ant Kingdom is probably a good place to start because they mention it in the quest text.
Yeah, it was an Ant Kingdom souvenir, so...
Who the fuck was wanting one? Because I'm pretty sure it's not Ocarina Lady.
Yeah, who wanted the plant in exchange for a souvenir?
Well, let's just talk to everybody. Because there's not that many NPCs here.
No.
How about you, Tiny Child?
No, we already did a side quest, I think, with them. I want to say they're probably a person in this area. Is it you?
How about you, guy with not knife?
Oh, is it you? No.
No, she's just a bitch.
Is it you? No.
You don't get wet.
Is it you? Nope.
Something about crying?
It's not you.
Was it you? How about you,
Nah,
Leaf
it's not
Boy?
these guys.
Why do you have a
got this
3D book? Don't you know 3D is banned? Just don't look at the entire town.
Is it you? No. Oh, but while I'm here.
Hey, here's $1 billion. Wow, this is as much money as I've ever seen. How the fuck did you get it? I trounced some nerds.
It's not that guy, because we did a side quest for that guy already.
Did you know that nerds actually have a lot of money? You just have to shake them down for it. But he said something about a toy.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, it was like, hey, you got a super cool toy. You want to see a trophy? Game?
The game freaked out because the characters weren't in the proper positions because Chompy wasn't in the proper position. Chompy got caught on a thing, so it took a while to load before it decided to auto-teleport him.
I don't know how to make that sound effect from the meme.
Okay, Dolores is Bumblebee and Defiant Root. Okay.
Can't we just give it to the Bumblebee who's here and save a trip? How about we give it to that Bumblebee and then waste our time, go back and steal what we wanted to trade for?
Just beat up the random person and take it.
Well, it is very nice that well, it's not really a D&D like, because this isn't anything like it, but at least we're not murder hobos, because that's boring.
Alright.
If you have to resort to murder hoboing, then it's getting tropey. I don't remember a Bumblebee being
I wouldn't say
here.
tropey, but she's over here. I was just talking to her like a second ago.
Oh yeah, you are a big Bumblebee. She is doing a lot to try and sell this bullshit, even though it's the thing that they want anyway.
And then we got the cloth, and the cloth we can trade at the Golden Settlement for the paint, and then the paint gets us to V's sister.
And I'm guessing that's Autumn Village and not here.
Yeah, Golden Settlement's Autumn Village.
Pooh. I can't believe we have to travel. Maybe I should go back to going first on the old bingo card.
Oh yeah, because we kind of stopped, didn't we? Best combat. You can go first. That way we keep moving forward.
I will say this was one of the questions I actually really struggled with, because I wanted to put one of the other series on a different category, because like I said, I didn't want to repeat things a lot.
I repeated a couple things
because I think that repeating things are kind of boring.
Fair
so what I ended up deciding to go with, even though it's probably not the best, was Aria of Sorrow's combat, because I think you get a lot of weapons. It's a really tightly designed Metroidvania, so you get nudged to where you're supposed to be at what level a lot easier than other games. There's a lot of weapons, and they have unique patterns. There's not a lot of build variety, but it is fun to just slash eventually when you get to the end, just slash your way through everybody and everything with ridiculously giant swords. So I really wanted to say Dark Souls 3, but I really couldn't bring myself to put it down.
So you must have Dark Souls 3 somewhere else on this list, because I don't think that's come up yet.
No, it hasn't come up yet.
So mine for best combat is the Final Fantasy VII remake. I really like the there's a meter that fills up that you spend to do essentially what it would be like to use your turn in a normal RPG. And you build that meter by doing shit, beating on shit, and then there's another system on that where if you hit something's weak point, you stun it and knock it down, or if you wail on it hard enough, fast enough, you stun it and knock it down, and then you can do even more damage. And so I don't know, I just really found that game system really fun, and then every weapon has a unique has unique stuff to it, and kind of a unique build to it, and changes how you want to go about combat. And then each character in the game has their own gimmick and gameplay style they do. Tifa, all of her abilities combo together, so you string her abilities together to do really sick looking stuff. And then Cloud can switch between two different sword modes, one that's he's slow but they're big heavy strikes that look really cool, and another one where he's more fast and mobile. Barrett's probably the most boring one gameplay wise in that one. You just hold down the gun button, and then his other one is a big blast shot. And then Aerith, I forget exactly what her special did, because I didn't use it all that often, I don't think. But she can charge her staff, and then one of her abilities is really cool because it makes an area on the ground that you need to be standing in, but any character that's standing in it that casts a spell gets to cast the spell twice for free. There's all this just unique stuff and the how you can go about combat and all the different characters and all the different things they could do that I thought was really cool. And so yeah, that the Final Fantasy VII remake is my favorite combat.
You know what probably would have been a better answer would probably be Smash Brothers Ultimate, to be honest. because like just the
I mean,
ridiculous amount of characters, and I wouldn't say they're all unique, but I think they put a lot of variety into it.
I guess, but I don't know. The combat goes as a whole. So like a combat is like the one fight. So in Smash Bros, you only ever have the one character at a time. So like yeah, there's a ton of characters that can do a lot of different stuff, but you only have one of them at a time. And in Final Fantasy VII Remake, you have 3 of them at a time. So like there's a lot of, you know, you're bouncing between characters mid combat because you can switch which one you're controlling to do all sorts of stuff. And like there's just all this customization and like elements to it that make it really cool to me.
Yeah, I'd say I'm probably not super big on my answer, but I mean it's the one I thought of.
Yeah. So the next category is you like but everybody hates.
Yep, but I want to see this cutscene first because this is gonna be like the big emotional moment.
Fair enough.
We're finally gonna actually put this back together. Are you serious, lady? Okay. I had to go to like 3 different places.
Oh, V's real name is Violet. That just got said.
Huh.
Because she called her Violet.
God, I didn't even see that.
I clicked through it too fast because all it was Violet ... Aww.
Oh, I was wondering if they were gonna skimp on the hug, and I can't believe they actually animated it completely.
Yeah, that was a full animated hug, like a little bit of slow motion to it and everything. That makes sure you saw all like that they didn't just cut to a them standing next to each other, them hugging. It was like you saw the arms move and everything.
It's kind of unfortunate that Violet is hugging her crotch.
Not a crotch, he's hugging her chest.
Eh.
When they back away, look at where the legs stop on Jean or whatever.
French lady. I mean, Yep, there it is.
That V. That sounds like how V would word that. V missed her sister, but she's gonna tsundere it a bit and be like, I missed you, but it was just a little bit. It's like, nah, you missed your sister. But see, V's head was in like the poof of her chest, not in like her crotch where her legs stop. Like,
I'm still gonna glower at you for some reason.
okay, so we have to walk out and then we're gonna come back in.
It's gonna be some like super fancy, ridiculous portrait of us. I mean, of her.
Yeah, my guess. Yeah, no, yeah, it's either gonna be a portrait of V or a portrait of Team Snakemouth.
Team Snakemouth, named after the first dungeon we conquered, and now we can just go in there and stomp flat everything and burn it to the ground.
For a while though, like when we went into that later section where like the Leaf backstory quest was, so the only person whose backstory quest we've never gotten is Kabu's.
Well, yeah, Kabu is too mysterious, and also he's too boring.
Well, yeah, we know Kabu's from the north, so like my guess is we might find out where he is in this chapter because this chapter takes us to the most northern spot that I think we've ever gone to.
It's super ironic that Kabu is the guy who somehow knows everybody, and yet we know nothing about him.
Right? So if we go back in here, is it done?
Well,
okay.
Yeah, Joan said so. Zhuani. No, it's a present for you. I made you a badge.
This one will make the painting of the queen look dull.
It's too green.
Project for I've had this project for a long time, but not the heart to finish it. It's okay, so it's gonna be V, because if it was, it couldn't be Team Snake Mouth if it was if she's had it for a long time.
She's actually a time traveler. And she knew.
I'm grateful I get to show it to you. Or maybe it's a family portrait and it's both of them.
Aww.
Yeah, family portrait. It's both.
Wait,
of them.
that doesn't look like them, like when they were children.
A bit, yeah.
Because that doesn't look like Violet at all.
I mean, it does in the fact that, like, Violet's just a very basic design. So, like, it's just like a...
Oh, they showed it
again. Hug
again.
animation again.
Well, she's also the only one.
She's the only V Explorer.
Yeah, exactly. Huh?
She got a new ability, Sharing Stash, which we don't know what it does.
Didn't we?
And I got an achievement called Reconciliation.
God, it just does not look like her, like, one bit.
I mean...
It's too tall.
It's just, yeah, I mean, they made her legs longer. She's still, like, height-wise compared to her sister, it's still the same. A head shorter. Like, that's what it is, a head shorter. So in the painting, that one looks a head shorter than that one, so... Like, it's just because of how they drew it, their legs look longer than on their normal character models. Because, like... Yeah, they're like, all of their limbs look longer than on their normal character models.
Joan is just glowering at everything, mostly because she has a giant mess everywhere. Wait, we have a free rest stop now?
Yeah, okay, so we can just rest here whenever.
Will you guys
That's
take
nice.
your Venus flytrap out of my gallery? It's eating my art. Okay, so let's get...
I mean, we can also buy how much was the house? Do you remember? There was like...
Oh, we
was
got
gonna
enough
sell
money
the
for that
house.
stupid house.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, how much was the house? And they were here someplace.
I think it was ridiculous. It's probably like 200 or 300 bucks.
Is it this one?
Yeah, it's the one that goes outside. Or like
So
nearly
this person
outside.
right here.
Wait, 150?
That's literally one tournament's winnings. That's easy.
Well, it is the ultimate tournament, quote unquote.
That's one tournament's winnings.
We're gonna go back and win the tournament again, because why not?
I mean, I could.
Oh god, don't do that. I
I'm
was
gonna run to the
joking.
bank. No, I'm gonna run to the bank and take 150 out, cause like we'll get the 150 back. I'm just gonna. So I'm gonna take 150 out of the bank. We're gonna buy the house. We're gonna see what the house, we're gonna check out our cool house.
It's probably gonna have like some dumb badge or something in it.
Yeah, we probably get some badge with the house or something.
Whoops,
the
I
badge
forgot
is
to
gonna
clean
be
out the
that.
house.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be something like that.
So yeah, you mentioned before, the next thing on our bingo card is the game that you like but everyone hates. I had a good one for this. I actually had a couple of good ones, but I picked this one because it's a little bit more hated, and that is Call of Duty Black Ops 3. And it got slagged off by the audience when it came out. Mostly because like Call of Duty as a series is in that weird position where like it's so high selling that a lot of the non-gaming inclined like get into it. So it's not really allowed to be creative, because if it gets out of line, the audience will slap them and say, "Hey, all the stuff you added is stupid." But like, to me, Black Ops 3 had a very interesting sci-fi premise, and like in comparison, it had pretty good characters and a decent story. And like, I'll still say, like, it's probably the most interesting thing Call of Duty has done in the last 10 years. And it's very unfortunate the audience was like, "No, get all this out of here. We hate it. Fuck off." And like didn't even give it a second look. Another good contender is Battlefield Hardline for basically the same reason.
We played that one.
Yeah, no, we played Battlefield Bad Company.
Oh, never mind.
Battlefield Hardline was the one where they tried to do, like, defeating the drug lord type of story. And it felt very TV-ish. But some people were like, no, the story's too boring, it's very tropey. And it's like, yeah, but in comparison to fucking Battlefield, it is, like, even though it's a very typical story, it is heads and shoulders above the usual stuff. Like, it's not even close. Okay, so our house is in the city.
So our house is in the main city, but that person said they're gonna try to open something, and if it succeeds, we get to do it for whatever it is for free. But yeah, no, my game that you like, that everybody hates, and I put Scarlet and Violet, which is still a fitting one, but in general, it's like recent Pokemon stuff. Like, I get it, there's flaws with the new Pokemon games. I'm not gonna say there aren't. And some of those flaws are pretty bad, like, and the main issue is because, my guess is they're gonna move here, if I had to take a guess.
Oh, is this fucking door?
No, it's not. That's not our house. But my guess is they said they were thinking about buying a house in Defiant Woods, so my thought is maybe they'll end up in that house. But the new Pokemon games, yes, they have their issues. Yes, Scarlet and Violet ran terribly and were like super glitchy upon release. But Scarlet and Violet actually have a really good story. And like, despite Sword and Shield, another one that got a lot of hate, which didn't have that great of a story. I don't know. I really like Pokemon. Like, you can't go wrong with it.
Oh, it's this place.
I think it's this place. Yeah.
Hey, we get bunk beds, and also can get on the roof,
which is where the badge is.
It boosts and attacks allies. Attack by 1. It can stack 3 times. I don't know if it's good to give that to Leaf though, because Leaf, we kind of need him doing other things. And yeah, free rest spot.
It even has a Chompy's bed.
Hey! Too bad we're never going to use it.
Yeah, Chompy's Leaf. Why get rid of Chompy? My other thought was it might have been this house, because we still don't have the key for this house.
We can buy a second house. Who the fuck is Madeline? Oh, she's just over there.
Some person. No, she said if you need to leave me a message, leave it with the neighbors. So these are the neighbors. So I assume Madeline will one day return. But yeah, so the new Pokemon games have their issues, but I still find them fun. Like, the gameplay of Pokemon and the act of collecting Pokemon is just so tried and true with me that, like, they're still fun. Like, they still have fun character designs and fun people. Like, I don't know. Like, yes, things need to change with certain things regarding Pokemon. I don't think all of the things people addressed are like as evil or like as problematic as need be. I do think the games need more development time. I believe that. I don't believe the games need to be harder. Like, there are people who say, oh man, Pokemon games are too easy. It's like, they don't need to be harder. Like, they're Pokemon games.
I mean,
they can be easy. I've been beating Pokemon games since I was like 3 years old. Like, they've never been hard games. Yes, the older ones are slightly harder.
I'd probably say that's probably an old fan, like, complaint. And, I mean, you can have your complaints, but I would think I would think you probably need to step a little bit outside of your perspective. It's like, yeah, I can understand that you're bored because, like, the games don't really advance in age, and to be honest, they probably tried to regress a little bit. They didn't try to, like, grow with their audience.
I mean,
but
some of them have been, like, more challenging than others. Sword and Shield was really, like, Sword and Shield was better than, like, X and Y. Like, X and Y were really easy, and are probably still today the easiest ones. But, like, Sword and Shield, like, assuming you didn't go out of your way to, like, grind extra, like, I never felt over-leveled in that game, which was, like, one part of the time it was the problem. But yeah, the AI, like, the enemies aren't, like, master battlers, so if you know how to do competitive Pokemon, you can easily beat every single person in the game. Like, if you have any basic understanding of how competitive Pokemon works, you can beat anybody in the game. And yeah, gyms are still one type, and thus you can just bring the type that beats them and win.
I guess
so, like, that's typically the thing, but like, I don't know.
I guess I lost my train of thought, and I think I was gonna say was that I think at least Violet and I don't know Sandwich, are at least Violet and Sandwich are at least a good like step in the right direction, because at least they added like something new to it, like on a very baseline level. So that's at least a good sign.
Very open world game. There's more to it than just the gym leaders. There's like 3 fully fleshed out stories with different characters that are all both entertaining, and then once you beat all 3 of those stories, they come together for like a big climax where the 3 stories come together. Which like that blew me away. Like when the 3 stories come together in Scarlet and Violet, I was not expecting it to be what it was, and I was like, holy shit, that's awesome. And like I was like, I would never have thought that would be gonna be in a Pokemon game, but like that was cool. So yeah, but because the new Pokemon games, everybody's always mad about something, or some like multiple things. Like, oh man, I can't have every Pokemon in the game now that there's over 1,000 Pokemon. That's the things that still bother people and people complain about, is the fact that like you can't have every single Pokemon. Like the files aren't there to have like you literally can't. Like in some of the older games, you can't catch it in the wild, but you could transfer it from an old game. But there are certain Pokemon that you literally can't transfer now, because the Pokedex got too big. And yeah, they're not gonna put all 1,000 some Pokemon in every single game now, and they don't have the time. That's the big issue, is they don't have the time, and a lot of times Pokemon doesn't have the budget, because believe it or not, from what we know, because these numbers aren't publicly given, but from what we know, Pokemon games are still made on a pretty cheap budget, because they know they can make the money. And sadly, there's never gonna be a day where Pokemon doesn't make shit tons of money. So like,
well, never say never on that.
I guess, but like it's always gonna appeal to kids in a mass amount that I feel like even if like all of the diehard fans would like boycott it, like it will still make a good amount of money.
I think it'll for a long time, at least at the very least for them, it'll make their money back. But I would never say that, you know, never say that like any sort of franchise anywhere is invincible. There could always be a day. And, you know, it might continue for forever, and the thing that might kill it might just be technological advancement, because there could be different, like, mediums of, like, receiving entertainment in, like, a future that we don't even understand yet that could kill Pokemon.
That's fair. But yeah, it is still the highest, you know, the most profiting like, franchise, period, end of story. Like, Pokemon makes more money than anything, as far as entertainment goes. So, like, you think, you know, oh, Star Wars is everywhere, or Marvel Cinematic Universe is everywhere, Pokemon still has it beat. And the reason is why? International market. So, like, even though you, particularly in the United States, might be like, nah, Pokemon's not as big as, like, Marvel, or Pokemon's not as big as, like, you know, other things, it's like, no, across the entire world, like, everybody knows Pikachu. Like, I guarantee you can go to every country, and unless they literally have never... like don't have access to like the internet, or like they're literally, you know, so underdeveloped in wherever you are that like they're not going to know anything about the outside world. If they know anything about the outside world, I guarantee you they can probably recognize Pikachu. Like that is something that like is almost universally, like every single person knows. Like it doesn't matter if you're some old woman who doesn't know video games at all. I showed them a picture of Pikachu, they can probably tell me it's called Pikachu. And that's because it's so big. But yeah, where was I going? I was going to.
Oh god, what were we doing?
I was going to go start the next chapter, but yeah, and then we can move on to the next one.
Yeah,
which
it's
is
the
game you hate that everybody likes. I'm curious if we have the same game for this one.
I doubt it, because I picked. Like I said, I didn't want to repeat things. This is a fucking repeat. Because like, it is honestly the perfect example. The game that I wouldn't say hate. I'd probably say I don't really get the love, but to me it's basically just mediocre. I could probably pick a better. Actually, no. This is probably the perfect answer for me. I wrote down Call of Duty Black Ops 2 because like everyone, like I've seen it on like, you know, on fucking Facebook of all things. Like people, the memes are saying like there are no good games anymore. I mean, how or they say like Call of Duty sucks, there's no good games on it, and then they just point to, of all things, Black Ops 2. And honestly, I think that reason is that it probably had like a pretty good multiplayer game at the time. Like, the multiplayer, I would imagine, is like the thing that everyone remembers about this game and why they put it on a pedestal. But the campaign is so fucking dull. It's so monotonous. It's so fucking boring. And that's what I actually rate, like, shooters on. And I know that's kind of bullshit to people, and it's like, you have to rate the multiplayer too. The reason why I don't rate the multiplayer is because there are factors in multiplayer outside of the game's control that affect your quality, like, your time with it. And I think that's kind of bullshit to, like, judge on the game. Because, like, there could be...
I'll say it.
There can be connection issues, people can be shitty, and that affects your experience. And yeah, it's not the game's fault, but then how the fuck do you rate it then?
I'll say it in a way that I rate the multiplayer of games just separately from the main, like the rest of the game. So like, unless it's like a co-op game, in which case the multiplayer is still part of the story, but like, if I like a game for its multiplayer, I don't necessarily like its main, like, story. And if I like its main story, I don't necessarily like its multiplayer. And a lot of times, one or the other doesn't affect my feelings towards the other one. Like, if I really like the multiplayer, that doesn't change how I feel about the main story, whether I like the main story or not. And if I really love the main story or not, that doesn't change how I feel about the multiplayer. So in my mind, the multiplayer to most games is a completely separate game. Like, I would categorize it as a different game if I was gonna rate it. But yeah. Anyway, I wanted to point out something funny in the story. I sadly hit the A button before pausing, but the first thing they said to us is, "You got here quickly." Because we literally spent a ton of time between this chapter and the last chapter doing side quests.
Amazing.
So we did not get here quickly at all. We did so much content in this game between this chapter and the last chapter.
We've been standing here for 3 weeks. My legs have already given out on me.
They've been standing there for like 2 months. If you count like the time we weren't playing this game at all. But yeah, my game, I'm not even gonna go into why I hate this game. We talked about it once at length in this show. I don't know what episode, sorry, so if you want to find us talking about it, it's somewhere. Go find it. However...
go search it out. We have 150 episodes.
Well, it's because, like, the amount of time I can spend on how bad I hate this game is really long. And, like, we did spend a really long time talking about why we both disliked this game. It was when you were talking about your Legend of Zelda playthroughs, and it's Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is a game that everybody holds up as, like, on a pedestal as being, like, one of the greatest fucking things ever, and it's garbage. Like, I absolutely think the game is garbage. Unplayable garbage. And that's it. Full stop. We're gonna move on, because I'm not getting started on it.
Yeah,
actually will bring it up again, because it's also my overrated game on this list, but... underrated game, go.
I had a lesser opinion about Breath of the Wild. It's like, I still don't get it. I mean, I kind of understand the love. I think it's the sandbox elements and the fuck around element. But, like, Zelda's about the dungeons and the puzzles. Breath of the Wild is fucking garbage dungeons, and I fucking can't stand it. But, yeah, let's move on to underrated. We put down underrated. Well, we didn't. The meme maker did.
Yeah, whoever made this meme that I shared with Jeff.
So a lot of contenders for this. I had to kind of sift through. But I think even this is probably a good one for especially the current time. As we made this on May 14th, 2023. I wrote down Mega Man Star Force because the Star Force trilogy, you never hear anybody say a goddamn peep about it. Like, it was the series that Capcom started to put on the DS, like, right at the tail end before they fucking just dropped it off a cliff. And technically, Mega Man is still off that cliff, because we haven't gotten new Mega Man stuff in, like, 5 years. Like,
yeah, the last one was Mega Man 11.
Mega Man 11... I think that's the thing people don't realize, that Mega Man 11 came out in, like, 2017, 2018.
Yeah, it was right around that like start of Capcom like making good stuff, and like, you know, it was a good game. Yeah, just a solid Mega Man.
Mega Man super solid. It's made old school, and the old school mentality I think is the main problem with the game. I think I mentioned to you after I beat it, is like in order to get away from the old school bullshit, and in my opinion it is pretty bullshit. Like, we should have moved past this old school stuff a long time ago, but in order to get away from it, I had to put it on the stupid fucking baby mode for stupid jerks mode, and that like killed the game. Like, it's way too fucking easy, and like it just completely ruins it. But it's the only way to get away from the live system, the instant deaths, like the spikes, and all that nonsense that shouldn't be there. That's the only way to get away from it.
Gotcha. But yeah, anyway, onto your underrated game, which is Star Force. We should talk about that, because that's...
Like after Battle Network, and people can say what they say about Battle Network, the first trilogy is pretty bad. 1 is mediocre, 2 and 3 go into very bad design decisions. The second trilogy improves some stuff, and 6 is legitimately a good game. But I got so burned on playing all 8 Battle Network games that I was just not looking forward to Star Force. I thought it was going to be more of the same stuff. They weren't going to improve a goddamn thing. It was going to be just slapdash, get it done, no improvements. It's way better than I thought it was going to be. And it's really hard because 2 and 3 after it are not as good. The first one is the best of the trilogy, and that's a problem. But, like, it has a great fucking story because they actually give Geo some fucking character development. And I think I discussed these to you before.
Yes,
Geo...
while we were playing Metal Gear Rising, by the way, if anybody wants to go watch that original discussion, I actually remember when this discussion happened. It was Metal Gear Rising, or Resurgence, or whatever it's called. The one where we played as the one that's like DMC, and we fight the Super America guy.
Well, it's just, there's only one Metal Gear Rising, so if you search Metal Gear Rising, you'll find it.
Well, is that the game? I just was saying maybe we got the name wrong. Maybe I was getting the name wrong.
No, you got it dead on. It is Metal Gear Rising Resurgence.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So my brain was saying there was 2 games, Metal Gear Resurgence and Metal Gear Rising. But okay, gotcha. So if you go watch that, that's where we had the original discussion. But go on, Jeff.
But to kind of simplify this, Geo starts out, he lost his father in a space accident because it's all about space. So he starts out as a completely depressed, wet blanket of a character. Like, he doesn't want to go to school, he doesn't have any friends, he spends a lot of his time staring up at the sky and mourning his father. The game starts, I think, about 3 years after that accident happened, and he's still like that. He ends up meeting Mega Man, who is not your typical protagonist, and the way I described him is that Mega Man is an asshole. Mega Man is just a dickhead, and he's the guy who actually breaks Geo out of his shell because he forces Geo to go outside and do things. He kind of inadvertently forces him to talk with the people who become his new friends, and the thing is that he also punches out like one of the quote-unquote minions of the main girlfriend character. And later on, on 2 occasions, he uses a pitching machine to assault a police officer. It is such a great fucking... It's just the character development, because he goes from this wet blanket to legit Mega Man hero guy saving the world. And it is just fantastically well done. It is such a good arc that even though the villain of Star Force is really lame, like, it just works so goddamn well.
Yeah, isn't it, too, that, like, because in that game, you have the 2 people, right? You have the alien wolf thing that is part of Mega Man, and then you have the guy who's part of Mega Man. And isn't it that those 2 elements, they, like, both become better people because of each other, right? Isn't that like a thing?
Yeah, I mean, Mega, kind of. I think Geo kind of gets Mega to kind of care about other people, but I would say that's more the people, the NPCs that they meet along the way get Mega to do that, and especially Harp Note does, because Mega knows Harp Note from his backstory.
Gotcha.
But the other thing I wanted to mention is that the one thing I thought they would never be able to improve is that they actually fixed the fucking battle system. And it's such a simple thing that I'm amazed I didn't see it, because what they essentially did was they took the old arena style of the 9x9 grids and they just turned it sideways. So instead of being like one-on-one side to side, you're now looking at your enemy, and it takes out so much of the random nonsense and bullshit AoE stuff that it is such a simple and amazing fix. It did have some multiplayer issues, because I think at that time Capcom probably thought the game was going to be bigger than it was, because I think that was the game that split the multiplayer between each edition of the game for like no fucking reason. But yeah, I mean, if you've never even thought about Star Force, I would recommend giving it a shot. Because even though 2 and 3 are weaker, like very obviously weaker, they do still have some moments. They're better written stories than Battle Network, and it seems like they actually tried a little bit. So
gotcha. My underrated game is Dragon Age 2. So rewind the video about why Dragon Age 2 is great. And now let's pause this for a second, because Kabu's talking about Kabu backstory.
Oh my god! This is the first time!
Right? He mentioned that he's from here, or they mentioned that, hey, Kabu, you're from here, you can serve as our guide. And he's like, yeah, I was hoping not to come back here. And then he's like, this fucking wretched place. Like, he calls it a wretched place. And they're like, wretched? Like, why do you call it wretched? And he's like, I only have bad memories of this border. Listen and listen well. And that's where we are.
Every place from beyond here is ruled by the villains, and it all sucks. Even if we walk around their walls. I flew using my cape. It's so crazy. Wait, so Kabu drowned trying to get here? So Kabu is the ultimate immigrant. He made it here, went through every obstacle, every challenge, and he survived. He is the best warrior. Well, yeah, that's because I'm better than you.
Oh yeah, Yin's that, like, slug thing that they're with.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna be able to beat up your older brother. So chapter 5 is just gonna be a difficulty right angle. I don't know, we might be able to meet it considering that we're so badass than when we left the game.
Yeah, we did a lot of side content, so we might be high level. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I walk into an enemy and they just, like, yeah.
Are you serious, game?
So, like, because I want to scan the enemies at least once, we have to do this now.
Yeah, you need it for your battle card. Oh yeah, this is chapter 5, so it's exactly, Mount Lava Lava from the part of the Paper Mario that you haven't gotten to yet. How pitiful. You're just immediately dunking on the enemy.
So many legs and yet you only jump. Well, and steal. God damn it.
Wait, seriously?
No, I put the badge on that prevents stealing. That's right. I still have that.
Wait, how the hell do those, like, Goomba nuts have 9 HP?
Because they're clearly stronger versions of them.
They're still Goomba nuts, and they suck balls. I suppose since we're just going to be doing some traveling, I actually picked a game that we did, so you might have an opinion on this one.
What, for the overrated game?
Yeah, because I thought it would be perfect because this isn't the one I picked for the big letdown because it's not even close to like being like a true letdown game, but I would say it's probably the same thing. Like the first time I played this, because everyone talked this up and it's like the best thing ever. And it was going to be like, this is such an obviously good game, one of the best things that's ever been done. But I wrote down it's overrated. I wrote down Silent Hill 2. because it's
Interesting.
a good game. It's obviously a good game. It's a quality title, but it's not transformative. It's not the best thing I've ever played. And honestly, I'd probably only be able to give it like an 8 out of 10. And it's just like, I mean, even if you know the twist, honestly, I think the twist isn't all that well represented. I think it could have been built up a little bit better, the mystery more drawn out, or whatever. It's just that, it's not... I don't think it's built up to correctly. And... I think the original had a little bit better going on, a bit more better set pieces. And honestly, probably a more interesting story in general. Or better characters, I don't know what you want to call it. I would, after a replay, I'd actually probably put the original over 2. The original was really fun, and I saw some more, especially since the Josh Strife video on the game. I saw...
Yeah, I thought the first one was the better one too, so...
I saw more in it than I thought, and yeah, I'd probably put that one on the top of the heap. So yeah.
Gotcha. So why do I like this? A game that you were surprised that you like as much.
Oh,
as
did you not have an entry for overrated?
Oh, overrated for me was Breath of the Wild, which
we already discussed.
We already just kind of.
God, you.
Well, I say kind of because when we did discuss it, I was like, I'm not going into it. Go find where we talked about it. So we didn't actually discuss it, but we discussed it.
You really have a hate hard-on for that game.
I hate that game so much.
Like, I struggle to hate games this much. Even games that deserve it.
It's the only game I hate that much. That's what's crazy about it.
I've played a lot of shit, so I have plenty of opinions on stuff that's actual garbage. Like,
but yeah,
like the worst Call of Duty game ever made was Call of Duty Black Ops for the DS, because the people who made that game have no fucking idea of what the hell they're doing. Actually, no, the worst game I've ever played is still currently Mega Man Battle Chip Challenge, which is like I would struggle to play that game again, even if you paid me to. It's that bad.
Why do I like this? A game that you're surprised that you like?
Actually, no. I read this question as different. I read this.
Okay, what'd you read it as?
I read this question as a game that you didn't understand why you liked it.
Gotcha.
And that's why I had such a hard time, like, picking something for this game. Because most games, because of what I do, like, I try to analyze games, I know why I like or I don't like things. Because I come up with, like, very explicit reasons why. So that's why I struggle with this, is, like, a game that I liked, but I didn't have a good reason for. But I was eventually able to think of one, and I actually thought of a good answer for this. Because the one that I picked was Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. And that's because when I remembered it, like, Omega Force's gameplay is very stock, and it's very repetitive. So, I don't really understand why I liked it so much, or at least, like, had such a good time with it. And I think that's probably because Omega Force makes a gameplay model that is very... I don't know how you describe it, like, just something very easy to play. Like, it's very simple. There's not a lot to it. There's not a lot of thinking involved. You just run around and basically mash the attack button at things until things fall over. And that's basically the core of the whole game. But I'm guessing that's the reason why I could lose myself in that game for a lot longer than I think I could. Because to spoil my future discussion when I eventually finish Fire Emblem Warriors, because I have actually started playing it in between Elden Ring. I'll get into it quick since we hit a cutscene. Essentially the game is very fucking boring. I actually compared it kind of negatively. Like, it's as boring as Shadow Dragon. And as someone who has played 8 Fire Emblem games, I'm pretty sure it's 8 at this point, That I want to say that's a very qualified opinion of why Shadow Dragon is, of why Fire Emblem Warriors is so fucking boring. So yeah,
I believe a lot of people consider I lost my train of thought of what it's called. The second Fire Emblem Warriors game, the Three Houses one that's not called Three Houses, but it's based around Three Houses.
I forget what the subtitle is, but I think it might actually just be called Three Houses.
No, it's three something else, so it's different than Three Houses.
Huh.
But I think it's Three Hopes.
Oh yeah, that might be it. That does sound familiar. These enemies suck balls.
Yeah, we're beating our way through here. But yeah. So my why do I like this game is I put Lego Marvel. But I will state that it's kind of the Lego games in general. I don't know what it is. Lego games are fun. But like specifically the Lego Marvel games were it's because part of it is I get to collect all the different Marvel characters. But like Lego Marvel Avengers, Lego Marvel Heroes, and Lego Marvel Heroes 2, which are the 3 Lego Marvel games, I have 100%ed 2 of them.
God damn.
Like, so talk about the guy who doesn't finish games. I 100%ed 2 of them.
I mean,
because they're so goddamn fun, and there's so much stuff to do, and it's just a good time all around to me.
I mean, honestly, I would agree with you, because I would never sit down and say, like, Lego Star Wars is, like, one of my favorite games ever, or one that I would even consider very often. But I get why, you know, it's not just that they're recreating, like, stories that we know very, very in depth. I think they put, like, a good... I think they put a good... What?
The only one that does that out of the 3 Marvel ones is the Marvel Lego Avengers, which does the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies at the time. The 2 Lego Marvel superhero games, completely original stories.
Well, at least that's nice that TT Interactive are branching out a little bit.
Yeah, and they're also big open world maps that you can like fully explore and have like a bunch of shit to do. So it's not if Lego Star Wars back in the day is the only one you played, the series has changed a lot since then.
Huh.
Because there are still levels, but there's also like a gigantic hub world with like mini challenges and like races to do and like all this other stuff that unlocks things so that you can buy characters and unlock characters and stuff. So it's a very large and full game, and it's not just like play through these couple movies and stuff. I'm gonna look where all the paths lead because there's a bunch of paths.
I might actually break for another minute to go and do something, so you're gonna have to fill the time, buddy.
Just gonna derp around and look at this area. Although I think I might have fought all the enemies, so I'm gonna put this back on for now. Yeah, this area is pretty large, so... Okay, so we come back to this one's Kabu has a power to remove giant boulders. Okay. Same with right here? Yes. So this area so far is a dead end. So we found one dead end area. We can just keep looking around this. Maybe there's more paths that I didn't... I mean, I know there's a north path I didn't go down, and then we found that one random village, but I couldn't Like, the game wouldn't let me go. I think this North Pass is gonna lead to that shortcut, though, that we found. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Because I know we found a shortcut at one point that led here, because we got here a little early at one point. Oh, hey, lost book. Well, I got a lost book. That was just lying around.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry
so-
I left you a little bit longer. I had to do a bio break for a little bit.
No, you're fine.
So we got across a pond, and there's a beefy bee in the back.
There's dark cherries, which we sell for a high price. That's what they do. We'll get rid of this mushroom.
Huh. Oh, we can walk around the pond. And you are officially badge on, so that's gonna remove a lot.
Yeah, I didn't see any new enemies, like, in the overworld that we haven't fought. So I was like, I'm gonna
So chapter 5 is gonna be a fucking cakewalk.
I'm gonna just walk around and, explore with the badge on, so I don't have to worry about. Okay, so this is where you go to the Wasp Kingdom. So when we have to go to the Wasp Kingdom, this is the path we're gonna take. The other route to the left led to
The swamp?
no, it didn't. The path to the left didn't lead to the swamp. It led to some boulders that I don't have the ability to move.
Oh god, are we stuck?
No, we're not stuck. I just turned around when we got to the entrance to the swamp because I was like, okay, I want to see the rest of the jungle now before we go onto the swamp.
I wonder if there's gonna
So
be a volcano at the end of this swamp. And then I'll just sigh.
This way is a village we're not allowed to go to yet.
There's a lot of directions, player.
If I wrap around this way, we get to where the swamp entrance was.
It's gonna be like, when we're almost 2 at Spearfair, where we opened up the whole map, and we just have to, like, go from place to place and do our objectives by that point.
Well, what's weird is I haven't found our, shortcut area. So if you remember, we actually ended up in this zone early at one point. During one of the early chapters, because we did, like, an optional thing that opened a shortcut here, but the shortcut, we didn't have the abilities to go through the shortcut. Like, completely. So I was like, but I thought maybe now that we're here, we'd find the shortcut.
I mean, at least we got a beefy boy here in the back, helping us out. But well, I should probably pay attention since story stuff is happening.
Yeah, we'll pay attention when story stuffs, and then we'll go to the next category with this game you've always come back to.
I mean, at least that one's gonna be an easy question.
This was a hard one for me in a way.
Really?
The answer is easy, but it's hard because my brain tells me I don't go back to a lot of games.
Well, I don't either, but I mean, this one I can kind of give an exception to. I mean, it's definitely not going to be Jackbox because I barely have any opportunities to play that game, unfortunately. I probably need to get on Meetup and some point and get, like, a consistent group for it.
Maybe. Otherwise, we can try to get more people to play with Adams and stuff.
Yeah, but the problem is that, like, the groups are usually either too big or too small. Like, we can never hit that fucking, like, middle ground.
The middle ground's like 6 people, I want to say.
Yeah. And that's a bit difficult because of how group gatherings tend to work. So he's just gonna go off and beat up a wall. Please don't abandon us, Samurai. We need you. I mean, we don't really need you, like, right now, but we're gonna run into, like, big boy enemies, and they're gonna fucking clock our shit.
But yeah, alright, now that we're walking around again, though,
Oh, here's a new enemy. It's a guy made of spikes.
Okay, so we are not I'm still wearing the badge. We are not powerful enough to avoid these guys.
Jeez, look at how crazy this enemy is designed. This is really good. It's kind of like, what the... Oh, Mimikyu. It kind of looks like Mimikyu a little bit.
No, there's an actual, like, poisonous caterpillar that this is designed to look off of, which I'm guessing is called a Metaspy, or whatever the fuck that's supposed to say. Metaspy.
Apparently it's very evil and shitty.
Yeah, this area has probably got all the poison, but...
Oh, we're gonna need to put on our poison strat.
Potentially.
Okay, so game that I come back to. A game I can always watch, in LP form or play if I ever get the opportunity. Again, don't really ever get the opportunity for it. But, my answer is kind of the Mario Party series in general, but since it's in general, I kind of had to pick my favorite one, and, as I mentioned a couple of times before, my game pick is Mario Party 3. Because I think it was at the point where they, started getting their complicated mechanics. It has a fantastic art style. It is really interesting and cool. The boards are fantastic. It's great. And it's even got, well, it's got a good campaign, and it also has the additional dual boards, which, while they aren't as good, they are actually very interesting, and I would recommend you giving them a spin if you ever do find yourself in that situation where you have the game and one person over, because it's really cool, and you get to directly dick with the other person. So yeah, I can always go back to Mario Party. I've loved the series for a hell of a long time, and actually, surprisingly, we'll be getting to that a little bit later too, because I have more to speak about it. I think people underestimate Mario Party because back when ND Cube were making it. Oh wait, no. Back when Hudson Soft were making it, I think they made like a legit perfect gameplay model that is very hard to get right, as is exemplified by ND Cube, where people shit on Mario Party and say it's all randomness and all bullshit, and it's like, no, I would argue it's half bullshit. Like,
walk above.
Oh my god, they're speaking language. I'll finish my thought later.
Sure.
And I used to be their leader. Me, edgy boy.
Except he's not a leaf bug, I don't think.
Well, that's why he had to cover himself in leaves.
He's not covered in leaves, he's covered in, like, armor.
Armor made out of leaves.
Remember, Kabu's dressed like a fictional Power Rangers character. Like, there's like a TV show or like a storybook or something that is about what Kabu chooses to dress like.
And suspiciously, it fits in perfectly with this tribe. Okay, so they're all incredibly creepy. And also they got battle music. Oh no, it's the normal battle music. It's just a ninja. He didn't even get a name. He also only has 8 HP. I mean, I get they're creepy, but they're not that creepy. Did we stumble into, like, a D&D group? Or, like, a match for us?
Well, there's a ninja. I'd say the archer is akin to V, but the ninja could also maybe be... No, V's not really a ninja. So yeah, V's kind of a rogue, because we're kind of rogue, wizard, mage, and so far they're ninja, which I guess is kind of close to rogue, archer, which is ranger.
Oh, you don't know the classic D&D setup of ninja, archer, and barbarian? It's so classic. Why do you have a star on his name? What does that mean? Clubber. Don't you know the classic D&D setup of ninja, archer, and clubber? Clubber, the class that everyone wants to play. Why does the clubber have armor and also the most HP? That's still bullshit.
Because it's the tanky guy. Oh, interesting. So they have that mechanic where...
Yeah, except they... Well...
Anyway, one's dead.
Yeah, but unfortunately we pumped them up twice. Wait, they all got it on each other? That's BS. 6 damage? Are you high?
They're dead this turn anyway.
Well, Kabu should have enough, like, power to kill the archer?
Well, so Kabu actually has the unique ability of he ignores 1 point of defense, so I'm actually going to save him to attack. Oh, I should have been spending skill points, though. I could have done more damage if I spent skill points. But I'm pretty sure this guy dies.
Well, yeah, especially if a ninja boy in the back.
Yeah, Samurai Guy's gonna kill him.
I'm wondering when Samurai Guy's gonna leave, because they're probably gonna leave early to be like, hey, you gotta face the challenges yourself. Also, we level up. We're level 22 now, considering the XP stuff. You and your metal points.
Hey, we can carry more items now too. That's cool.
Wow, a whole 2 more. We're gonna fill it up immediately. We're gonna be doing stealth.
Nah, I doubt it.
I mean, I hope not, because this game attempting stealth was garbage. That was probably the worst thing the game tried to do.
It was basic. But yeah, anyway, so my game I always go back to is Pokemon. Like I've replayed several of the Pokemon games, so I didn't label a specific one.
Hilarious. You guys are pathetic. Yeah. I mean, Pokemon's just probably one of those games that's just really easy to play.
Oh, that just takes me back. Okay.
There's nothing back there for you. Get back to questing. Kick that rock over. Way to cause a whole lot of property damage, Kabu.
Yeah, I always come back to Pokemon. It's classic. It's good. It's fun. Plus, you know, every single time, you can just build a different team with a different gimmick or a different thing, and then you just play it again.
I mean, that's the thing about Pokemon, is that they put so many Pokemon in, it's now impossible to balance.
Oh, they're gonna cut the bridge on us, aren't they?
Or they're just gonna smash the shit out of it. What? Oh yeah, Violet can fly.
So this is what made it so that, we, don't have the guy anymore. Because the guy is stranded over there, so we have to now get back to where the guy is without him.
Can't we just, you know, be like, hey guy, jump in the water. Hey, we get a yellow save point. Did he say it's not been our year? We've been knowing each other for like 8 days. Although I think technically with all the resting it's probably been a month. Oh, he's also broken. Actually, that's the perfect excuse. He broke his leg. Can't he just do, like, ninja magic and fix it? I mean, even if Violet could get over there, she can't carry him here. Samurai guy is twice as big. Wait, are we stuck?
Oh, this must be the start of this power.
Okay, if I yell louder, I'll gain more powers. Because Kabu works on anime logic. I love how Leaf is so nonchalant about him acquiring all this power. I mean, honestly, at this point, couldn't Kabu just, like, bash through the Wasp Kingdom wall? Remember how it felt to be alone, my helplessness.
Yeah, because he struggled and barely survived to get through here to get to safety from the Wasp Kingdom.
And that's how I had to adopt my persona, because I was such a wiener.
Which I assume we'll learn more of once we get to the Wasp Kingdom, because that's where he's supposed to be originally from.
I mean, we got Leaf and Violet. I mean, Kabu is the one we don't know.
Right. I want to know why Kabu chooses to dress up like the Power Ranger.
Well,
like,
apparently he mentioned before that he has a plan of something.
We haven't gotten to his hometown yet, but in my hometown.
He died too because I couldn't protect him.
My friend Bit, and I. So Kabu had a buddy who died.
They?
So Bit.
Is Bit a
Bit
robot?
made sure.
Or like,
I mean, Bit not binary maybe? I don't know. We'll find out when we get there.
I mean, Bit could be like, I don't know, some sort of like stuffed animal or something.
We'll find out. I'm sure we'll find out more details about Bit.
We don't know this guy! What the hell? They're also a magical moth. Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter too much. Oh yeah, he probably thinks that he's gonna have Violet and Leaf also die, because apparently Kabu's a lucky shithead. I mean, there's gonna be a giant monster. There's probably gonna be a giant monster. He's just he's like preemptively apologizing to himself, knowing that apparently he's the luckiest luck boy on the planet, and they're both gonna die.
Yeah, I like the animation. Like, look at his legs.
Oh crap, he's going Sonic speed. That is really cool. Leaf, look at what you've done. You've killed an innocent monster. That should be close enough for you to jump through it.
Yeah, just fucking messing up the jump.
It's that extra tallness that really got him over there. Okay, so you mentioned the answer for that one, so the next one is just, I mean...
atmosphere.
Yeah, so essentially best atmosphere, and, I would assume that the person who wrote this, probably anyone who reads that question is probably going to be like default, oh, everyone's going to pick a horror game to, like, you know, answer this question, because, like, that's what atmosphere kind of inherently equates to. I didn't do that. I actually went for something a bit more interesting, and I do like my answer. I think it's a good one, and probably the best thing about the game, well, aside from the gameplay, but it kind of ties together. Oh, this guy's actually a bit stronger than we thought.
No, I took the badge out because I wanted to see if there was a new enemy, and there isn't. So we'll just wreck the floor with this guy and be done.
Yeah, I'll use the centipede to wipe up the archer. Get them mopped. But the game I picked, I think has the best atmosphere, kind of has the best premise. I don't know if they're exactly the same thing, but my answer is Papers, Please. I think the whole, like, idea of, you know, being in a fictional communist, wow, that was... Wow. Isn't that like a 20% chance in Pokemon Land for that to work?
No idea.
Screech can paralyze, right? Is that how words work in Pokemon Encyclopedia? Oh, they actually have a flip over animation?
Yeah, they must.
I think they do a lot of interesting things with the idea of, you know, it being in a fictional communist nation that eventually gets, like, really fucked up by political pressures and things of that nature. And it all ties into the cool gameplay, so... it's one of those classic indie games that I think most people... Well, I'll say a lot of people, just not to generalize. You know, think is very, very vital. One of the obviously good ones. Wait, they actually have the ability on each other?
Mm-hmm.
Why is this game so full of bullshit?
I mean, they're gonna die one turn again, so it's whatever.
Yeah, but now he's gonna do 2 more damage, and that's way too much damage. Damn, they both died and didn't get to prove their point.
And I get most of my mana back. Not all of it.
I mean, I guess we're making some money out of this.
I did go with the horror one. I went with Resident Evil 4 Remake specifically because, man, does that game look gorgeous, and that helps with the atmosphere, with how, like, dark and spooky shit is. Well, like, Resident Evil in general could be put on here for me. I really like the atmosphere of Resident Evil 2 Remake. The older ones don't have that atmosphere for me specifically. Maybe if back when that was the height of graphics, they would have had that atmosphere a bit more. But, like, I don't know, visually, you have to look more up to, you know, modern and stuff, and that will help catch my eye more. But I put Resident Evil 4 remake. Resident Evil 7 though, I should have maybe put Resident Evil 7, because like I watched a whole game through Resident Evil 7, and that game is actually like tense and like spooky, because like you don't know where Jack is at any given point in time, and that's fucking crazy. So like that's a maybe. Hey look, big boss monster.
Well, that's kind of the problem for me with Resident Evil 7 in general, is that honestly the entire game should have been in the bayou. I'm not sure why the hell they decided to shove in the ship section, because it brings Resident Evil 7 down so much.
You mean the flashback part?
Yeah, the flashback, and they introduced Elaine or Evelyn or whatever E name she had. It's just like, Evelyn's a boring character. She's not a great villain. And it's like,
well,
the
it explains how everything got there, like why.
Yeah, but who gives a shit? It was interesting enough on its own.
Yeah, but how did the, like...
Who cares? They're stupid. They're fucking bumpkin people with special superpowers. That's good enough for me.
How did they get the superpowers?
Who cares? Who gives a shit? Figuring out the reason makes it boring as hell. I didn't need to know. It's good enough.
All the Resident Evil games have the why.
It's so dumb, because even back in the day, it's like, it's the same thing. It's like, it's more interesting if we don't know. Because your reason isn't gonna be good enough on its own to overcome the mystery. It's just, like, honestly, it should have been written differently. It should have... I mean, I know they needed to, like, introduce a larger world to, like, keep the series going. I just wish they would have done it better. Because it's so dull. Evelyn just fucks shit up because she is the ultimate fungus warrior. And also the fake mother connection and all that stuff. Like, the actual backstory of Evelyn.
Yeah, she's a bioweapon.
I mean, I will say that, like, Resident Evil 8 did kind of the appropriate thing where they kept it in, but they didn't really focus on it, because I
don't know the story to that one.
I think they at least, like, I think they recognized a little bit that, like, you know, the backstories aren't, like, the thing we're here to see, so they kind of keep it more in the background. They don't make a whole level out of it.
I do think that there is that interesting twist in 7 though, of like where Evelyn is the entire time.
Yeah, I would say that's legitimately interesting.
Cool. That was cool.
But that's the thing. It's a cool moment, and that's all it really
like,
is.
Where she's been the entire time, and then you're like, oh shit.
It's the character that we all forgot about.
There's no record of Grandma. And, like, we just keep bumping into Grandma places. She's just there. Like, it's really fucking weird. Like, you'll, like, turn the corner in certain areas, and there's just, like, boom, Grandma. And you're like, the fuck? Like, because she, like, kind of catches you off guard. And so, like, she can be a bit of a jump scare in and of herself. Even though she's not really scary. She's just an old lady sitting there looking creepy.
I mean, that's all you need.
Right. But, like, yeah. And so, it's just kind of this really neat thing that, you know, you're like, as you explore the estate and stuff, you eventually figure out, wait, there's no record of Grandma. Like, there's nothing mentions her. And it's because, yeah. And that was just pretty cool.
Yeah, I will say that is legit. That's good. And I think the more interesting thing is that they put in enough
I put the badge back on.
They put in
badge back on.
They put in enough time between, I mean, as much as I shit on the ship section, between you leaving the swamp and getting back to it, for you to completely forget about her even being there. And then it's like, they bring it back and it's like, oh my god, it ties everything together. How the fuck did they do that? Well, they planned it from the start, obviously.
You do the ship in a different...
Yeah, I guess I forget why
Ethan
like, goes back to the place. Or he never leaves it.
No, I don't remember exactly what the deal is, but, ow.
I will say I actually took the non-canonical path, and I think I gave the vaccine, which was the decision, to the girl who was helping you the whole time, and I think even then it completely fucked up anyway. Because, I don't know, I was like, she kind of deserves it. Like, she's been helping us out the whole time. She's putting her life on the line. It's like, you know, she deserves it. Fuck our girlfriend. Especially since she's not even, like, super jazzed that we even saved her ass.
So yeah, for whatever reason, those enemies that we just fought weren't considered too weak for us, but...
Oh, we actually had the badge on.
Because, yeah, I had the badge on, but in a weird thing... Okay, there's something buried here.
Oh, it's a star piece.
But they still were only worth 3 XP, so... Lame.
So we had our some disagreements about Resident Evil 7, which wasn't even the goddamn answer.
Right. Well, it became a maybe that should be my answer.
So the next question we have is it's a section called Bad Day Cures, which is
Yes.
games that we play when we feel kind of shitty.
Yeah.
I think there's a tiny percentage that we actually picked the same game for this because it's the kind of the best thing that I could think of, because it kind of overlaps with another later category, and that's kind of why I had trouble picking it. But my game is very specifically the original Pokemon Snap.
Yeah, mine is also the original Pokemon Snap.
Yeah, had a thought, and I think that while new Pokemon Snap, I think is a pretty obvious improvement.
Yeah, it's a good game.
I think the problem with that game is that it's so long and so dense of a game that I can't really call it like. You would need to like invest time into it, and I don't think that's really the best fit for the category.
It's not a game you sit down and play in one sitting, but the old Pokemon Snap, you can play in one sitting. I used to beat it between classes in college.
I mean, it's just, you know, how would I describe it? It's like, if you play it multiple times, yes, it does get samey because it doesn't have it doesn't have, like, the ability to, like, randomize itself. So a lot of the encounters are the same, and you would get used to it. But it's kind of like a nice comfort food sort of thing. It's like, you know how to beat it. But, you know, you get to see, like, the kooky cartoony things and the interesting stuff they did with the Pokemon stuff. And you do get the novelty that this was still, like, comparatively kind of early in the Pokemon franchise. Because I think this probably came out around 98 or 99. So, what would that be like? I mean, Electabuzz is in it, so it's like it's supposed to be Gen 2.
But Electabuzz is Gen 1.
My brain is saying it's Gen 2, but I might be wrong.
It's not Gen 2, it's Gen 1, and Electabuzz is a Gen 1 Pokemon.
God, that was a lot earlier than I thought.
It's a Gen 1 game.
I mean, the weird thing about the game is, like, the developers of the game were, like, a team that was brought together specifically to make Pokemon Snap that I think Nintendo just kind of threw together.
I did not know that.
Because I think the company name they came up with was like Jack and the Beans Company or something. And I think that's what happened. Like, they specifically were put together to make this game, and it is such a creative interpretation of a fucking on-rail shooter.
Yeah, game's great.
It's one of the best games that came out for the 64, and that's kind of the weird thing about it. Like, the 64 was kind of objectively a shitty console, and really couldn't compete with, like, its contemporaries at the time. But it came out with it managed to get so many, like, good, iconic games put on it, because, like, Nintendo was at least putting the money behind their console. And I mean, like, if it wasn't for that iconography, like, I'm pretty sure the 64 would have been considered just another odd failure that Nintendo put together. Like, why the fuck were they still making a console that relied on cartridges?
Well, Pokemon Snap's a great game. Everybody should play it.
I mean,
It's
seriously,
fun time.
you only need like 5 hours to do it, or maybe like 6. I don't know.
Nope. I used to beat it between college classes. You can beat it in 2 hours.
Yeah, but can they beat it in 2 hours?
Oh yeah, not if you know what you're. No, you need to know what you need to do to unlock everything. So yeah, that's fair.
I think the one thing that it's not really a super complaint, but I think the one thing that some people would say about the new game that would be a slight disappointment is that they didn't have on-field evolution, which I think pretty big missed opportunity. Because that was probably the most interesting part of the original, is figuring out how to make that work.
Yeah, I don't remember if that's in the new one or not.
You know, it's kind of like the thing I discussed earlier about Resident Evil 3's cutscenes choice. Is like, I mean, it was kind of the iconic thing about the game. Why is it not here? I mean,
I don't think that's quote unquote the iconic part of Pokemon Snap. The iconic part of Pokemon Snap is you're taking photos of Pokemon.
Well, yeah, I guess in general. It's like, it was such a good part of it. It made for some of the best fucking, like, pictures. Like the volcano pit Charizard thing.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff in there because of it.
So, next one is probably gonna be a hard one. And I think that's probably because of the, question that was specifically asked. The next one was favorite protagonist. And I don't know about some people, but I always struggle with this sort of thing. Because, in my experience, most of the time, the protagonist is usually the weakest character. Probably because of the needs of what a protagonist is. So I had problems with it. I did manage to pick one. I wanted to pick a different one, but it ended up getting shunted into a different category, so I had to come up with another one. My second choice for this game was Link, but specifically Twilight Princess's Link, because I think even though he does it silently, that like kind of goes through a character arc, as he goes on adventuring with Midna, and I think it's a thing that people constantly underrate about the game, is that they legitimately became an adventuring duo, and you know grew to really like each other as the game got on, and I will admit it, like the first time I played the game, I super missed it. And once I went through the replay, probably about a year ago, I noticed it a lot more, and it gave the game an edge that I didn't really see the first time. But the one I did pick was Soma Cruz, the protagonist of Aria of Sorrow, because he goes through the most interesting character arc in that game. I think the thing that drags him down is Dawn of Sorrow, because because of the twist that happens in Aria of Sorrow, like, Dawn of Sorrow could have never been as interesting as it. So, because he's a protagonist in 2 games, it just could not be as good at it. And that's, it's kind of a shame, but I mean, the story that it goes on, the character interactions he has in Aria is just really, really good, and I really appreciate him as a protagonist. He's one of the few good ones, because his character arc really does make the game. But like I said, I had a hard time picking because, like, protagonists, they're usually bad characters. Says the guy who gave the example of Geostellar earlier, but then again, he has the same problem. He has a good character arc in the original, and the other 2 games, they don't really know what the hell to do with him. I'm kind of interested in your, like, idea of this one, because you might give a better answer than I did.
Yeah, nope. So my answer to this is I don't have one.
Oh, come on.
So this is one of the questions I didn't have an answer for. And the reason for that is I felt like, at least to me, a lot of... I think I need to hit this block onto the other thing that comes down?
We're gonna need to put a block on the block puzzle.
So I think I freeze this guy. And then we use him because I need the thing to go up. Oh, and it broke that.
And then the puzzle breaks the puzzle element because fuck you. Oh, come on. Are you serious, dude? You unfroze? You have a living ability and you want to get out of an ice prison? How dare you? So while you're solving the puzzle, the next, one is, it kind of ties into the one that we did previously. It's games that you do to relax from off-work time. And, this is definitely a choice that I made of the times because, my choice was Elden Ring. Because currently that's, what I've been doing. Early on in the game, I would say it's probably not as good as the Dark Souls trilogy. Now that I've kind of broken the game in half, I would say that it's probably better. Because I'm just better at it. It's an incredibly dense game. It's got tons of stuff to do. And I think because of the open world idea of trying to turn a Souls-like into Skyrim, means that, unfortunately, From Software weren't really able to make the game up to their usual standards. It is still obviously very, very, very fucking good. But world-building-wise, location-wise, lore-wise, I would say not as strong as other games. And that's kind of a disappointment. But I mean, at the very least, I think the game probably has around, 100 boss fights. And yeah, they need to repeat stuff. But, I mean, if you're looking for content, you're gonna be hard-pressed to find something better. Our dead friend is here. Look at him, he's dying!
So my favorite after-work relaxation game was Mario Kart 8. It was fun. I still haven't unlocked everything in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which is the one I put down, because I haven't got all the kart parts yet. But, yeah, and they added a bunch of, new DLC tracks, and, they're, some of the elements aren't made as well as the base game, but they still visually are fun, and they're new and exciting tracks, and they have some new, exciting, styles of how they race. One of the things I like about the new DLC tracks is, the laps, you'll get back to the same starting line, but the lap will take you on a different route. There'll be invisible walls that move, that will show up as colored arrows. So I guess they're not invisible walls, but they're essentially see-through arrows that tell you which way to go, but they'll move to block off certain paths between laps. So you end up having to go through the map in a different way each time. And one of my favorite ones is because of how it's designed, when you hit the third lap, you're going backwards against everybody. So you're going into the oncoming of everybody else.
Oh, wow.
So if you're in first place, you have to drive through a gauntlet of everybody else.
That is a really good idea. I'm surprised I've never done that before.
That's cool. I'm that's cool. So, some people have pointed out that, the background elements in the tracks are, less graphically impressive than the base game stuff. Which it might be, yeah. But I think the tracks still look cool even with that. But I think some of the new elements they brought in was really cool. And I haven't even played all the new DLC ones because I haven't played Mario Kart 8 in a while. But I'll probably go back to it soon and play some other stuff. But I think that some of the DLC tracks came out since then, and there's some fun ones around Christmas. One of the packs of DLC tracks dropped, and it's got a Christmas track. So that's cool.
Really?
Christmas track that you can play at Christmas. Yeah. It's got there's a choo-choo train that's throwing down treasure or presents and stuff, and I forget what it's called. And then one of the other things that is cool is from Mario Kart Tour, they're bringing in tracks that are based off of real-world locations. So there's Tokyo, there's a Berlin one. I think there's a Sydney one. So you're racing and there's elements in the track that are based off of real life. And so that's kind of cool too. But it's still got toads and stuff in the background. I think there's a Paris one and there's toads at a coffee shop.
Yeah, because you need those. Cool. Wait, it was a light bruise and not you broke your fucking leg?
And I guess he hurt his leg.
Dude, that's pathetic, and I'm honestly surprised that you're that lame. But yeah, I think the real impressive thing about that is that like they were planning to do like either 24 or 32 DLC tracks.
Yeah, so the number of tracks literally doubles the base game. So the base game has, so if you remember, the original Mario Kart 8 had the DLC tracks. Mario Kart Deluxe has those pre-built in, and so it doubles all of the tracks that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe had at launch. It literally doubles when all of it's out. I don't think all of it's out yet, but once all of it's out, you will have doubled the number of tracks of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
And even though the tracks may not be all that impressive, like I think the sheer idea that they're doing that they're doing that is just crazy.
Right.
Like most games do not get that amount of DLC support.
Right. And, you know, the price, depending on, like, you can pay for it, and I don't remember what the price is to just pay for it, but, the price, if you buy the online for the Switch, it's free, and you can't beat that price, because you just get it in addition to that. So if you want online for some other game, and you have Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, you got those tracks.
Welcome to our next ice cream simulator, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
But yeah, it looks like we're at a boss fight, but after the boss fight, we have big.
Wait, seriously? Chapter 5 was that short?
No, I don't think this is the end of Chapter 5. I just think this is like, because if you remember, there was multiple boss fights even the last chapter.
Oh, God, I do not remember that. Oh, it's just a giant centipede of evil.
Anyway, this is the boss we need to beat in order for my poison badge strat to take off the ground.
We get a poison badge from this bro?
Cool. Yeah, this guy has a badge related to poison that I want. And I feel like it's the core badge for the whole poison strat.
So is this guy got Giovanni's music? I mean, it's literally a being made of pure evil. So that's infinity. I think this thing needs to get to like the second chorus or whatever it is in music, because the first isn't all that great.
I mean, I think it's cool, but yeah, it's building to something, I think, and I think it's building to the fight music.
That's kind of the weird thing about this game is like I always constantly I underestimate its music, and then it's like, no, the OST is 6 minutes long.
Bit is multiple people, it sounds like, because ate my friends, he says.
Okay.
This ate my friends.
Sounds like it's getting there almost. I mean, we've beaten super bosses. I don't think the regular boss is really gonna be too hard. Unless it throws toxic around.
Yeah, we'll find out.
The Beast.
It does have one defense. So, while it has the same health as some of the bosses we've been fighting lately, it has one defense, which is one more, which lowers the damage we'll do. So we won't burn through it as fast as the other bosses we fought today.
Yeah, but we've met this number before, so I don't think it's gonna be that much of a problem.
Fair.
It's got like a marimba now going. Then it brings in the guitar. Now that guitar is pretty cool though. Wait, is that a second guitar?
I wasn't listening as closely, I was paying attention to the fight.
Oh, I went back to the beginning again. That's a shame. $66. It's the most evil version of itself now. Oh crap, it's got poison breath.
Yeah, V can't block, so V just automatically got poisoned there.
Really? V can't block too?
Yeah, the badge, the Berserker badge makes it so we can't do anything other than attack.
Lame.
But they do a ton more damage.
Okay,
which is
Frozen
why-
Drill. Time to blow all our mana. Wait, didn't we test these moves and they were kind of shitty?
Well, so his attacks go past defense, so I'm using them. They're alright. It's just the ice. The reason we use Leaf's abilities is because we can block out turns, but we can't do that now that we have the little plant buddy. So we can't take enemy turns anymore. So I'm using them on Kabu because Kabu ignores 1 point of defense, meaning Kabu's abilities are going to be better than Leaf's abilities anyway right now, if we're just doing damage numbers. And V can't use abilities because of, you know, the badge.
This boss sucks. How did your friend get eaten fighting it?
Yeah, this boss hasn't been very difficult as of right now.
It doesn't attack. It does dig, and then, like, it goes to phase 1, it gets knocked out of phase 1, and just has to constantly do phase 1. It never gets to, like, to the attack part. Maybe this boss is a joke.
Understrike.
What? That wasn't all that great, but hey. Kabu's
cool.
not really a damage guy.
Ow.
I'm sorry I underestimated you, the beast. I think they kind of need to dial up the intensity here because, I mean, I don't think this, like, track really needed all this mystery stuff. You know what they should do? They should have 2 guitars going simultaneously. I don't know if that would work well, but my brain is saying it might work. That was easy. It was all up. What the hell does green mean?
Attack up. So his attack is now +3, so any attack he does is going to do 3 more damage than normal.
So do you think he can dish out 12 damage?
Maybe. We'll find out.
Because if you can't, Leaf's probably not going to make it. Although I don't know if this game has the Fire Emblem AI where they will constantly, like, go after the weakest member.
No, they are more likely to attack the person in the front, if you will recall.
I do not, considering I had to ask that question. My penchant in this duo is constantly forgetting things. Are you going for broke on this, are you?
I figured why not?
Oh, 5 damage. Really?
He's at 10? Wow.
Wait, how did that happen? He started with 12. Wait, what? Oh, is it scripted?
This must be.
Somehow I've been killed, but I'm also alive. Okay, so did we, like, win the fight and they're just like, hey, win it with Kabu instead?
Yeah, I guess.
Attack infinity? You get one well, no, you'd only have the mana for one choice. Beat it with Pebble Toss.
Yeah, I want to know. Will this do enough damage to win?
Well, it is infinity. Oh, poo. Well, what does infinity mean then? Or is it like the thing itself says this only does 1 damage? What the fuck does infinity mean?
He has increased damage. He has increased damage up 1 for infinite turns. That's what the infinity is. So his damage is not up by infinity. His damage is up for an infinity number of turns. So he has 1 more damage than normal, because I'm doing 1 more damage than normal. This was doing 4, now it's doing 5. Anyway, we beat it. So
I'm just rolling my eyes here. I'm sorry, guys. That was pretty stupid. Kabu deserved a better moment. And also a better monster.
I feel like it would have been cooler if Kabu got like a new ability and you just used the new ability to kill it.
Yeah, it should have been one big attack. Because what was even the point of it being like, hey, you gotta keep fighting him like it's legit? Was he gonna like disband us from the Adventurer Guild now?
Doubt it.
Aw, they became a real team. And let me get...
Chompy's like, one day I'll eat you all.
I'm gonna grow bigger one day.
Because remember, Chompy is the baby version of that one boss. Of the Chompy Queen or Chompy Mother, Brood Chompy or whatever it was called.
I'm gonna rule this whole land.
Mother Chompy.
And we turn around and Bit is over there! Who could have predicted that? Except probably 60% of the players.
Right, I'm almost positive the people are gonna come out of the monster or something.
Again, TTYD did it. I mean, if that's the Wasp Kingdom over there, then is this actually Chapter 5?
Well, Chapter 5 is in the Wasp Kingdom.
Oh, never mind then. We're in Chapter 4.5.
I mean, we're in Chapter 5. It's just, we're not done with Chapter 5 just because we fought one boss. Remember, there's been multiple bosses in several of the chapters. We fought the Doom Scorpion, the Bandit Leader, and the Ghost Guy all in one chapter. It's literally 3 bosses to that one chapter.
Good old Ghost Guy. I miss that guy.
The Sandcastle boss.
Oh, we just had to remove that boss really quickly.
Yeah, so the boss is dead, which means I can get my badge whenever.
Unfortunately, we're 3 miles from the city, so...
Yeah. Until we get a shortcut, I won't be able to get my badge yet.
Will you join our team again, Samurai? Shut up, Samurai guy. Look, I built an umbrella.
And a save point that I don't think was there before.
I just had it in my back pocket.
I mean, that's her thing. 2 of her abilities now are tied to that like her secret stash.
Well, too bad we can't see it, considering strats.
Right.
I mean,
it might be worth, not gonna lie, switching it around now that freezing's not that useful. It might be better to put that onto Leaf. And then we have access to V's abilities and Kabu's abilities, but we don't have access to the freeze abilities, but that's fine because freezing no longer really works in a lot of scenarios. At least in boss scenarios, which is where it's most helpful because of Chompy.
Yeah, Chompy doesn't even have like a rest command. Like we have to attack every time.
I mean, I can choose to whiff the button, and if I whiff the button, the attack doesn't land, so it doesn't break the ice. But I personally don't know if it's worth doing, but maybe skipping 1 turn of the boss is worth losing Chompy's damage. But like Chompy's damage over like 4 turns might skip 3 turns of later boss fight stuff. Like, you know,
I mean, they're doing a good job. I mean, they're doing 3 damage a turn.
Yeah, and so like you have to add, is that 3 extra damage a turn worth worth letting the boss have its turn? And we'd have to look at the exact numbers in order to know, because it would depend on how much faster we beat the boss with that extra 3 damage versus how many turns it takes for us to beat the boss, but we can cancel out some of those turns, and which one ends up with like the boss having more turns.
Well, I think I'd like to keep going, especially since we have the opportunity and we still have like another 8 categories to take a look at.
Right. Yeah, we can do that. We're on biggest letdown now.
Yeah, but story stuff's still happening.
That's true.
There's just a giant hole in the wall that no one's apparently looked at before. Because there's a tree in the way, why not? Yeah, they'll just execute you on the spot, I guess. I don't know, there's Team Rocket, they're pretty shitty.
I mean, their king was pretty badass when he showed up. Like, he was dangerous, but everybody else was pretty shitty.
Are we here on a rescue mission or getting an artifact?
They stole the artifacts, remember? After the end of the last chapter ended with them, like, attacking the Bug Kingdom and stealing one of the artifacts.
Yeah, no, I remember that. It's one of those things, it's like, if you always had the power to do this, why didn't you do it before? And also, you drowned Kabu, congratulations. Gotta see what's on the other side of this. There's gonna be a super boss over there. It's gonna be the White Whale of Doom. So how long is this river in a sandbox? Wait.
The beginning of the swamp.
Okay. Sure. And then Leaf just drowned himself. I'm tired of living. I'm going. I forgot how my own powers work. I'm Leaf, beep boop. Okay, so, biggest letdown.
The biggest letdown.
Yeah, I kind of had a hard time picking this one because I couldn't really think of a game that I was like ever hyped for specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But I did eventually find one, and I picked the other one because I was actually like back in the day I was legitimately hyped for this game because this was actually a franchise that was long dead and didn't go anywhere for a long time. So I was looking forward to it. It came out and it was really bad. And then I never played it again. And that game was Mario Party 9. I think I still, to this day, only played 1 round of that game. And I do not have any intentions to play it again because it is very boring and it completely misunderstands the series. And to be honest, ND Cube still has not made a game that proves that they're on the right track. Because even if you want to give them credit for Superstars, I can't really give them all that much credit because they're just using ideas from people who were a lot smarter than them. They're appropriating the work of other people rather than making their own stuff. And honestly, everything that they added brings the game down. I'm not gonna lie.
I haven't played anything. I played Super Mario Party, I think it's called. That one's alright. Oh, it's not my favorite one of all time, but it's an okay one.
It was pretty mediocre.
But my biggest letdown, and we actually did talk about it briefly earlier today, is Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. I was so hyped. So, like, shortly before Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite was announced, I got for the first time, and that's the first the first time I ever played Mario, or not Mario, Marvel vs. Capcom, any of the games. It was Marvel vs. Capcom 3 came to PC on Steam. So for the first time in my life, I was able to play these games. I knew of them, but didn't really know a ton about them. But I was like, I like Capcom, I like Marvel, and so I bought it and I played it, and I'm like, holy heck, this is a really fun. Oh, this screams hidden boss, big ass spiderweb.
I don't know. Everyone just likes spiders.
A sign that says stay away.
Right.
Who
doesn't like the spider cave? So Infinite came out, and unfortunately, Ultron Mega Man did not save it for you.
Yeah, it was a cool concept. Like, Ultron Sigma was a really cool and unique boss, and that was neat, but like everything else about the game was bad. Like, they got rid of a lot of the cool music and themes, so that for like all the Marvel characters that were from older games, their themes got reworked. Like, if they were a Capcom character, they had their theme from the older games, but
did Cabo just die?
But
yeah, there's a spider down here. It's a spider library.
But the all the the Capcom characters, there was some newcomers from they brought Jetta in from Darkstalkers. He wasn't in one before, and like Mega Man X became playable. That was cool. Instead of and so that they had interesting things. Gameplay wise, the game's actually really fun. But like visually, graphically, like it's not that great. Like, so favorite art style, which I left blank, I did consider putting Marvel vs. Capcom 3 in there because they design it to look like a comic book.
That is pretty interesting.
So it's got this effect that's supposed to look like comic books and stuff, and like when you do certain things, like when Wolverine, for example, does certain supers and he slashes him with his claws, like you see the comic book page like tear. So like the background tears because his claws are tearing the comic book page. And so that's some cool stuff. But yeah, they got rid of all the X-Men characters, which were cool. The Marvel characters that were in there, graphically the game looked horrible. Like some of the characters' faces looked just really bad, and like the design-wise looked really bad. The story was fine, but some of the dialogue was kind of cringy.
I am Ultron Sigma. Beep,
like,
boop.
believe it or not, there is the ending of the game that leaves it for a sequel, and we do know for a fact that there was supposed to be more DLC for this game, but because of its poor reception, they just cut it. So the game got very little. Like, what DLC was announced before the game came out, and like the characters that were DLC were kind of like, or some of the characters that were DLC in the beginning were kind of like, it sucked because like they were in the story, so like some of the assets were in the game upon release.
Yeah, they dropped Infinite like a fucking hot turd.
And like, one of the things that still bothers me to this, like, and I started talking about it, and then I digressed away from it before I finished it. But like the Marvel characters, they had themes, like fighting game themes. So you think Cammy's theme, Guile's theme, like those kind of style themes. They had. Spider-Man had a theme, and that theme has been with them for a long time, and they replaced them. They replaced all the Marvel characters' themes, and they all sound generic and like the same. Like, you can play them, and I like can't tell you what character they are, and you can play them, and like half of them don't even sound like different songs. So like they're not distinct to the character. There's nothing like distinct to the character with them, and they all sound generic, and it's because they all made it sound like the music that plays in MCU movies.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
And then yeah, all the characters in the Marvel side were characters from the MCU movies, with like a couple exceptions. Like Ghost Rider was still in there, so like, okay, that's cool. But like Penn and Stare wasn't as cool as it was in the previous game, and like but then yeah, it was It was just a big letdown. I'm still sad, and like it killed Marvel versus Capcom. Like that relationship between those two companies likely doesn't really exist right now. Or at least if it exists on some level, it doesn't exist on a good enough level to get a Marvel versus Capcom game made again. So like my hope now is SNK is back. Like SNK is making games, they're good. SNK's games are good. Maybe Marvel and SNK talk together and they build Marvel versus SNK 3. Because there was 2 Marvel versus SNK games. We could do 3, and that's fine. I can, even though I love Marvel and I love Marvel superheroes and stuff, I can lose the Marvel side and keep my Capcom side. And I like SNK too. Like like my second favorite fighting game franchises after Street Fighter is probably King of Fighters, and so King of Fighters is SNK. So like yeah, let's do SNK crossing over with Capcom again, and let's bring some more Capcom characters into that, cause like the Capcom versus SNK games might as well be, and I'm exaggerating a little bit, but might as well be Street Fighter versus King of Fighters, kind of. Because the problem is King of Fighters is already, like, their roster in King of Fighters is a crossover from other SNK games. So, like, by having those characters, they're both in King of Fighters, but then they're also, like, in their own games back in the day. Like Terry Bogard is like a famous, King of Fighters character, but he's from Fatal Fury first, and things like that. So like, I guess the SNK side did have characters from like across SNK, but like nowadays you see all those characters in King of Fighters anyway. But like the Capcom side in the SNK versus Capcom versus SNK games is very Street Fighter. With like a rare like couple exceptions, but it's very Street Fighter. So it'd be cool if they bring like a more of a Marvel versus Capcom side where you have like characters from like Albert Wesker was in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. You could bring like Leon, he's never been in any of them. You could bring Jill back, Jill was in 2. So you could bring like Resident Evil characters in. Monster Hunter was one of the DLC characters to Marvel Infinite. You can bring Monster Hunter in and like use a similar moveset if you do another SNK game, because Monster Hunter's huge now. You could do they're bringing the Mega Man character games in, because I don't think any of the Mega Man characters are in Marvel vs. SNK, or not Capcom vs. SNK. But yeah, so that's my hope now, because like at this point, Infinite killed it. I don't believe we're ever gonna get Marvel vs. Capcom again.
I would imagine even on the Capcom side, they might have gotten so burned by that, I would imagine they would have an attitude like, okay, that completely did not work. We're just gonna rely on ourselves, and we're gonna like delve back into our own stuff if we need more fighting games.
Right. And like Street Fighter 6 is looking to be amazing. Like I'm absolutely hyped for Street Fighter 6. So like that's a thing. But like,
well, Capcom was one of those companies that because of the fighting game boom, I would imagine they were making arcade cabinets, and they have other franchises that they can delve into.
Right. And that's the thing. As of right now, other than Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, Capcom hasn't really they've re-released old fighting games, because there's like the Capcom Fighting Game Collection came out this past year, but they haven't made any new on any of those other franchises. So Darkstalkers hasn't gotten anything new in like eons. Rival Schools, they could make a new Rival Schools. Those are probably the big 2 in my opinion. I feel like other people might want to choose other ones, but like if you don't know, Capcom has like 5 or 6 fighting game franchises.
Yeah, so if
like
they
separate fighting game franchises.
Yeah, so if they need something to fill that slot, they got stuff to go.
Yeah, and a large portion of back in the day the Marvel vs. Capcom fighting game character were from the fighting games. I mean, everybody knows Morrigan.
Yep.
Darkstalkers, right? But yeah, and then they brought in but they still bring in like Mega Man. I mean, Jill was in Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but yeah.
I mean, for of all things, they brought in fucking Tron for one of their games.
Yeah, Trombon's in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And I was disappointed that she wasn't in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite because I like playing as Trombon. But yeah, Trombon's one of my favorite characters from the Versus series. So they bring her back if they do something. But like the other concept people have is like Capcom has a large enough roster. Capcom could just make a Capcom fighting game.
Yep.
Like this is Capcom fighting. Like it's it's fighting in the style of the Versus series. So you tag in new characters and stuff. So you pick multiple characters and you tag them in and combo and stuff and do that kind of cool stuff. But it's just all Capcom characters. They could do that too, and maybe one day they will. Who knows? I don't have my hopes up right now for any Versus series, sadly, from Capcom. I do have my hopes up that they will make a sequel to one of the other fighting games. Well, I do think that is a possibility. I'm gonna guess Darkstalkers if they're gonna do it.
Well, I imagine right now they're probably going to ride the pretty obviously predictable success of Street Fighter 6 for a while.
Right. But yeah, cuz a lot of their fighting game franchises, or at least a lot of the big ones, are the ones that I know people really want to come back first and foremost. Like rival schools, if you want to bring rival schools back, you can just bring rival school characters into Street Fighter. Like they're not that different that like it wouldn't make sense for a rival. I mean, they already did. Akira from Rival Schools was one of the last DLC characters in Street Fighter 5. And everybody loved it. And like Capcom, as I said, remembers that these places, it's not like they completely forgot about these game franchises because they still get re-released and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah,
that's my biggest letdown game, though, and sadly, I think the Versus series are done for a while. There's hope of Marvel vs. SNK, but SNK is very busy right now. With they have multiple games coming out.
Well, they need to release a new fighting game every 30 minutes, or they'll explode.
No, they haven't released fighting games that often, but they released Samurai Showdown, and that game's still getting updates, not new characters, if I recall right now, but it's getting they're updating the online for that, and then SNK at last year's Evo announced that Garo, after 20 years, Garo Mark of Wolves is getting a sequel, which is the last game in the Fatal Fury franchises. So we're getting a new Fatal Fury game, and Rock Howard, my boy, is gonna be like in a brand new game, like without being just some DLC character for King of Fighters, and it's super exciting. That got greenlit, and then of course King of Fighters 15 is still getting updates and stuff right now and new characters. But yeah, Capcom, they're doing Street Fighter. Street Fighter 6 is gonna blow everybody's minds. It's gonna be great. I mean, we already know this because we've all played. Like everybody's played it at this point. That's if you wanted to play it, you can play it right now. You might not have been able to play against people yet if you didn't get lucky with the first 2 betas, because that was like random draw. But next weekend, everybody who didn't get to play the betas will get to play the beta against people, and the story mode demo was fun and looks great. And like there's people who got invited to Capcom's headquarters. Like Capcom has not been hiding information about this game. Like if companies are hiding information about their game prior to release, and you're getting closer to release and you don't know anything about the game, that tends to worry me. But like when a company's just like, nah, fuck it, like we're inviting YouTubers to like come play like a fuck ton of the game early and like record shit, and they can put it up on their YouTube channels for everybody to watch, and like things like that, like, and people are having fun with that, that means the game's good. And Street Fighter 6 has done that. Like multiple YouTubers got invited to Capcom's headquarters, Capcom America's headquarters, and like got to play more of the story past the demo than we got to play, and like they came back and they're like, dude, the map is huge and we didn't even get to go to the other maps. Like, we have been revealed that there are other locations you can fly to in the world, and we've only gotten to the first city, and the map's huge for like the story mode. So like this is crazy. Like, this is a great story mode for a fighting game. Like, fighting games don't have good like single player content a lot of the times, and this is great. And like, there's still arcade mode, so if you want to play the classic arcade mode where you get endings if you beat the arcade mode, that's still there, and that has endings, and we got to play that. We weren't allowed to take footage of that, but trust us, like that's one thing. If you know, some people may not like that, but the people got to play the arcade mode for like specific characters, but they weren't able to show much other than like the very like a single match or something, or like a beginning part. But they're like, it's there, and it's like, it's, you know, fun, and then like, you know, playing against people and like how all the characters work. Oh man, Street Fighter 6 would be so fun. But I digress, because we're talking about biggest letdown, not hyped up like future stuff.
I mean, it's all tied together, and hey, at least at this point, it's probably going to be extremely doubtful this is going to blow up in anybody's face, and that's all good.
Yeah, Street Fighter 6 is looking to be like probably, if not like potentially, the best Street Fighter game of all time.
Which is amazing for a franchise this deep into it.
Yeah, because like the only thing I see people have complained about with Street Fighter 6 is some people don't like the new themes. Because they did redo everybody's themes for returning characters and stuff, and they have brand new themes, not remixed versions of their old themes or anything. Like, you don't hear any of Guile's theme, like the iconic Guile's theme, in Guile's theme. But guess what? They did that in Street Fighter 3, and everybody complained back then, and now Street Fighter 3's music is considered some of the best fighting game music of all time.
Yeah, music's probably the most subjective thing, and it's kind of pointless to complain about it.
Well, it's gonna grow on us. Like, the thing here is, people are mad because it's different than what they're used to for the character. But once we're all playing Street Fighter 6 and we're playing it for months on end and like doing matches, and it's our constant background music, it's gonna grow on us, because that's what happened with Street Fighter 3. They did the same thing in Street Fighter 3. They redid all the themes in Street Fighter 3. And yeah, as of right now, some people are upset with that. I think some of the new themes are bangers, and some of them not, but some of them are bangers. Now, given some of those themes belong to the new characters, because Jamie's theme is a banger in my opinion, but he's a new character. And then the other thing is, they didn't announce it, and because of how much stuff they have announced, it feels like the fact that they didn't announce it means it's probably not there. Jukebox. So some people are expecting, just like how a lot of fighting games nowadays, I know, King of Fighters 15 has this. There's a jukebox that lets you play the music, and then also that jukebox has a lot of the old music. So if you know, for example, you don't like the new Guile's theme, the old Guile's theme might be in the game. As of right now, that's not the case. That could come down like as free DLC or as paid DLC along the way. Like, you know, maybe the jukebox will be free, but the music will be some form of DLC, like come in some form of DLC.
I mean, you never know with fighting games.
But yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Our next topic is one. This is probably the one that confused me the most, because I wasn't sure what it was asking. Because it like the title of this category was like called Back in the Day game.
Yeah, I felt like this is the game that you're like talking to someone about, and you like, if you love it, and you're like, yeah, well, back in the day. And so like it's probably tied to another game on this, because I'll start with mine, because it might help get across at least how I interpreted it.
Sure.
I put Pokemon Red. Or Blue, it doesn't really matter to me which one it is. I just used the picture from Pokemon Red because I like Charizard. But like,
back in my day, Pokemon used to be terribly made.
If I'm talking about Pokemon with someone, like I'm talking about video games, and I use the phrase back in the day, I'm probably talking about Pokemon and how the mechanics have changed over time. And so I'm probably gonna be like, yeah, back in the day, there wasn't special attack and special defense. There was just special. Like, that was the stat, was just special. And so, like, Chansey was busted. Or I'll be like, yeah, back in the day, like, speed used to implement how your crits worked. So the higher speed you had, the higher chance you had to crit. That's all from Gen 1. But, yeah. Pokemon has, new stuff has come over time. So if I'm talking about old Pokemon, I'm gonna probably say the phrase back in the day, especially if I'm going all the way back to Gen 1. But
Back in my
let's
day,
hear.
Pokemon used to be
We expected
broken as
something a bit more
shit.
evil.
I guess she was very disappointed with all those quests where all we got paid with was literature. Oh, it's Hogwarts. Except spiders.
It's a spider witch.
I shouldn't have had a hole directly into my house. Wait, you're just gonna leave us here? Are you serious? Chompy's like, I'm gonna go eat that guy. I'm gonna eat all his books. The one thing that I could think of, because I think I kind of interpreted it as, like, a good old game.
It's gonna be tied to a side quest. I found the first perfect potion recipe, but blimey, everything's spread across the land. I'm too lazy, so they're gonna have to end up tasking us to get all that.
Yeah, yep. Sounds like the old RPG thing. I put down Super Mario 64 because Super Mario 64 has a good place in my heart, because the thing we were discussing before is, like, I got started, like, on legit start on gaming with the 64. Because, like I said before, it just weirdly ended up with a lot of iconic games on it. And it was also the years of game renting.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, getting new games was harder, but it was kind of like, because you had, like, it was temporary, the games you, like, the new games you got to play, like, you had different experiences with it. It was kind of the first game that, like, got me, like, into video gaming, like, more consistently. And I had a hard time with the game. Like, the game is pretty, before you know what you're doing and you've already explored everything, like, it's a very explorative game. The game does have secrets in it, and they're hard to find. Like, I had a hard time, like, just even getting to the third floor, to be honest, beyond the third Bowser key.
Yeah.
So, I've been in that game for a long time. Like, the weird thing about Super Mario 64 is how it's built. It does have tiny maps, but the game is dense with its content. Like, it knows how to smartly use the limited amount of space it's got to build some sort of adventure out of it. Because, like, it's just the objectives they come up with are so weird that you kind of have to, unless you know what you're doing, you kind of have to puzzle it out and figure it out by the only clue you really get is the title of the star, and you just have to go off of that. So
I just want to point to this line quick. So the door is locked to leave the tower, and I come up here, and the spider's like, "Blimey, you're still here!" And it leaves, like, the door's locked. We literally can't leave.
We can't jump out the window. That would be dangerous.
Not without breaking something. Oh, sigh, blimey. I get really into my potions. It's open now. It is. I'm a wizard. You dare underestimate me? Thanks for letting us out. Our apologies for breaking in.
I'm trying to make the world's best coffee over here. Oh wait, this isn't a woman? This game's characters are weird. No. I mean, Leaf was just, like, given his magic by science. I hate people. I want to live in here forever. That's very confusing. Nectar, do you need blood? Also,
it's probably 3 items, like normal items.
how does he know that there are 10 great sorcerers? Are we gonna get, like, a new partner or some, like, crazy badge? Wait, do we actually have one?
It might.
Apparently, he was also too lazy to throw it out his window.
Too bad. You wanted to rummage through my stuff. Take the garbage too.
This guy is such an asshole.
Yeah, but the dialogue here is kind of funny, so...
Fuck you guys! Ah! Why are you here?
He's like, that's a bad book, take it with you. And then V's like, if it's bad, I don't want it. And
It's like, too bad
the
you're...
spider's like, too bad, you decided to dig through my crap, so you're taking it.
Don't take my dream catcher. Wait, he's got this too.
Oh, interesting.
You don't have
It
no
gives us a random
inventory.
item or what? Oh, hold on, I want to try to fall in the soup. What happens if I fall in the soup? Can I fall in the soup?
Well, there's an invisible wall above the soup, so that you have no choice. You don't get to do
You're
fun
right,
things.
there actually is an invisible wall, so you're correct.
Okay, so the next one's a bit more of a fun question. It's one of the
Solicitors.
How dare you stare at my sign? Get out of my face. That's why I leave the front door wide open.
No, so the front door was locked when we first got here. I just didn't interact with it because I found the hole first and decided to explore the hole.
So there was only one way to solve this puzzle.
Yes, the only way to get in there was the hole, but it wasn't a secret boss like I thought. It was the quest.
The spider was so lazy that he didn't want to fight you.
Right?
You know what the ironic thing is that if we get his potion and he like uses it on himself and then he becomes a super boss.
That would be fucking funny. I think that'd be neat.
Fuck you guys, this is what you get for getting in my living room. Okay, so this is one of the mediocre game questions where we had to answer a question about a game that was like, it's not the best thing ever, but you know, in this context it's kind of good.
Right.
This was not the best game, but it's still fun. And I did have a good answer for this because I said this a few times about the franchise.
Mine's a hot take, by the way.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting. You and your hot takes. You get all like rambly and angry, and that's kind of interesting.
No, I'm not. This isn't one I'm angry about. Oh, this is definitely a secret boss.
Yeah, this is just an altar for I don't know, space sacrifices.
I guess you're right.
Also, we get an item out of it. We found a claw machine.
Yeah, mechanical claw. I wonder what it can be for.
Because the problem with this franchise is that like the only real fun I consider that you can get out of it is that you have to play it co-op. Otherwise,
Gotcha.
You're probably gonna have like not a great time. So having co-op fun, I wrote down Borderlands 2. It's not great, and honestly, if you play it solo, you're probably gonna have a bad time. But the game is so stupid and tries to be funny so many times that like having a friend there to laugh at it with you is really the best way to play it. So it's not great, but it's the best Borderlands game currently.
Yeah. I kind of agree with that as someone who really likes the Borderlands franchises. I haven't beaten 3, but I've beaten all the other ones. Well, that's not true because now they have Tiny Tina's the new Tiny Tina one. But yeah, I played the first Borderlands game solo, the very first one, and I really enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, I actually really enjoyed it. Yeah. But the game is so punishing when you die that I never beat the final boss of Borderlands 1 because I would run out of I like ran out of ammo and then died and like couldn't get more ammo or something. I don't remember how it worked, but like essentially I literally could not beat the boss because I did not have the ammo. And I eventually played Borderlands 2 by myself, a large portion of it, and then I played it with a friend, and I do agree, the Borderlands games are better co-op. They are really fun games.
Is your choice somehow a Borderlands game?
No, my choice for not the best but having fun being a hot take is because some people consider this game the greatest game of all time. So I have what some people consider the greatest game of all time as a game as not the best. And that can be a hot take to people.
It's Bloodborne.
No, it's the original Final Fantasy VII.
Ooh.
So I believe that Final Fantasy VII is a really fun game. I believe it is not the best game ever. I don't even know if I can if it's one of my quote unquote favorites, but it was really good and I enjoyed it, and the characters are fun and there's a lot to do, but like the gameplay can get a bit stale. But the gameplay is also broken, so at least we have that. Like you can break that game over your knee.
I think that the original, because, well, we have to consider them two different, well, you always have to consider them two different things, but Final Fantasy VII Remake especially, just because apparently the remake is so different than...
Yeah, and I put Remake's my best combat on this list as a separate game, but yeah, Final Fantasy VII... Well, Remake also doesn't even go through all the events of Final Fantasy VII, like the original, and it's because Remake is being made into a trilogy.
Yeah, that was the weird thing, because, like, 7 years ago when that game was, like, still around, like, its announcement period, they were, like, they did say it was coming out episodically.
Yeah, but it's really great. Like, Final Fantasy VII Remakes is an amazing game. It expands, like, a lot of the information, and, I'll say this because it becomes really clear really quickly something's not right. Like, we don't know what yet, but something's not right. This game is not a remake of Final Fantasy VII. Something happened because the characters are semi-aware. Like, Cloud has, like, a flashback, like, within, like, the first 20 minutes of the game that, like, implies he semi-subconsciously in some way knows the events of Final Fantasy VII, as if the events of Final Fantasy VII happened. So, like, we don't fully know what's going on, but there's weird shit going on. And so this is actually potentially a sequel to Final Fantasy VII and not a remake of Final Fantasy VII. But something happened and, like, the world is redoing it. So, like, essentially, the what happened in Final Fantasy VII is happening again, but the world's redoing it. So, like, yeah.
Yeah,
it's crazy, and it's really interesting, and I'm really excited because I really liked the gameplay to Final Fantasy VII Remake, to the point where, like, that game, like, if that series stays gameplay-wise as good as that was, and I get all of it, that might become my new favorite game. Like, that's gonna be Mass Effect 3. If it's the story of Final Fantasy VII, or, like, has a lot of the elements of the story, but then, like, the big twists and stuff, where, like, shit's not the same and it gets crazy, that shit's gonna be super cool, because I loved Final Fantasy VII Remake. I absolutely had a blast with that game. And Final Fantasy VII, good game, fun time, not the best. I liked Final Fantasy VII Remake more than Final Fantasy VII.
Okie doke.
Criminally overlooked.
Criminally overlooked. And this one I kind of had a bit of fun with. I've kind of discussed this game to death, so I'm probably not going to get super into it. Because, like I said, we kind of went over the details in previous, balancing acts. But I do agree. Like I said, this is obviously for the category. Like, I never heard anybody mention this game. I didn't really know what I was going to be getting into it. And I did not think that, like, going into it, it was going to be as good as it ended up being. My pick is Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, because of all the reasons that we previously discussed. In comparison to the franchise at large, it gets vicious, it gets deep, and it gets, like, realistic warfare stuff. I will say by the final act, because I think it's going on in 4 acts, it does kind of fall apart, to be honest. The endgame's not great. They do a villain switch, which isn't, the best. But, like, for a Fire Emblem game, it is super fucking interesting. If you're in it for the strategy stuff, I'd probably say you're probably not going to get much out of Radiant Dawn, because they have to go through so many characters, and they don't balance that out very well. So, there's not a lot of, like, building your team sort of stuff and, like, getting your strategy in place, because they're switching you between, like, 3 different squads.
Gotcha. I'll say, from what I know of Radiant Dawn, I'll say it's probably criminally overlooked from the gaming community at large. But, as far as As far as Fire Emblem games go, those games are like held in high regard. The two Radiant, the two Ike games. So like
that is the one thing that brings it down, is that to get the real most out of Radiant Dawn, you do have to pay Path of Radiance, and Path of Radiance like is comparatively kind of dull because the first half of the game you're pretty directionless. Like the plot's not really going anywhere, and Ike doesn't know what he's fucking doing. He's not a great hero, and I think he even says himself, "You guys have to teach me how to be the leader of this bullshit."
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, the bad book guy, we handed in what I think is the last bad book, and he was like, "No, this book's too bad." And apparently it's because it's a super amazing story, but at the very end, it turns out it's all a dream, and then the main character gets crushed by a giant.
That is so stupid. Like, imagine at the end of Super Mario Bros. 2, and then Mario gets crushed by a rock for no reason.
Yeah, it's apparently got amazing story, amazing plot, amazing.
Oh my god, this book is Danganronpa 3!
Like, he listed all this good stuff. He listed all this good stuff. And V's like, and it's a bad book? And then, like, with a question mark. And then he goes, it's because it was all a dream, and then the rock crushes the main character.
The character gets crushed by.
It's too much, even for me. I'll destroy it later.
Wait, is that the last book?
Yeah, apparently that was the
Holy
last book.
shit. I'm amazed.
At least for the last book for the bad book guy.
And yet,
looks like we still have plenty of these books, because we have a whole nother shelf.
Oh, we do have a second shelf?
Yeah, I assume the shelf above it is going to be filled with books too, because there's no books on the shelf above it.
Apparently this game has a lot of world building.
Yeah, we haven't even read multiple of these, because we handed in like 5 today, and I don't think we read any of them.
Okay, so your choice is Pokemon XD.
But yeah, they go down this way, I believe, so...
I mean, we've definitely read the Everlasting Sapling.
Yeah, we'll reread the ones that we're not sure we've read at some point, but I don't feel like doing that right now. But yeah, my criminally overlooked game, Gone Home.
Oh yeah.
I think Gone Home, while being a game you can beat in under, there's like a achievement in the game where if you like beat it in like under 10 minutes or something, and that's like going the correct way and like getting all the like tapes. Or like recording, like picking up all the items that like play the recordings. So like in theory, if you know what you're doing, you can beat this game in like 10 minutes or something, or like a really brief time. Like if you just blitz and like just run to the things you need to do to like get the story, you can beat this game really, really, really fast. I think the overall game only takes like 2 hours. If you're like don't know what you're looking for and you like just start interacting with everything. We played it for Valentine's Day this year. I think I played it. Right? Didn't I choose this game for Valentine's Day?
Yeah, that was like a butchered stream because I think we played like 2 or 3 games that time because like so many things fucked up.
Right. Yeah, because I think something we were going to didn't work properly, and then I was like, well, let's play Gone Home because it's really quick, and like then we can move on to something else. And I think it's an amazing story. Like it's just a short story. And it's got a nice atmosphere, like, because you're in this spooky house, and, like, you don't know where anybody is. And so, like, I think I saw this game on Steam way back in the day, and thought it was, like, a horror game. Because it's, like, Gone Home, and then, like, the whole house is empty, and it's kind of spooky, and, like, the gameplay and stuff. And, like, and it's, like, you know, the plot of the game is you're trying to find out where everybody went. Like that's the character's goal that you're playing as, is you arrived home from a trip and you don't know where any of your family is. And so I thought it was a horror game when I first heard about it. And like I don't think I've ever really heard anybody talk about Gone Home. Like I don't really recall anybody ever talking about it. And then I think somewhere on the internet some list brought it up. Like something was talking, like I happened to be looking at, brought it up, and like told me it was a heart-touching story. And I'm like, what? And so I like bought it on a Steam sale and I played it, not fully knowing what the story was, like at all. I just knew that it was like not a horror game at that point. And I loved it. Like it's a great story. a great, interesting, and it's an interesting story because you're not witnessing the story. You're the person coming after the stories happen, finding like the left behind clues of the stories that come with audio clips of a like what essentially is the last thing that you find. So the last clue is a notebook, like a journal, and as you find the clues over through the house, it plays those journal entries from that journal. So you, the player, hears it. Technically the character you're playing as, which is not even that important of a person because it's just kind of a avatar that you're running first person. You're in first person the entire time anyway. But like, yeah, it's just a great time. You find these items that like, each item you find that you use interact with items in the room, and if you interact with the right item, it starts playing the thing. And each item you find is significant to whatever that specific journal entry is about. And so you go day by day, you find all these journal entries that your sister wrote to you. And yeah, it's just a great heartfelt story. And I feel like it's criminally underlooked. Like, more people should play this game. I feel like it also help people. Like, there are people in this world that like have issues, and without spoiling stuff, these people who have issues can get help from this game. There's actually two groups of people who have issues that can get help from this game. Because yeah.
It's probably not the best solution to their problem, though.
I'm not saying it's the best solution, but it can help people understand others, and it can help. That's one group, and the other group of people I think it can help them understand themselves. So those are the two categories of people. And I'll tell Jeff what those categories are. Like, for sure, I'm pretty sure he figured it out, but I'll tell Jeff what those categories are after the stream is over. But go play the game, because I don't want to ruin what it is. Or go watch our stream if you don't feel like playing this short game. But it's great. It's a nice indie game. Go play it.
Yeah, just search it by February. You'll find it.
Yeah. Go depressing game now. That's our next category. And I was going to go buy the badge.
Yeah, I went very particular with this one because you could definitely read it one of two ways. It's like the game that, well, I mean, it's technically the same way, but it's for different reasons. Is like, you could write this as the game that depressed you because it was really bad, or like the game that depressed you because it was actually legitimately sad.
Yeah.
And this is where I shunted my pick, because I think everyone kind of saw this one coming. It's kind of the obvious choice, considering what we've done. I mean, we literally called it what it was when we were done. This is where I decided to put 358 over 2 days. Because, like, after everything was said and done, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. It's the video game version of a tragedy.
Alright.
Because it's like, literally only Kingdom Hearts can make a game like this. Because they had Kingdom Hearts 2 ready to go, and they had, like, in-betweeny parts that they could fill in, which they did. So this game was made after that stuff was established, and they kind of wanted to explain what happened to Roxas in between that, and they came up with a real banger of a story. It's exactly the same thing as Metal Gear Acid, where the story is really good, but the gameplay is really bad. Like, it's very dull, and there's a lot of it. Like, the combat is just really annoying. But to explain what happens to Roxas and all the bullshit that he has to deal with, and honestly, like, the story of the Ice Cream Trio is just fantastic. Like, they are amazingly realized characters. And, like, it is perfect for me, personally, because they do a lot of twists. Like, there's a lot of mystery to the game about what's going on. No one is being upfront about shit. And they don't, like, the characters do not know why, especially since they're, like, specifically being told, like, nothing. And in a very dumb way, too. Where it's like, hey, sit down, shut up, go do your damn job. Okay, we're not answering questions. So, we played through that game. I forced you to sit through most of it. We didn't do the super boss because that would have been really dumb. But I made you sit through it because I still think that you can't really go into, like, 2.5 and, like, watch the cutscenes. you kind of have to experience the game because you kind of need the pacing. Because otherwise, if you're just gonna go through like the events, I think you're probably gonna miss like what it feels like to go on their journey because you're going on it with them. And so that's why it did depress me, because like I didn't expect what was gonna happen to Roxas. Because video games usually don't go there with their main characters. And
Right.
I was actually considering Roxas for favorite protagonist, but like I said, I didn't want to repeat shit.
Hmm.
So that was my choice for being sad.
Yeah, so I put a game here that is a good, it's sad game. I'm not sure if this game is at the end of the day going to be
You need an HP plus?
I'm tempted. I'm gonna see what else he has, because we only have 6, and right now I don't even have all of our HP pluses equipped because I have our poison combo going.
Hopefully we actually run into poison then, because we're out of the swamp.
Yeah, because I wanted poison defender because I know he's selling that, and then he does have a poison attack too, so I can only buy one of the poison ones he has.
Yeah, that's really expensive. So you went with the other interpretation for this category.
Well, so I put no, I didn't. I put Spirit Fairies here. But I don't know if Spirit Fairies to this day has got me depressed, but it was really saddening. But I don't know if any game has depressed me. Well, I don't know. I have to think. There's shows that have depressed me, but no. As of right now, Spirit Fairies is the game that has pulled the largest emotional, like at least as far as sadness goes, response out of me. Like, I literally sobbed because of part of Spirit Fairies. I think at least for me, oh look, our trophy's in our room.
Hey,
our
cool.
house. But like, and I you said you didn't think this would affect you, but I think it would affect me. I think playing that game by myself would cause me more emotional feelings than when we're playing it together here. So I'll probably have to finish my playthrough of it, but that I was doing by myself once we're done. But yeah, as of right now, that's the game I put as depressing.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with this category, is that like, unless you're a sad sack somehow, like it's very hard to get games that actually make me feel anything.
Gotcha. But yeah, favorite active franchise.
Yeah, this one was another easy question, because I think there's kind of only one objective answer. In my book, it's the one franchise that's like it's the most solid. Like honestly, there's no real dips in quality throughout, which, considering how long the franchise has been going, is fucking amazing that it's been able to be so consistent.
Mm-hmm.
People constantly underestimate it though. Like, I don't think it's ever gonna win Game of the Year, because it's the unfortunate thing about like looking at that franchise is that like I've always said or thought or whatever that story is your biggest asset in games, because the genres have been defined. Like, your gameplay is just not gonna be your make or break deal, so your story has to be like well thought out, because that's kind of the one thing that you got to make you look different. And so my choice, even though people usually forget about it because it's not appearing all the time, is Kirby. Kirby is the best franchise I have ever seen. Because
Kirby's pretty great.
It always produces greatness. It's always good. It's never dipped, but the problem is it's always been good. It's never been hitting the records. It's just always there, doing its thing and being great.
Yeah, I can get that, because like my experience with Kirby is like most Kirby games I wouldn't call like amazing or super fun, or like super above everything. I feel like not saying it's not super fun could be misleading. Like they're never gonna be my favorite games of all time, but they're always fun. Like they're never bad. Like I can't think of any Kirby game that I disliked, like to the point where I'm like, I don't like this. I like some better than others, but like at the end of the day, they're always just fun. Like I can sit down and if I buy a Kirby game, I know I'm gonna enjoy it. Like that is a thing, for me. I don't think that I would put that at meaning it's my favorite active franchise, but I know if I buy a Kirby game, it's gonna be fun.
I think the worst Kirby game that I could think of, and I probably said it at the time, was I think Triple Trouble. And the worst thing that game did was, I think, be kind of mediocre.
Gotcha. I was gonna say the game was fun. I haven't finished it yet, but the newest Kirby game, I was disappointed by the lack of powers, like variety.
Yeah, that was weird because I've technically finished the game. I still haven't done the DLC though.
There's DLC to that now? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's 2 additional islands. They're based off previous Kirby stuff.
Gotcha. But yeah, so I was disappointed that there weren't more powers, because I like games where you collect a lot of stuff, or like there's a lot of like characters to get, or like things like that. So like games that have one of the things that draws me to Kirby is all the different powers and stuff, and like that. And then like part why I like fighting games so much is all the different rosters, and why I like Pokemon is all the different Pokemon. So like if your game has like a lot of essentially characters, or like variety and like what your characters can do, like Kirby, I really like those kinds of games. So like I was let down. Like I still was enjoying the game and I need to go back and finish it, but I was disappointed that like there's a very limited list of powers. And then like while Cutter is my favorite Kirby power, I'm pretty sure still of all time, you have Cutter in Sword, and like they're very similar powers.
Yeah.
And so, like, kind of feels like, damn, like there could have been like another power here. And I've never been like, one of my least favorite Kirby powers is Spike, which I'm pretty sure is still in that one. So I was disappointed with that. But like, yeah, I need to go back and finish it. Or the Tornado power. I'm not a fan of the Tornado power, which is also in that one.
You know what was amazing? Like they actually beefed up Tornado and made it kind of awesome.
They did. They made Tornado better in that game. I will state they did that. But yeah. Like what they did with the powers in that game was cool, because you upgrade the powers and then you get like better versions of the powers. But it felt like damn, I wish they had more powers.
That's the thing that
it was good game.
That's the thing that I do understand. It's kind of the Pokemon thing that we discussed a while ago in this stream. But the one thing that always disappointed me was they never went back to the Kirby 64 idea of combined powers. And I get it. That is a lot of additional work, especially with the amount of powers that Kirby has now. Like, It would be kind of ridiculous to get that back, but I'm still disappointed they never did that. But the
Kirby 64 is a great game, though.
Forbidden Lands Evolutions is kind of harkening back to that, sort of, and I do appreciate it.
Yeah. Let's see here. So my favorite active franchise, we've kind of already talked a large portion about it, once or twice already during this stream. But we could argue for Pokemon, but like, Pokemon's just kind of my favorite thing, like in general. Like if someone asks you like, hey, what's your favorite like thing that exists in the world, it'd be like Pokemon, like that, without like dropping and like missing a beat. So like I didn't put Pokemon here because I felt like that's a bit of a cop out. Like I'm always gonna love Pokemon, everything, but like, and like another reason why I felt like Pokemon, as at least as the active franchise, is as I said, I'm willing to admit, and I'm not gonna shy away from the fact that the current Pokemon games aren't good. So when it came to active franchises, I wanted to think about the more recent games, and so like, yes, I love Pokemon. Pokemon's my favorite thing of all time. The recent games haven't been as strong for multiple reasons here, like, and various reasons. Street Fighter is my favorite active franchise then, because Street Fighter, like, when Street Fighter V was released, initially released, I think I was still like, I wasn't like as deep into Street Fighter as I am now. I was playing Street Fighter 4 at the time, because that was my first Street Fighter game, was Street Fighter 4. and so I didn't initially get 5 because I was still getting my money's worth out of 4. And so I didn't get into Street Fighter 5 until Street Fighter 5 was just about to get better, like the updates that like made Street Fighter 5 like feel more complete. I got it like right before that. So like Street Fighter 5, I didn't experience the lowest parts of Street Fighter 5. And like Street Fighter 6, like I'm hype, I'm ready, I'm excited, and like I really want to know where the future is. Like I want to know who the DLC characters are, and like, you know, any new gameplay stuff they introduce in later updates. Like I'm excited, and I want to know the story. So like I am super excited, and that's why that one's my favorite. And we already talked about stuff when I was talking about the biggest letdown.
Yes.
With Street Fighter 6, so I'm not gonna go too much into detail past that. But like I feel like because of how excited I am, that's currently my favorite active franchise. Indie pick is the next category.
And you know, surprise, surprise, the first DLC character, Mr. Game & Watch. Can you believe it?
Oh, for Street Fighter. I thought you were saying your favorite indie pick was Mr. Game & Watch. And I'm like, that's not an indie game.
No, it's not. It's also not really a game, it's just a series.
Yeah, so what's your indie pick?
Yeah, this one was simple. It's essentially just best indie game. I thought about it for a little bit because I couldn't think of the correct answer at the time, but I did eventually get to the correct answer. The correct answer, which we already, we actually went in depth on it because it's Return of the Obra Dinn. That is the correct answer.
That was a good one. I'll agree with that. That was a good one.
The biggest letdown, the biggest letdown of it is that you can only play the game once, unless you have like a ton of friends that you can constantly re-experience it through them.
Which is what you have done twice now.
Yes.
At least twice that I know of. But yeah, so I wrote down, and I was a bit torn between two games, so I might like change it based on what I actually have written down, just because we've already talked about the one I do have written down. So the one I have written down is Gone Home. But I will give a bit, and I'm gonna choose to talk about a different game here because we already talked about Gone Home, and I don't want to like spoil it for people who haven't played it, or haven't watched our playthrough. So the other indie game I was considering for this.
Oh, it's this guy.
Before this was Hades. Hades is super fun. And we're gonna play that on stream. That's a game that we're gonna probably play, and it won't take us too many times to get through it. If I'm behind the controls. Because you know your first couple of, you know, it's a roguelike game, so you know you eventually kind of get the hang of the game as part of it, and then two, you eventually get stuff that carry over. So when we play it on stream, we'll already have me playing it, and I'll already have like a good grasp of the game, and like I'll know what powers synergize with stuff, and I'll have this knowledge that comes from those runs, but I won't have like the gameplay things that you get over time. So we'll have to get all that when we do our run. But yeah, Hades is an amazing indie game. It's got a lot of charm in its characters. The overall story is pretty neat. But it's, you know, it's a pretty basic story of he wants to leave hell, well, the underworld, to get to the surface so that he can I believe he wants to meet his. I don't remember if initially you're trying to escape because
mother, girlfriend,
well,
dad
I don't
who's
remember if you're just
Zeus.
escaping because you're mad at Hades, or if you want to escape because you know your mom's out there. I don't remember which it is.
Is it kind of like
I believe right away, Zagreus, the guy, the person you play as, knows his mom's out there, and so that's what he wants to do. Is he wants to find his mom.
Is this kind of like the beginning of Bloodborne, where they give you your first objective is complete bullshit?
Yeah, so the game does start with your run. Like, it's just when you first boot up the game, you don't start in like the hub area. You just start like the first run, and Zagreus is like, "Yep, I'm getting out of here," and you don't even fully know why Zagreus is getting out of there necessarily at that point. And you play your first run until you die, and then when you die, you end up in the hub world, and then like you get to meet all the NPCs that are in the hub world and stuff. And then like as you progress and get farther, and like as you do better, and it might be based also partially on like how many times you've died, you get more snippets of the story. But yeah, and it's a great game. Yeah, its strongest point is its gameplay. But I also think its second strongest point is the charm of its characters. I think the characters are all pretty charming and fun. Yeah, and some of them are really wacky. So like, it's really fun. I like Zagreus a lot. In fact, come to think of it, I might put Hades as favorite art style. I do really like the art. It's very colorful.
Hades has now become his favorite art style and his favorite protagonist.
No, I don't know if I'd call Zagreus my favorite protagonist, but Zagreus is a pretty fun character. I'll give it that.
Okay.
I thought about putting like Dante or someone in favorite protagonist, just because like I don't think I touched on why favorite protagonist was empty, but like part of the reason why favorite protagonist was empty for me is I play a lot of games where the protagonist is a player like character. Like you're choosing the responses, like what they say and things like that, and I didn't want to count those.
I mean, you can kind of count them.
Because like, well, so a silent protagonist that like you created, right?
Yes.
That doesn't talk at all feels like it doesn't fit at all, because that's just you made a custom character or whatever. Or like Link to me didn't count, at least in most games. Like there's probably an argument for some of the games, but I mean, as you said, I think something with Twilight Princess. But like to me, Link by not talking doesn't fit most of those games. Like he just feels like a player conduit. Like so
yeah, it's kind of the difference
those ones don't count to me. And then like characters like Shepard and characters like Hawk from Dragon Age, like who do have kind of a personality. The problem is that their personality becomes based on the options you pick, and so like someone else's experience of the character will be completely different, because if you played Mass Effect and you picked a lot of the renegade talking options, your like first of all, in the later games, the stuff he says outside of you picking the options, the tone and the way he'll say it will change based on what you've been picking. If you're Paragon or Renegade, like his tone will change for other voice lines and stuff that you don't get to pick. Same with Dragon Age 2. Hawk, that game is actually kind of interesting, and I'll talk, because we'll eventually play Dragon Age 2, but this is a mechanical thing. Essentially, anytime you have an option, like a voice option that isn't just asking for more information in Dragon Age 2, there's like 5 different personality like types that you can say, and depending on which one you pick most often, it'll affect the stuff they say outside of when you pick those options. So when they just say, when they're talking and the stuff you can't pick, if you've been being the cocky wise ass to Hawk, your Hawk will just naturally be cocky and wise ass when you don't have options to pick. Like the general dialogue that you don't get to pick options for will start to become that way. Or you start being the aggressive and mean Hawk, so those characters don't count either. So that's part of the reason my favorite protagonist was empty for me. But yeah, indie pick, Hades is a good one. I did write Gone Home for this, but if we're doing no doubles, even though several things doubled in here, this would be the third thing that doubled in here for me. Hades would be my other indie pick. The last category we have is not usually my thing, but...
Yeah, so we have to make an argument with this. And yeah, we actually managed to finish out this topic in this stream. Surprisingly, we survived this long.
Right.
I actually had to think about this one because, like I said, I had issues with the, this game isn't the best, this game isn't the worst questions. It's just, here's a middle of the road pick. But I did eventually manage to find one. And it's actually a really good one because I'm not usually a big old fan of on-rail shooters. Because if effort isn't put into an on-rail shooter, it can feel very repetitive and very boring. Because all you're doing is just going from place to place and shooting the guy and shooting the guy and shooting the guy. There's no story happening, and you're just going from place to place. But I did pick one because I remembered I actually really liked this game. And after I was done with it, I was like, wow, this game is a lot better than it has any right to be. Especially after playing the first attempt at their one where it was basically a mediocre retelling of other things that have happened for basically just so that the game can exist.
Mm-hmm.
I picked Resident Evil Dark Side Chronicles because what it does is that it is replaying Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil Code Veronica. It is using those events, but the interesting thing is that, one, because it's on the Wii, and it's redoing PS, PlayStation, I'm pretty sure Dreamcast, well, the gen after it. I think Code Veronica was Dreamcast, maybe PlayStation 2. I'm not really 100% sure, but the games are old, so they didn't have the graphics. So even as laughably bad as the Wii was in the graphics department, it is still a vast upgrade. And it makes the game look really, really good when you're going back to the iconic locations. And what they decided to do is that they actually recontextualized some major events and kind of made them more interesting than they were in the originals. On-rail shooting-wise, probably pretty typical. The boss fights they get kind of interesting, they get kind of complex. They also get kind of ridiculous. Like, I remember the redone fight with mutated... I'm trying to remember his name. The creepy kid from Code Veronica. He mutates into a monster, and we have a boss fight with him. And he's like...
Code Veronica, so I can help you with that.
He's like jumping around like this central pillar above where he was left in the original. And he's got his battle axe, and he's like jumping up and like trying to smash you with it, and you're trying to climb up to avoid him. Like, it just gets kind of ridiculous. So yeah, it's not usually my thing, just because I don't really go into on-rail shooters. There's not a lot of them anymore. But Darkside Chronicles is a lot better than like you would think from how it's described.
Gotcha. So mine is I don't play a lot of platformers and like get like a ton out of them. Like a lot, or at least 2D platformers, I should say. Like sometimes they're kind of fun, but like like typically like I get bored of them rather quickly, the 2D ones. So like, you know, I wasn't, you know, most 2D platformers I can't get behind them as much as other people can.
Oh, here's a huge ass bug.
So this is the mountain, by the way.
It's definitely that mountain. So how beefy is this beef boy?
Well, he's got defense at the very least. Oh, I forgot to switch that. Hold on.
He's got the
I'll have to switch that after the battle. But yeah. So I wrote. Oh, cool. I wrote here. It's Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight. I think I bought it on a whim because I know a lot of people like it, and it's like you know, one of the big indie games.
I'm actually surprised you would buy it, considering it is a straight Metroidvania.
Yeah, and it's not a Metroidvania. It's like level based. It's like Mega Man.
Yeah, maybe it is Metroidvania, like how Dark Souls could be considered it, but it's not really.
I don't consider Shovel Knight Metroidvania at all. It's Mega Man. Like, you play through a level, at the end there's a boss, and then you get a power based on the boss. It's like literally Mega Man. Yeah. So I don't get a whole lot out of those kinds of games a lot of the times, and then here I ended up really liking Shovel Knight. I was like, wow, this game's absolutely fun and a blast, and I beat all of it, and I say all of it with like a bit of a
Yep.
a hint to my voice that I'm not telling the truth, because they came out with eventually over time they came out with all of those side story like versions of the game, and I don't recall if I actually beat any of those. Like I might have beaten one of them, but I beat the main story where you play as Shovel Knight, and then there's one where you play as Spectre Knight, one where you play as Plague Knight, one where you play as
Fuck,
King
the
of
entire
like,
time I thought you were talking about Hollow Knight. No wonder I was confused.
Shovel Knight.
My god, that makes way more sense.
Did I say Hollow Knight? I'm pretty
No,
sure I said
you
Shovel
probably
Knight.
never did. My brain just did not put those two things together. Oh my god, I totally understand why you're confused now. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, yeah. Shovel Knight, really great time. I don't really play 2D platformers, but I really enjoyed that game.
I mean, I definitely like, this was a great suggestion for something to do, because, like, we got through a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it was very time consuming, and I'll admit that it distracted us from, our game a bit. But other than that...
Well, I mean, we're kind of on the time, so, I mean, I don't know if you want to keep going through this, or... I guess I'm not really sure. We're kind of in the middle of something right now.
I mean, we're not far from the start of this. I'm gonna fight this one enemy.
Well, you don't have the chance to fight it.
Yeah, but it despawned, so... Because there's a save point right out here.
Because, to be fair, everybody who's like, oh, no fair. It's like almost 1:30 a.m. for us.
It's true. So, we'll end it here. What I started doing is because we got done with the Poison Swamp, and I could continue the main story, but then I was like...
Side things!
I was like, let's go do the mountain thing. I have Poison Strat going. I haven't started it, because, like, I want to get some level ups, hopefully, eventually, because then these HP ups can be all equipped again. But, like, what I did is... we got Poison Attacker, Poison Defender, Weak Stomach, and Poison Touch and Reverse Toxin. So, what happens now is, if Kabu gets poisoned, which Weak Stomach is when he uses a healing item, he gets poisoned.
Okay.
He gets +1 defense, so now he takes -1 damage from all sources. His attack is increased by 1, so he always does 1 more attack while he's poisoned. If enemies attack him, they get poisoned. Poison heals him rather than heals him, but his defense is lowered by 1, which is counteracted by Poison Defender. And then Life Stealer helps him heal off the damage that gets around his defense. Eventually, I also want to get the second copy of Poison Defender and equip the second copy of Poison Attacker. But I don't have that yet. We're gonna have to go find crystal berries in order to get that. There's a lot of these things that I want, that I had equipped that I want back, or things I never got to try, like this one, which makes all of these skills hit multiple more times. I would like to get that. That'd be cool. But like, yeah, I want to try the poison strat for a bit. If it doesn't seem to be as good of what we had, at least for now, I'll start unequipping stuff and putting things back. But the stuff I de-equipped to get it was the HP pluses. So like our like big power strat right now is the fact that like the TP cores, the after battle, like we get HP and stuff back, which those are still equipped.
Berserker, of course.
And then yeah, the main thing is Berserker. It was Berserker and the 2-turn at the start combo, which I moved to Leaf. Although part of that combo that we can't do right now is because Leaf's not in the back because of how the game works. If Kabu's in the front, Leaf's in the middle. It's just innately how it works. But part of the original strat with Strong Start and Berserker is because Berserker made it so you couldn't block. I put on
Yeah, you put on
V,
Violet.
I put on back support, which makes V's naturally have one more defense anyway.
So yeah, seems like we have a
Yeah,
plan.
'cause whoever's in the back. So
Seems like we have a plan for next time. We're gonna be hitting this mountain, and then
yeah, to get
possibly
that ore,
possibly going on to chapter 5 actual.
yeah, continuing into the place. But yeah, we're gonna get this one done. Which, in order to get this one done, we end up doing Tidal Worm. So we're gonna end up doing Tidal Worm.
We do have four more.
I don't know where. Okay. Apparently, there's a peacock spider somewhere in Metal Lake.
Metal Lake is not big.
No, Metal Lake was not big, so we might want to relook around there because there's a hidden boss there.
Devourer, you know where it is.
We know where it is. We probably could beat it now. Especially if I get the poison strat up with Kabu, I'm pretty sure I could do it.
I do not know what the hell the Forsaken Lands even are.
Yeah, so I don't think we've been to the Forsaken Lands, so we can't do the False Monarch.
They are all 3 stars.
Yeah, but yeah, we will be doing, Tidal Worm sitting somewhere in the Lost Sands. Turns out where he's hidden in the Lost Sands is actually the mountain, which is where we're at right now.
Hey, we're looking for a guy in the desert. He's on the mountain.
Yeah, because I read online when trying to figure out where the mountain was that the top of the mountain's where the Tidal Worm is, and I'm like, oh, okay. So we'll end up doing that.
It's kind of.
That'll be 2 weeks from now. We'll continue that next week.
It's our
a bit up in the air. Because it's my birthday weekend.
Oh,
so
yeah.
So there is that, but then
I guess right now all I can really say is it's supposed to be on Friday. That probably won't happen.
If you have something Friday, it probably won't happen. I think I can make Friday work. I don't think as of right now I have anything because my birthday's Sunday, so I'm probably gonna do something Saturday or Sunday for my birthday. I don't have
plans.
Friday.
I don't have plans Friday, but I have plans on Saturday. But they'd be done by this time, so I wouldn't really have to worry about it.
Well, as of right now, Friday works. Like I don't think I'm gonna have anything Friday. Unless for whatever reason my friends can't do any of the weekend days, but they can do Friday for my birthday, in which case then that'll be my birthday.
I would say keep posted with us, but I really have nothing to post to tell you on updates, so I guess maybe check around Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 7, and if, it doesn't happen, it should... I don't know if we're going to be so booked that we can't do it at all, but I think at the very least we should be able to hit Sunday again for another short stream. But, I mean, even then I can't really guarantee it because I don't know how deep these plans would go. Did Discord die? Am I alone?
No, I'm currently typing something to a friend, sorry.
So, as per usual, we probably got at the very least, we probably got another 5 parts to go, since we're only halfway through the game. We're gonna be taking our big-ass boat in Spiritfarer and driving through I think we're at Rockbreaker now, because the only thing
we broke through the rocks, but we haven't explored everything over there, and we have, a bunch of different side quests for a bunch of different spirits right now.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a combination of objective hunting and material hunting, because we're kind of simultaneously doing the main quests and getting materials to build houses.
Yeah, and which is all part of the main quest, because you have to build everything for the main quest anyway. But yeah, and if we manage, we currently have the spirits on board our ship, but they haven't given us the item yet, or that coin item.
Yeah.
If we end up getting a couple more of that coin item, we'll get the next ability up. And that ability up looks like it's gonna be the thing that lets us bounce off of the umbrellas that are around. And if we get that, there is a spirit we have found that we can't get to at the moment, but we'll be able to get to with that. And then there's another spirit we've found in a town that I forget what we have to do for them, but we haven't recruited them yet. But we were able to talk to them, we were able to reach them, and we need to do something for them before we can recruit them.
So, we got half of the spirits on the boat at least. That's very where it is.
Splash sent through the Evergate.
Yep, we actually got 3 done, so we're 1/5 of the way through.
So we have 3 spirits completely done. That's 1/5 of the way through. We have on our ship though, we have 5 more spirits currently. So we have recruited 8 spirits, which is half of the 15.
So I think right now the first thing that we're gonna do is we are going to harass Smug Lion, and Mickey and Bernard until they give us what we want, because they are not helping us.
You mean Bruce and Mickey?
I remember one of them was named Mickey.
Yeah,
that's the best I got.
I think it's Bruce and Mickey. But yeah, we'll see if we complete anybody's quest next time and send anybody else through the gate, or if we just get a really lively ship going. We will be recruiting 2 more people, and if we recruit anybody more, I think that's the largest number of spirits we've had at the ship on one time. Because I think we had 5, and then we boiled it down, and then we got 2 more last time we were playing, back up to 5.
I mean, at that point, it's going to be the liveliest our ship is going to end up being throughout this game.
Right. If we get 2, because right now there's 1 we know where it is, or 2 where there's 2 where we know where they are, but 1 we can't get to, the other one we have to do something to get. And if we just manage to do those 2 things and we manage to do them before anybody else leaves, then yeah, we're gonna have a very busy ship because we'll have 7 spirits on the ship at the same time. And yeah, once we get the fog light, we'll be able to explore the complete rest of the map.
And at that point, it's probably going to be a couple more parts of the game playing itself out and just cleaning stuff up.
Yeah. So, because let's see here, we have Alice, we have Astrid, we have S-Tool, we met Bruce and Mickey. Yeah, I don't know where they all are, but I'm looking at the ones we don't have, and the ones that I know we don't know the location for. I think that looks like they're probably. I've had to guess where they are. We have to get the fog light to find those ones. There is 3. I think that we're probably going to be after the fog light. The rest, I think I know where they are, because one of them you don't get from a location on the map. You get an item, and then the item lets you find them. And I just know that like the item's not available until you've done until so many spirits have gone through the Everdoor. So we haven't hit that number yet. But I think it might be 4 or maybe it's 5. So once we get that, there'll be a spirit. We'll just be able to like kind of happen across once we get an item.
So yeah, check back with us on Friday. If we're not there, try again. If we're not there, try the day after. It'll hopefully be one of the 3.
I'm expecting it to be Friday.
We are amazing at scheduling.
Yes. Anyway, I'm gonna go eat, because I made that food at the start, and I never got to eat it.
Well, I just ended the stream, so you're free to go.
Sounds good.